Welcome, welcome, guys. I'm David Lappin, and I come to you today from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel in Corinnia. You can see it there, a beautiful location here in Cyprus, for day 2 coverage of the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up event. $2,200, 500k guarantee. It's going to smash that guarantee. There are still 4 levels of late registration today, so we might see some re-entries, we might see some last-minute entries. We're going to play about 8 or 9 levels today. 4 of those will be in the late registration period, so I can't give you a final tally on the prize pool or the amount first place will be taking away just yet, but rest assured that number is growing by the minute. We see there our feature table. Cards are in the air. I want to give you a little rundown on what's going on in this tournament so far. These guys have played 8 levels already. They've been battling away. Some of them may have just jumped in now, but some have made some progress. Shout out here to Paul Brown, chip leader overnight. He has 635k. These guys start with 100k, so he's made some real progress already. Big notable in second place, Ryan Mandara, 621k. Ryan famously won the Irish Poker Open about 5 years ago. Among the chip leaders as well is Ermanno Di Nicola from Italy, Valentin Tsoi from Uzbekistan, Ari Kleiper from Israel, who is on our feature table. Other notables out there, my good pal Jamie Nixon is in the field. He's got 332k, so he's made good progress as well. I also noticed in the chip counts Michael Lech, Miguel Fiesta, as he's known online. 9-time WSOP circuit winner, him. He's also got a WSOP bracelet, which he won during the COVID lockdowns online. So we see here, small pot brewing here, Gungoran. Just get to the turn with the ace-4. Hashim. A flop second pair, now third pair that he can't be loving right now, and he does succumb to the pressure from Gungoran, recognizing the king was a very good card to fire again on. A nice pickup, always nice to win the first one. Get that under your belt.
لو عارفين على الكاميرا كنا حطينا بيرفا. لو عارفين على التلفزيون كنا حطينا بيرفا.
Another player I have noticed out there in the field, Andrew Hulme, better known as Stato. He is an online beast. He's a bit of a live beast as well. I mentioned there Jamie Nixon. Jamie recently won the GUKPT London. Well, Andrew has also won that event. So some real quality out there in the field. Haddad decides to release the ace-8 suited in early position. Certainly an openable one, but some players favouring the bigger aces feel like the middly suited aces can get them into trouble. They are useful for board coverage if you're trying to open a range where you can have a little bit of everything. Those suited aces do work well, but we won't be too harsh on the man. And it ends up being a walk. Second hand of the day and we have a walk. Easy game.
2 pictures.
2 pictures. Gotta say, the setup here
Welcome.
in Cyprus is absolutely state-of-the-art. Merit have done wonders with this. Look at these camera angles. We've got a boom shot. It's almost like we've got one of those drones in the room swooping around, capturing everything going on. Top-notch work from the guys at Sharehand who bring us this live stream coverage. You can see the room so well dressed, always a feature of Merit events, Western series, vintage series, retro. They love to dress their dealers up, dress the staff up, create a bit of a theme. Gotta say, I love it. Poker needs a bit of colour, needs this injection of personality, and the guys here in Cyprus really know how to do it. Haddad possibly going to get involved here. Yeah, he does. He opens it up with the Queen 10 suited under the gun. Like to see this is a very good hand to keep in the early position opening range. Suited broadways. Gungoran going to flat the A7 suited. These guys are playing about 60 big blinds effective. Gungoran obviously has chip lead there, but playing Haddad's effective stack there of 144k. Oh, and interestingly here, Kleiper, who I mentioned one of the chip leaders overnight, he's stepping out here with a 3-bet to 23k under the gun 2. So look at these early position open, flat under the gun 1, and already we see Kleiper. He came to play. That should clear out all but premiums behind now, as action will return to Haddad, who probably must release now, unfortunately for him. He does, and Gungoran probably got to do the same. A well-executed move. Kleiper, got to assume these guys in early position have reasonable hands. Maybe he picked up something there that they were at the bottom of their respective ranges, which they were. And the rich get richer. An imposing presence, it must be said here, Gungoran under the gun now. Quick folds all the way around now to the cutoff, which will be folded as well. 9 deuce as ugly as you can really find them. Kormaz will likely open things up here with an offsuit wheel ace. And Haddad nonchalantly flicks in the call here with some suited cards. Good to see these suited cards being defended. Oh, and boy oh boy will he be happy that he did. Checks it over to Kormaz, who definitely can go either way here. He's got showdown. He probably will fire a very small bet. I probably like a down bet, something in the region of min to 5k. He's gone for 4k. He's got backdoors, remember. He can make the 2-3, the running diamonds. He's also charging some king highs, some queen highs. Oh, and that card could get him into a little bit of trouble here. Expect another check from Haddad, and Kormaz, well, happy to have a hand that can show down. I would love to see another check from Haddad here. If he has the wherewithal, he could get the check raise in, but he does just go for... Oh, well, that is surprising to see, it must be said. Quick fold there, and it's a correct fold from Kormaz. Wow. It's... with those big cards on board, your ace-5 is splitting with ace-10, I think, was maybe, if I recall the board correctly. Certainly reasonable to think that it could have been a defend with ace-high, but then decided to go for some value on the river. In any case, it was absolutely the correct decision in game. Kormaz certainly winning the minimum with his flop trips. Hashim with the king 10 offsuit from +2 here. Definitely on the looser side. He's playing a stack of just 77k, roughly 30 big blinds. And right away, Haddad back in the saddle. Yes, there are going to be lots of cowboy puns this week. He 3-bets to 12k with the ace-jack suited, and Hashim being laid pretty good price here. He's going to make the call. Great flop for Haddad. He's got top. No backdoors. He's going to just proceed with a bet here of, looks like roughly half pot. Be a little north of that. Hashim with an overcard and a gutter. He's going to peel the turn here. 6 of diamonds, relative brick. I can't see Haddad slowing down here from the small blind now, particularly when his opponent calls on the flop. He certainly could have a hand like king jack, like queen jack, queen 10, 9-10. He wants to charge all those hands. So 25k does get the job done against the overcard and a gutter. It looks like he's going to show it. He does show down the ace jack there. Maybe trying to maintain the table image. Cheeky little piqueur maybe. Cigar of some sort.
كم معك؟ معك شب؟
ها؟
معك شب؟
اي بس واطي.
Want to take one?
I feel like rather than cigars, we should maybe have chewing tobacco and some
Yeah, you can
spittoons
take one.
lying around the room. Balor Erden here with the ace jack off. Going to open it up to 6k. 6k seems to be the raise du jour. We've seen it a few times now. Gungoran certainly going nowhere with these pocket nines. In the small, it's just a question of whether he decides to raise this or just flat it. Looks like he's going to raise. Certainly does feel like Gungoran will take the aggressive line when 2 are available. Seems like that kind of guy. Tricky now for Balor Erden. It's not a big raise. I think to that price he probably just about has to call here. He's not loving it though with an offsuit ace jack. He could be dominated. And he has surrendered the betting lead. He does have position though. Maybe he can make that work for him here. Tough board for him to do so. Gungoran will c-bet small, one would expect here on this. Oh no, he's going to c-bet big in fact. So, going to find out where he's at right away here against the queen. Do you got a queen? Do you have maybe pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks? One would expect jacks might have put it in another raise pre maybe. Maybe not. Well, the big bet does get the job done there. Ace jack with a whole lot of nothing. And Gungoran will stack another pile of chips. Good start for him. .12:30 start for these guys here. We're on a small delay, as is the norm for Cards Up live streams. Of course, that's 12:30 here in Cyprus. So by my calculations, it is still morning in the UK and Ireland, and early afternoon in Central Europe. Don't know if that means you guys are maybe on your morning coffees, having a little bit of lunch, but thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. We have been promised 8 or 9 levels today, maybe 9 or 10 tomorrow, and then a long final day. Friday will be the final day, and it will be a big one. This is the warm-up event, but it's really much more like another main event, to be honest. €2,200 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee. Well, we're already up to 800k, so it has smashed that. Expect this one to get close to the million mark. Tricky spot here for Habib on the deuce 4. Looks like he's going to come out leading. I guess his 4 needs protection. He's decided he's got more 2s in his range. He's got more of that than the opener or the flatter, and gets the job done to his credit. Sort of finds out where he's at there, overpairs, almost certainly continue in the hand. Surprised to see an ace-10 not continue, but having said that, it's not going to be easy to navigate. Certainly a good result when you deny equity with the very vulnerable 4-3 on the 4 deuce. And we see there our dealer, as I mentioned, in costume. All the dealers in the room in costume. Well, definitely a little bit loosey-goosey here. Bowler Erden opening things up here mid-position with the 10-9 offsuit. Hashim decides ace-7 suited. That's good enough to stick it in here. Looking to maybe gamble and re-enter if things go awry. He gets the fold. May not have been expecting too many folds there given early position open, but Bowler Erden was at it there with the 10 high.
No mercy. No mercy.
Shout out there to Dark Angel, Donna Morton in the chat. Appreciate you stopping by, Donna. And yes, it is early morning in the UK. I know, I appreciate it. 11 o'clock. A lot of poker players not even up at 11 o'clock, let's be honest. I expect more people to show up as the day goes on. Nice that we've cut straight to the meaningful stuff here, day 2 coverage. Not that I don't love a bit of day 1 coverage in and of itself, but I think it's certainly a little bit more fun to jump into the action when stacks are a bit shallower, pots are a bit more meaningful. Kormaz, big slick and +1, and Bowler then with the 3-bet, the 10-9 suited. Oh, and wow, Haddad has woken up with the ace-king as well. Well, he's just elected to flat here, I guess, feeling like that's quite a lot of action from the early seats. Interesting now if it gets back to Korkmaz whether he elects to 4-bet or just call. Certainly could go either way here. Probably expect a 4-bet a little more often, but fairly certain he'll be worried about that Haddad flat. It's pretty strong. Running through all the options here, Korkmaz. If he does come with a raise, I would expect it to be somewhere in the region of 60k. Maybe a little higher again. 55 is the number. I like this. Bowler Erdan. That's twice he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Question is, does he elect to continue here? He does have a suited connector. It would be a wild 5-bet shove, although it is the kind of hand that maybe if you're constructing a light 5-bet range, it might pass the mustard, as it does play well when you get caught and run into aces or kings. Does elect to let it go though. Haddad definitely in a weird spot here now with ace-king off suit. There's a lot of strength here, opening and 4-betting from +1. He may feel as though he's either facing the same hand or a big pocket pair, and worryingly it could be aces or kings, which would put him in big trouble. He does make the call though. Korkmaz could find more ways to win this one here if neither flop anything, and that's exactly what happens. Korkmaz, it's tough for him here. Stack to pot ratio 1-to-1. Question is, does he stick it in now or does he go for a down bet, something in the region of 25k? I think that's probably my preferred option. And that's exactly what he does. And it gets the job done. So Haddad in a tough spot there. I guess the light 4-bet could have been ace-queen pre-flop, and obviously that has taken the lead. The pocket pairs, jacks, kings, aces, all a possibility. Really the only hand in the range that he was in good shape against was the one he was up against there, the same hand. And it just goes to show you there, a perfect illustration in that hand of the power of being the aggressor. By having the betting lead there for just 25k on that flop, Korkmaz was able to get the job done against another premium hand.
I should move all in.
And Haddad now wondering if the move would have been to stick it in pre-flop. I think it probably was, to be honest. I think it's a fold or a shove. I don't think you want to go to the flop and risk getting outplayed by the same hand, which will be a lot of the range, to be honest, in a 4-bet situation there.
Yeah, I said
I think you are better off sort of deciding there pre-flop whether you want to go with your hand or whether you want to just release your hand. You've only put 15k in there. It's not a disaster to let it go there. What is a bit of a disaster is putting in the 55 and getting outmaneuvered. Good Goran, certainly with thoughts of larceny there with the 7 deuce. Slowly releases. Kleiper will open things up here from the hijack with the queen 9 of spades. And Hashim with a, arguably don't try this at home, ace-6 flat on the button. It's a little tricky to realise here with the ace-6 off, it must be said. And it's going to be even more difficult when a 3-bet comes in from Evagoro and his queens. Well, he's probably priced in now. Evagoru's only got 10 bigs.
26,000.
Kleiper released the Queen 9 suited, so a very compelling price here. Just 21k into a pot of what will be 60k. He only has to be 2 to 1. If there's any King Queens and Queen Jack suited and that sort of stuff lurking, small pairs. But he does actually let it go. Great result there, wow, for the pocket queens and 10 bigs. Actually gets the squeeze shove through. Obviously with the queens, he will have been looking for action. He would have wanted the full double up, but never a bad outcome there when you deny equity. When reshoving just 10 bigs. Welcome to any latecomers. A reminder, I come to you today, David Lappin from the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up event, $2,200, 500k guarantee. As you can see, top right of screen there, we have smashed that already. 429 players. Expect that number to creep towards 500 because we have not closed late registration yet. In fact, we've got 3.5 more hours of late reg. I reckon $1 million prize pool is on the cards, implying first prize something in the region of 150 to 200k. And I tell you, they've picked these feature tables very well already. This is an action table we have seen so far. Plenty of players here came to play. Don't know if the cameras are having an effect, but these guys are putting on a show. Four ways to this flop. 987, very wet. Got wetter there on the turn with the 7 of diamonds. Cork Man's going to feel things out a little bit here with a pro bet. Would certainly love to get rid of some overcard hands, just clear out equity. He'd love to take it down as well. Skripka's not going to let that happen. He's got the pocket sixes under pair, but crucially the open ender. He's got showdown too, of course. Could be up against a hand like Queen 10 here. Couple of spades, couple of diamonds. Diamonds do get in here, and if Korkmaz is going to bet here, I'd say it's going to be nice and small. Looking to maybe get a cry call from exactly a hand like pocket fives, pocket sixes, maybe a worse 8. Sort of a blocker bet there, well executed. He would have been worried about that third diamond coming in. Maybe felt like he couldn't open the door. Would rather set his own price if he was behind a 9. Fire out a little 10k there. Not too much harm done. If he gets snapped off by a better hand, and makes the possibility of getting bluffed a lot less. Or at least makes it a lot harder. Shout out to Furry TV, I see there in the chat. Let's go. Let's go indeed. Also shout out to Vator. Recognize lots of these names from my old Twitch days. Good to see you guys. Joining us here on YouTube and on the Merit Poker website. As we see Habib open things up here in early to mid, and Skripka with the premium hand here, ace king off, 3 bets.
Line, big blind.
Yeah.
gets the job done. For those of you tuning in who found the link to this via social media, I have been doing a little bit of tweeting and Facebooking in the last hour. I have been teasing the possibility of a co-commentator. I am in the booth flying solo right now, but I am hoping to be joined a little later on by an en route Dara O'Carney, poker author, poker coach, my fellow podcast host on the Chip Race. He is in London presently. One flight down, one to go, on the way to Larnaca Airport, where he will cross the border into North Cyprus and join me, hopefully, for the last couple of levels of the day. He will certainly be here for tomorrow's coverage. So, any Dara O'Carney fans out there, he will be analysing, deconstructing, querying the lines of these players later on. And Gungoran from early position with the ace-jack offsuit here. Certainly borderline. I think it's probably an okay open. Full ring ace-10 definitely feels a little cuspy. And Hashim is going to speculate here off a shallow stack.
Wow.
It's a big raise, remember, 4x raise. 4.5x, in fact. So Gungoran charging the players behind. Hashim undeterred here. Picked up a gooder. Also got backdoor spades. Gungoran, we've seen him go on the large side with his sizings. This time he goes for same bet as his pre-flop open, so roughly 40%. And Hashim, again, happy to speculate for significant portions of his stack here with the good. Oh my goodness, and he absolutely drills it here on the turn. Well, he might get any more chips from Gungoran, who will certainly be concerned that a player playing shallow like this has flatted the flop. Not a great card for Hashim there, obviously. Not in the sense that Gungoran will have too many eights here, but just that it makes it harder to get paid against some of the range. If Gungoran was in here with a pair of tens or a pair of jacks, life would be a little bit tricky. Ooh, well, I can't imagine Gungoran is considering a call. It's not on screen yet, but I know Hashim did fire out something. Gungoran maybe feeling like there aren't a lot of 8x's in Hashim's range. We see that that's exactly what he has. Possibly was thinking of something creative, despite the fact that there were very few chips back there. Anyway, Hashim, fortune favors the brave there.
Yeah.
Drills that gutter.
That's a pass. Never win.
Much more interesting to see what would have happened there if he doesn't drill the 6, but he does get checked to there on the turn. Does he turn his hand into a bluff? Does he go for it? I feel like he probably does. I feel like he's come in here with one of the shorter stacks. Below average by a considerable way, below the starting stack. Maybe feels like re-entry is available. Let's try and spin up this 40-50k or buy back in for 100.
Mr. Victor and Mr. Andrei Pak, Texas Hold'em 510 table open. Please take your seats.
Well, he's up to 82k now, Hashim. Looks like he's considering getting in the mix here with the Jack 3 suited. Yeah, he is. So min raise with the Jack 3 suited. So we now know 100%, if there were any doubts in our mind whether or not Hashim was here to gamble it up, we now know that he is. And a flat here from Bowler Arden, so... Oh, but lurking in the big blind, Gungoran. His nemesis from the previous hand. I cannot imagine this not getting raised here from Gungoran. He's taken the aggressive route time and time again already. Oh, and it's a big raise. It is an almost all-you-can-eat raise for Hashim, who clears out instantaneously, as was Bowler Arden. When you do those big sizes like a Gungoran has opted for on a few occasions, you really do put people to a decision right away. You apply max pressure. I'm not saying it's what I would recommend, but there are lots of strategies in poker. Small bet strategies, big bet strategies. All have their merits and demerits, and we see here from Gungoran, when you don't run into it and you play big ball poker, you can build a stack. Super active table, fun to watch with my morning coffee, says Alex O'Brien. For those of you out there, Alex O'Brien, famous author, soon to be poker author. Am I allowed to spoiler that? Might be in trouble there. She might give out to me for spoilering that, but soon to be poker author, science writer.
I should have tried.
Slayer of all of those people in the Dan Bilzerian tournament several years ago. Bilzerian too afraid to take her on. Wussed out of that one. Alex has been in the mix on the poker circuit for a few years now. We played together in Malta last year.
This now? Oh my god.
We played together in Vegas. Alex was out there for the last main event. And I can totally spoil it, she says. Okay, so Truth Detective. Leaky Lappin strikes again, says Vitor. The Truth Detective, a fantastic. I've had some sneak peeks at this one. I've been sent advanced chapters, so I have a sense of how good this one is, and I promise you guys, it's a top book. Alex takes a look at lots of situations that come along in life, lots of situations where people's logic and reasoning are tested, but puts it all through a poker lens. That book will be out later this year, and I, for one, can't wait to read it. Thanks for joining us, Alex. Appreciate you being here. So we look down at Evaguru with the pocket aces. First time we've seen them here on our feature table, hand 16. Nice to pick them up on an active table when you're very short. That's what I'll say. He doesn't want to shove them, and I understand that. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do to open it up here for 55 when you have so many players who are willing to speculate and invest chips. Bowler Arden with the Queen Jack suited. I wonder to what extent people will be suspicious of Evaguru opening off a relatively shallow stack. He has been fairly inactive. We saw him with the queens there just a few hands ago. Get it through. Well, Habib will call it from the big blind with 9-7 suited. I like this flat. And Bowler Arden is almost certainly going to double up Evaguru now, I would say, on this board. The stack to pot ratio just 1.75 to 1. I can't really see any escape route for Bowler Arden. He's either going to flat here and pay him off on the turn, or he's going to raise it right now. He does flat. Habib with some backdoors gets out of the way, and I don't see an escape hatch, as I said. Certainly not on that card. Avagoru is just going to stick it in here. Stack to pot ratio of 0.5 to 1. Bowler Erden is going to make a quick call here, get the bad news. And we're going to find out if that 11% can actualize. A nod of the head from Bowler Erden as he now realizes Avagoru was not at it. Tough spot there, really. It's very unlikely that you're good in that situation, but you're getting such a compelling price. You've got top pair after all. You're going to fold top pair. There's not too many hands you're going to call with. I guess hoping that your opponent could have the king-queen, the ace-king, the ace-queen. Probably take a similar line. They're the hands you're hoping for. And some reminiscences here in the chat of a 1-2 cash game at the Bonington in Dublin. I remember some splashy games. It sounds like these two were battling. Welcome to anyone arriving late. I see the numbers slowly creeping up here. Obviously, it is pretty early in the day. I'd say by this evening, when people are back from work, we'll have plenty of people to talk with, to chat with, to discuss maybe the goings-on in poker these days. I'm available to discuss topics if anyone would like me to do that too. We can have chats in between hands. Obviously, we're going to give a lot of love to these players, but certainly, while flying solo especially, very willing to engage with the chat this morning and this afternoon. Really do appreciate you guys tuning in. That morning coffee sounds good. Gonna get myself a little cheeky espresso at the break, I think. It'll pick me up. As we see Gun Goran, as I mentioned, imposing figure at the table. Playing a big bet style right now. This time he's opened it up to just 5k, almost psychically, not going for the large open. Kleiper behind with the jacks, 3-bet gets it done. Little graphical catch-up for you there, guys. As we take a close look at that man, Gun Goran. A brooding presence at the centre of the table. And a nice mix of styles here, it's got to be said. It's the recipe for an entertaining feature table. Some players playing a little bit looser than would be optimal. Mixture of opening sizes. All factors which take us out of the game tree and into a street poker landscape. Fun to commentate on. Alex O'Brien asks, how many players have entered this warm-up event and are they mostly Rex? Well, I can't tell you how many would be Rex. What I can say is, as somebody who plays the majority of his poker in Europe and in the US, I don't recognize a lot of the names. I do see a lot of people from Turkey, from Israel, from Cyprus, of course. So there's a good mixture of people who have traveled west for this event. There's a lot of Eastern Europeans here. Again, that makes sense. As a venue, it's pretty good for those guys. Hashim flopping trips here.
The fours are coming.
He'll probably get a c-bet out of Cork Mass if he checks it. Korkmaz with the king nine suited, backdoor hearts. This is a good hand to fire a small c-bet on. And we see Korkmaz much closer to sort of game theory, if you like, with his sizings. We've seen some good down bets from him, some good equity deniers. He's shaping up very well, I have to say, as a player. In this instance, he's run into it now, Hashim. And that card could get him into a little bit of trouble. It's a great card for Korkmaz to barrel and barrel large on. The Jack of Hearts now, Korkmaz with the flush draw. It's an overcard to the board. It's definitely a card he can represent. I would expect to see a sizable bet here, anything from 80% to maybe even an overbet. Oh, and he does find the check. Wow. Really interesting. Maybe feels like he can take it away on some rivers. Maybe feels like there's some flush draws, 5-7, 6-7s, 5-6s in there from Hashim. Small bet from Hashim here. I guess targeting something like an 8, pocket 7s, pocket 6s, pocket 9s. They're the types of hands Korkmaz might take this line with. That can find a call here on the river. Spades have missed. So Korkmaz may be considering a call with just king high. May also be considering a bluff. I'll come back to your question now momentarily, Alex, but very interested to see how this hand proceeds. Korkmaz. I am rather surprised not to see a turn barrel, I gotta say. Did expect that to be a card where he would decide to go large actually on the turn. We know it wouldn't have worked.
King high.
He's announced king high, but he hasn't run in the chips yet.
Okay. Well,
And he does let it go.
is it good?
I think that's purely down to Hashim's reputation. He's been in a lot of pots. I don't know if they're
6-7.
getting fed hands on the delay yet, but
King high,
if they are, he's certainly seen Hashim speculating with a wide range of hands. In that instance, he definitely had it. So good judgment there on the river. And in fact, as played, Korkmaz has found the lines to get away for the cheapest in a few situations now already. Credit to him for that. As I said, I just like from a theoretical point of view a barrel there on the turn with the king nine of hearts, but we see that as played it would not have got the job done. Back to your question there, Alex. Yeah, I don't recognise a huge proportion of the names like I would if this was a tournament in the UK, in Ireland, even in somewhere like France or Italy. And certainly in the US. So that, for me, tells me that there's a lot of excellent players coming from Russia, coming from Uzbekistan, as I mentioned, Israel, Eastern Europe, playing in this one. A lot of top players out there. I think I would certainly hold off judgment as to the ratios of rec to pro, but there are a decent number of pros here for sure. I named a few at the outset there. Andrew Hulme, Jamie Nixon, Michael Lech, Ryan Mandara have all made the trip from the UK or from America. Some very, very good Eastern European players. It's a circuit of its own in these parts, to be honest, as well. A lot of talented players who maybe aren't household names yet. But that is certainly not to diminish their skill sets. Hashim could be an economics professor or a grocery store owner. He could pass for both. Yeah, he has a kind of a smiley, charming granddad presence at the table. Not an intimidating presence, kind of a friendly presence, but he's been playing pretty wild, it's got to be said. It feels like he came to gamble this morning with the short stack, and gamble he has, and he's back up to a starting stack, so job well done. But definitely a friendly presence at the table. There's no need to be unfriendly at the poker table. Some people feel like they find some edge in making their opponents feel a little uncomfortable. That's okay if they do. Not everybody has to act and behave the same way, but I certainly like to see the more jovial personalities here. Swiper releases the Jack 3 of spades. We see Habib now with the King Queen of spades. Gonna open things up here. And Korkmaz with sort of the dream defend hand. You love a wired small pocket pair here. You get in cheap to set mine. Interesting flop here, monotone. All clubs, King 4-3. Habib with top pair. May elect to knuckle this one back. Defending ranges will often include some suited hands, so not necessarily a terrible move to knuckle back, but the small bet works as well. Korkmaz just 1 over to his pocket sixes is going to get sticky. He's got a backdoor working now as well on the turn. Habib may decide to go for sort of an advanced blocker, another small one, maybe an 8 or 9k bet here. Probably, as played, is the nicest line. We'll see what number he elects for 11k. Yeah, Korkmaz probably has to stick around now. He's got the gutter. He could be ahead of some stuff here, some 1 club hands, maybe the ace of clubs. No, he lets it go again. Korkmaz absolutely getting the decisions right, it would seem, in every spot. Credit to him. Alex O'Brien, she's interviewing me now. We've actually turned this commentary spot into an interview. That's quite all right. I appreciate the interaction. Yeah, the Mera people are great. They've been running events here for years, but what I would say is this setup, these themed tournaments have been around for a while, but there's an ambition that's clearly growing within the company. They've established themselves now over a few years and they're going big. There's an EPT here in October. There's a big function room as well where they can host really big events. We're not in that room this week. We're in the smaller poker room, but they have a very big room at their disposal if they want. They used it for the MPP here several months ago, the Triton event. There's just a lot going on. I guess it's a hotbed of poker right now. I suppose it is in one of those locations that connects east and west. There's an ambition and a hunger within the company to get bigger, to have bigger and bigger events, to get more traveling tours to come here. The decision by EPT to have an event here is a bit of a marker. Obviously, that's Europe's premier high buy-in brand. The fact that they're keen, I know that they'll be in the big room, is going to be a huge one for them. Yeah, I'm expecting really big things. There's clearly a desire to scale up this year. Hoping to join them on that journey, frankly. Love to do a bit of commentary. Was very flattered to be asked to come over here for this week and get in the mix here. Add my voice to a number of very excellent commentators, it has to be said, over the years. Henry Kilban, good pal of mine, has done a lot of Merit events down the years. He's US based now, Vegas based these days, opening the door for someone like me to slip in, which I appreciate. Shout out to Henry. Fast becoming one of the goats of the commentary biz. Young man still, but he's really served his time, put in a lot of hours in the booth over the last 4 or 5 years. Obviously got his big break. Unibet Opens. He's done cash game festivals, done Rosvedov, done WSOP. He's done a bit of everything. And he's been at the Merit Poker helm for a while. Delighted to be in his shoes, in his hot seat, so to speak. And yeah, would love to make this a regular thing, I gotta say. It's a beautiful location when you come here as well. The hotel is fab. There's like 4 hotels. There's the Royal Hotel and Casino, the Royal Premium Hotel and Casino, the Crystal Cove Hotel, which is where this is right now, and the Park Hotel Casino, all on the beautiful piece of coastline. Great weather here, beautiful resort. Gonna jump back into the action here as we see battle of the ace-x. Gungoran probably going to look for some value here from exactly the kind of hand that Bowler Erdene has.
I should never fold the 4.
Gets the job done.
Önce
Maybe a little
önce onun açmasını bekleyebilirsin.
wary of a possibility of a 5
Neyle
there.
gelmiş ona göre.
Atladın değil mi?
Hemen aç
Extract
bakalım,
extra
abi.
value. But yeah, just
Sonrası için söylüyor.
Korktum.
standout things about this resort as well. All inclusive, so
Kulüp per açıldı.
drink away, eat away to your heart's content. A bit dangerous actually. Don't come here if you're on a diet, or at least have a break from your diet when you do. The food is fantastic. There's bars and restaurants in each of the hotels. If you're part of the all-inclusive resort, you go to any of them, order what you want. Swimming pools, stay-the-art facilities. As I said, a beautiful bit of coastline. Really do strongly recommend it. Fly into a number of different airports. I think you fly into Paphos or into Larnaca. From Larnaca, it's about a little over an hour across the border. But there is an emphasis on customer experience and an extension of that player experience when you're here for the poker. They really put a premium on spoiling their customers, their clientele. And you do feel very well looked after. As we look down, interesting pot brewing here. Haddad in the big blind with the 6-5 suited is going to get in the mix. Makes sense. And right away he's flopped a flush draw. Whole lot of nothing for Korkmaz and Kleiper, who looks like he's going to fire a bet, represent that king. He can obviously have pocket aces, ace king, king queen, king jack suited, that sort of stuff in his range. He's going to test these guys out. Goes for a small sizing, so a sticky minimum defense frequency call here from Korkmaz. He does have the best hand right now. Haddad, unlikely to roll over here. He potentially has the most going on. And maybe is the kind of hand that can find the most ways to win. You can see here he's an equity favourite. Well, he's picked up a little more to go with his flush draw. He's now got a gut shot. Checks again. Kleiper, having got called in 2 spots, probably thinks there is a king out there. Korkmaz maybe feeling the same way. Oh, and the king of clubs brings in Haddad's hand now. Interesting. Oh, I would have gone for a bet there myself, feeling like, given the action, there was definitely the possibility Kleiper had a hand like 10s, jacks, queens. And maybe, just maybe, you'd have to do your own dirty work. Kleiper does have the ace of clubs in his hand. Maybe thinking of using that nut blocker as a way to bluff this. He would also have some king X that would check the turn. If he had a hand like king jack, he might check the turn. That would make sense. So he can still have king X. Korkmaz, remember, didn't bet the turn when checked, so he reduces his likelihood of king X when he does that in the eyes of Kleiper. So it's going to work out very nicely for Haddad here. Kleiper is going to do the betting for him. He didn't have to do his own dirty work, as I predicted he might. Korkmaz releases and Haddad will snap call and get the good news. Well, there are more than one way to skin a cat. There's a few ways to skin many cats, but this is a nice pot here for Haddad. We've seen a couple of big pots, mostly small to medium-sized pots so far, but lots of good poker. Donna Morton asks, what is the transfer time from the airport from Larnaca? About 70 minutes. Donna, as we see there, the leaderboard, Arlie, Clipper. Well, He's picked up some chips here. He did come in with a lot of chips, in fairness. 450k, top of the tree. Evagoru, he's actually made some progress. 30 big blinds now. He came in very, very short. I think he came in around the 30k mark. So he's made progress as well. We've seen Hashim there, 35 big blinds right now. He's been splashing around. He's been making progress. The two short stacks have been, doing pretty well, it's got to be said. They haven't had to go back to the cage for a re-entry yet, but as I mentioned there earlier, this one is still late registration. The number in the top right of screen, not right now, but almost right now, any second now, indicating the number of runners. That's the number I'm watching. I want to see that number get up to 500. I think it will. We've got 3 more levels after this one to get to 500, and that cool, very nice, very sexy round 7-figure number $1 million in the prize pool. Roughly half the field remain. Makes the maths easy. That means the average is 200k right now.
How much are you playing?
Oh, and we have a multi-way pot brewing here.
Before.
Kleiper opens the ace-4 suited under the gun. Like it. I like to see that. Mentioned there earlier on, these suited aces great for board coverage. You want to mix them in, but it does set off a chain of flatting here. Korkmaz with the low suited connector, Buller Erden with the medium suited connector, and Haddad in the small blind with the king queen O. Disconnected sort of board here. 9-5 deuce rainbow. Bowler Erden flops best. Korkmaz has a little piece there. Both have backdoor flush draws. Kleiper with the ace-4 has a gooder and a backdoor flush draw. Actually not the worst board for him to make a continuation bet into the field, because he has a lot of turns he can barrel, but it is very difficult when you're going multi-way out of position to a couple of people. You're probably going to fire out the flop here and really have to set your stall out to be willing to bluff quite frequently. Represent an overpair while having maybe some backup equity. In the end, it checks through to Bowler Erden, who decides to bet with his top pair. And that just clears out one player, because the backdoor equity is keeping everybody interested. King of diamonds, we see it's a brick, but won't look like a brick. Will look like a potentially relevant card to everybody. Bowler Erden now probably has to just check back. He doesn't even have a particularly good 9. And it's a great result for Bowler Erden here that nobody has a king or queen, and none of those backdoors even materialized into the turn. He manages to get to showdown here cheaply with his 10-9. Delighted to see that he does have the best hand. In a lot of worlds, that king and queen would have connected with his opponents. So nice little pick up there. We've seen him go backwards a little bit over the first hour, but a nice pot to pull in. Oh, great question here from JB Wellbeing. Is it true they comp you the hotel if you commit to the full series? Yes, that is true for this Western poker series, and it has been true down the years. I've certainly looked into this prospect on a number of occasions pre-COVID. When they were having festivals, I inquired about, again, you make a commitment to play everything, basically. You sort of say, look, I'll even late reg into, all the stuff. And if you make a commitment, a full commitment to jump into every single event, they comp your room. And I tell you, the rooms are lovely here. It's a really, really nice destination to come. And if you do get that room sort of included in the package, if you will, you do feel like it's rake back. You feel like you haven't paid any rake. It's a great feeling. Yeah, great deal all in all. Clearly there are times of the year when the people here in Merritt are keen to bring people to the hotel. I guess off peak it makes sense. And poker players, always bargain hunters, love a deal of that nature. I spoke to Jamie Nixon yesterday. He's travelled here from the UK. And that's exactly what he's got. He had to commit to something in the region of 11.5, 12k in buy-ins. So basically playing everything over the next week and a half. And because he did that and because he committed, he gets his very, very nice hotel room, which he said is more like a suite. He said he's in a very fancy room. So they're really looking after those guys. It's a great deal, I gotta say. Alex loves the dealer outfits. Ladies looking awesome. Yeah, ladies and guys. I see some sheriffs out there, some cowboys, some deputies. The other sort of twin event to this one is the vintage or retro series these guys run, where people sort of dress up in 1920s outfits. It's almost got a speakeasy vibe. Love that one as well. The images come back from those events are just absolutely brilliant. Real thought goes into dressing the room as well. Place looks great, and I have to say, another step up really with the coverage here. Sharehand, best in the business in my view. Bringing all of these great camera angles, this fantastic layout, as you can see. You know, just a really beautifully themed, visually interesting, sumptuous, I don't know the fancy words, but like HD experience for the viewer. It's great. Commentator's dream as well when you have all the information in front of you like this. So you see Korkmaz takes the lead on the turn, solidifies that lead by upgrading to a straight on the river. Skripka, difficult run out for him, it's got to be said. He would have been enjoying the flop, not loving the turn and really hating the river. He's being laid a very compelling price. Korkmaz making it cheap, but when you make it cheap, range-wise, you don't put a lot of bluffs into your range. That's sort of how that works. You go big, you can have more bluffs. You go small, you can't have that many bluffs. And basically, when you go small here, it's only the post-oak bluff that could possibly be good. Gets the cry call. Sized it well, I guess, in the end, Korkmaz. I don't think he could have got a bigger bet. He got a sort of a curiosity bet, it must be said, from Skripka there, who may be just hoping the 7-8 was out there. There was really not much he could beat here, but curiosity killed the cat. Please do a behind-the-scenes lock-in episode like you did for Vegas if you have the chance. I don't know if we'll have the chance. To be honest, it's going to be pretty busy here commentating all the days. Darren and I obviously will be together in the booth later on. Darren and I co-host the chip race together. Shout out to anybody out there who listens to the chip race. We appreciate you. Sister show to the chip race is the lock-in, which we started during the lockdowns, actually, the COVID lockdowns a few years ago, sort of feeling like it was a bit of extra content just for that period when everyone was at home and we sort of knew we wouldn't be traveling as much, wanted to do a little bit of something extra just for that period. But actually the show grew a little audience of its own, and obviously there's a lot of crossover audience as well. That show goes out on YouTube. Check it out there, the Chip Race YouTube channel, if you get a chance, guys. And yeah, we've kept it going. Basically, it's sort of become a news pundit show, if you want. The last episode we made from Vegas was more like a vlog. I guess people enjoyed that. It was a lot of work, Donna. Don't know if I want to do all that work again. That might be just for special occasions, because that one did take hours and hours of recording and editing. But I'm glad it was well received. It does seem to have done very well. I think second or third biggest show ever. So we really appreciate everyone who checked that one out. And if you haven't, check it out. It's a fun episode, behind the scenes look at Dara and me and our adventures in the Wynn in Las Vegas from a few months ago, or actually only a month ago. Time is flying. But not as quickly as that. As we see here, Korkmaz Makes the call with the king 8 suited. Kleiper probably earned a call of this nature with his loose, aggressive image. Both players have missed here. Korkmaz, king high on the backdoor clubs. Backdoor straight if he finds the 7-9 somehow. It's not an awful lot. Let's see what sizing Kleiper comes with. He's got the 2 overs and backdoor Broadway. 14k will probably get the job done, to be honest. I think Korkmaz, he does have to find some floats here. This wouldn't be the worst candidate in the world, but equally it's not easy up against a 3-better who's continued out of position. Seems to not have put a foot wrong though, Korkmaz. Seems to have a really great handle on every situation he's been in. He is behind right now, but what I mean by that is if he does find the raise or the flat in this situation, this float, he can find ways to win. He decides that it's probably just hard to float in this situation, and actually he's better off finding a raise. What's interesting about this raise is if he gets flatted, he does have some barreling cards. He can barrel a 7, a 9. King obviously makes his hand. He might slow down on that card. The club comes. Kleiper is going to get sticky here with Big Slick, and the Queen of Spades. It's a pretty bad one for Korkmaz to continue his story now. Kleiper now has 2 overs and a good shot to the nuts. Completely rainbow here. Korkmaz, if he continues, is basically repping sets. He can have all the sets. He can have 10s, 6s and 3s. They're all plausible. But maybe fearing that Kleiper's stickiness indicates strength. He decides to knuckle the turn. Kleiper in an interesting situation here now. Maybe wondering if he needs to bluff to win. Maybe thinking his opponent has sort of played it like a vulnerable 10. Maybe a 4-5. Doesn't have to bluff against the 4-5. Does need to bluff against the 10. It's a very funky line from Korkmaz, which has led to a very funky hand. Kleiper in the end does go for a bet, maybe believing that his hand wasn't good and required the execution of a bluff. In the end, well, I think Korkmaz had sort of waved the white flag there on the turn. He showed some moxie though and recognised a hand with backdoors of that nature was maybe a good one to use in that fashion. Certainly don't hate the play. Thanks again, Donna, for your kind words about that show. Well, we certainly loved making it. Don't get me wrong, it was a lot of work, but that doesn't mean you don't enjoy doing it. I did enjoy it, but yeah, it was many hours. Let's just say it was fortunately a long-haul flight because it needed the entirety of the long-haul flight to get the edit done. How's Jamie Nixon getting on? Asks JB. I don't know is the honest answer. I will try and find that out for you at the break. Jamie started the day with something in the region of 330k. He'd made some excellent progress during, I think, 1B. I think that might have been his starting flight. I know he wasn't playing yesterday, which was 1C. He jumped in the Hyper Turbo late in the evening. I was chatting to him just before he got in the mix there. But yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on some of those notables I mentioned earlier. I'll rush around and try and get an update for you. Korkmaz back in the saddle. He's been one of the stars of this feature table, it must be said. He's made some moves, mostly got his decisions spot on, it must be said. I feel like he's certainly shaping like one of the pros in the field. Alex, you mentioned there, what is the ratio pro to rec? I don't know the answer, but there are certainly some teller marks you can identify with guys. And, oh, he's about to win a nice pot. One would feel Hashim, certainly one of the more liberal players at putting chips in the pot here, almost certainly going to get taken for 2 streets. No real reason to raise here from Hashim. I think just a flat is the order of the day. You want to keep in the hands you beat. And I can't see Hashim turning his hand into a bluff here. That card is clearly connected with the 7 and the 6 and the 3. So arguably saves Hashim a street there. The fact that the 5 was a bit of a scare card. He doesn't have to pay another street like he would have if the river had come, I don't know, a king, a queen, a 9, a 8 maybe. Feels like he would have gotten taken to Value Town on those cards. I mentioned there that this is a warm-up event, or at least that's how it's being labelled, but really, if you think about it, guys, sort of another main event. 2,200 buy-in, likely $1 million prize pool. Great structure. 4-day event, loads of levels, loads of play. The lights, camera, action of the live stream coverage. Just feels like another main event, really. The main event, however, it's going to be really big as well, guys. Starts on Friday. There's several day ones to this one as well. Let me just check. Yeah, day 1 Friday. 1B Saturday, 1C Sunday, and then day 2 on Monday. That's a 3,300 buy-in with a 1.5 million guaranteed prize pool. Again, I expect it to smash that. I think it will go north of 2 million. And then I believe there will be live stream coverage later next week of the High Roller event. That's the 5,300 event.
Mr. Ramos, Mr. Mustafa, Mr. Dylan, please take your seats.
So lots and lots to look forward to. Just whetting the appetite right now, really. A little amuse-bouche.
Mr. Khan, Texas Hold'em 5 10 sit open, Mr. Khan.
To get those digestive juices flowing in anticipation of bigger meals to come. See, look, this is what happens. You go to Merit, they have unlimited buffets, restaurants in every property, and everything just becomes about food. Every metaphor is about food.
Mr. Ramos, please take your
Dangerous.
seat. Put in the number 5 temporary card. Mr. Ramos.
Well, Hashim has flopped best. Korkmaz certainly has the option to bluff here. He may be happy with the showdown. Or he may feel the need to bluff Hashim.
Ace high. If you have pair, you win.
And Hashim rolls over the Jack 3. Happy not to face a bet there on the river, I'm sure. Would have been a tricky little spot, actually, had he faced a river bet.
You have music here? Huh? You have music here? Yeah.
In addition to those televised main events, guys, there are events going off pretty much every 4 or 5 hours here. Today is very much centered around this tournament. There is a satellite to the main event later on. But then tomorrow there's a PLO side event, there's a senior side event. On Friday there's a Hyper Turbo. Lots and lots of stuff. If you do happen to bust the main,
One more call for Mr. Ramos.
or in this case the warm-up.
Mr. Boulan.
Bowler Erdan, looked pretty active, got to be said. Kick things off here. Pocket eights, Gungoran.
Give it to me.
We got off to a very fast start here in the first hour. Been a little quieter in the last half hour. Flats
we
the
don't
ace
go
9
to go
off.
outside and meet you like this. No.
Certainly speculating with that kind of holding here. I mentioned in another spot when there was an ace 6 flat how it's tough to realize those kinds of hands. It would be very tough to realize that 3% he has now, which is his running straight possibilities against Bowler Erden's middle set. Looks like he is going to find a call here. Bowler Erden loving the possibility here. Again, great recognition that he should be betting the middle set here, because it is absolutely possible that Gungoran could have top pair. Gungoran raises, really stepping out here, and he does pick up probably the one card he might continue this bluff on. Oh, he knuckles it back. Okay, maybe feeling like he has some showdown with ace high. He liked the idea of getting to realize, getting to see if his unlikely turn river perfect straight would get in. It didn't get in. 5 of clubs is a brick, and now Bowler Erden, having faced aggression on the flop and no aggression on the turn, probably feels like he has to do his own dirty work. Probably feels like he has to target a hand like King Jack, Ace Jack himself. He bets 40k into a pot of about 50, so 80%. And Gungoran, while he has that straight blocker with the 9, doesn't feel like he could tell a consistent story there, having checked back turn. He lets it go. There was a moment in that hand where Bowler Erden certainly believed he was about to win a very big pot. He was hoping for a big turn barrel, which he may well have flatted again, just setting the trap. But certainly hoping for some fireworks. In the end, the handbrake was applied prudiciously. never one to turn down an opportunity to get in the mix. Hashim, 10-5 suited. Well, with the 10 and the 5, you can make all the straights. And Evaguru on the button, also with the 10-5 suited. Well, he's faced with a very different prospect. Let's it go, and Bowler Erdan. Looks like he will defend the Jack 2-0. Definitely the kind of hand that I think you can let go. One big card, one small card, offsuit. Hard to realise with these ones. But I suppose versus someone like Hashim, you feel like you could be in very good shape, as he might be opening close to any two. Bowler Erdan flops a pair and turns trips. Hashim, surprised that he checked back the flop, I have to say. He had a good shot on a backdoor. If you are going to play the 10-5 suited, you definitely have to bet the 6-3 deuce with the 3 of hearts in your hand. It feels like a little inconsistency there between pre-flop and post-flop. If you are going to step out and open a wider range of hands, then when you do make a hand with that sort of potential, I think you have to continue your story. But again, as I've said many times, in just the 90 minutes of coverage so far, it wouldn't have worked, so it's actually worked out well for him. That is not to say that it isn't maybe the preferred option, but these guys are actually out there battling. They're staring at each other. They're sizing up each other. They've got a dynamic at the table. Maybe they played against each other on day one as well. They may know each other, may be familiar with each other's games. So anytime you see people maybe step away from the GTO approved lines, there can be very player specific reasons for it. Kleiper with the offsuit King 10. A little cheeky Broadway. Hashim always keen to contest a pot. Queen 9 offsuit. So we're in the streets here, guys. My dad will fold the 7 deuce, so bottom of the range for both players here. This is shaping up to be a bit of a brawl. Kleiper, top pair. Probably going to come with a small bet here, maybe something in the region of 5k. If you are to check back any of your top pair hands, I like a hand like King 10 as the check back. To protect that check back range, you do want to have some good hands in it. King 10 makes a lot of sense because it can improve with the back doors. It can take the heat. And, you know, obviously by checking, you'd be inducing some bluffs. In this instance, Kleiper elects to bet and gets the job done right away.
من هون يعني؟ شو صاير الآن؟
ماشي مرة دفعوا الأوضة هيك سمعت.
ايمتى دفعوا؟ وقت اللي كان فيه الأوض كل العالم تدفع؟
Great camera angle there of our fantastic stage and setup here. Really makes the players feel special, I think, when you have a feature table of this quality in the room. Brings a bit of Hollywood to proceedings.
أو أعطوه أوضة مرتي. مشكلة تفتحوا الأوضة بقى تعطوه أوضة ما بتسوى
Last call from Mr. Anit. Texas Golden 510 sit open.
تو اوضه واحده.
Mr. John Mirado, Texas Golden 510 sit open. Mr. John.
مزوج
يقول لهم غيروها ما بغيروها.
ما حد ما بيحكي أنا سألت لسانجو قلت له there's nothing wrong صار في تفاهم
Little raisin, take it there for
ما
Hashim.
له حق يعملوا معه هيك شيء
اكيد ما لهم حق، هاتنا نحكي نشوف.
ها؟
لا بنحلها.
ما بعرف إذا ما إذا قال لك أريح له هيك
عفاك.
And I have just received a little advance notification on our next feature table. We are going to switch these guys out. I don't know. I think there's an argument for keeping them. I think they've been great value, but we want to give everyone a shot on this beautifully produced live stream. We will be joined by Nuri Hajioglu from Turkey, Daniel Shalev from Russia, Claudiu Florengianu from Romania, Katerina Aristotelos from Cyprus, Hossein Shaban Izad from Iran, Antoine Labaki from the Lebanon, Andrei Golubev from Russia, Zaid Ismail Nouri Al-Kashab from Iraq, and Koren Itzhak Dahan from Israel. Those guys will be joining us after the break. Tough act to follow these guys, it must be said. See Gungoran and Bowler both battling away here. Gungoran again. Big bet strategy. He has decided to fire big in this 3-bet pot. And Bowler Eden, a couple of back doors. Got the sort of the 7-6 back door. He's also got the ace deuce back door. He's also got the backdoor flush. Ooh, and very, very cool here from Bowler Erden. Has decided that with basically the worst hand he possibly could have in terms of showdown, but all those back doors, this is a cool spot to go for a raise. And Gungoran with the ace king, how sticky is he going to be here? The answer is somewhat. He has made the call here. And another heart brings Gungoran the nut flush draw. Hard to see him going anywhere here, but we are dealing with a stack to pot ratio of just a little over 1. Question now is, does Gungoran bet himself? No, he checks it over to Bowler Erden. Not the card he would have wanted to see. Oh, and the 4 of hearts brings it in for Gungoran, who decides on a very cheeky little check here with the nuts. Bowler Erden has made a pair. May feel like that gives him at least some showdown, but it's hard to put Gungoran on a hand that doesn't have some showdown of its own, in which case the 4 is no good. Do you now have to rep the hearts? Oh, and he is going to go over it. Well, Gungoran, he induced it so beautifully on the river there. He decided, I think I have an opponent who might well go for it. He might have gone for it with the King of Hearts or Queen of Hearts as well. But in this situation, Bowler Erden, I like the moxie of the flop check raise. I like the surrender, though, I must say. And Gungoran, well, the hard man delivers a wry smile there as he knows he caught his opponent. A sticky flop call. And then he set the trap across Turning River. Beautifully executed trap on the river. Gungoran stacks his opponent. I was about to say, in all the couple of hours of entertaining play we've had, we haven't had a bust out. Well, we just have Bowler Arden, our first man eliminated from this feature table. He died on his sword, it must be said. He went for it. A brave soldier decided he got the run out that could potentially be repped. Remember, if his opponent doesn't have a heart there, he basically can't call. King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts might find the cry call. Ace of Hearts obviously is the trap. But that overbet jam on the river designed to basically fold out all but maybe the top 2 or 3 hands. And it's going to be one of those hands a lot of the time. It's going to work a lot of the time, it must be said. Just not that occasion. Exciting stuff. So as we settle in to enjoy what is probably just about 20 more minutes of this level and 20 more minutes of this feature table, it has been a real treat, it must be said, to kick off with the action so exciting. I think that's a feature actually of straight into day 2 coverage, which I love, is that these pots have been meaningful from the beginning. These players have all survived day 1. They're all trying to build a stack during day 2. We see there on the top right of our screen already up to 452 people. I'm telling you guys, we're hitting that million.
So it's better without the glasses.
Going to check back in with the chat there. Sorry guys, I apologize, I ignored you for a little while there. But I am back now. Kurmaz raising that double backdoor hand either indicates he's a pro or he recently read Dara's new book. A reference there to Dara O'Kearney and the GTO Poker Simplified book that is currently on the market. You can buy it on Amazon. There you go, Dara, there's your book plug. GTO Poker, obviously a reference to game theory optimal, a sort of a balanced strategy, very in vogue these days as players try to, I suppose, essentially set up toy games with solvers, which by giving them, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 betting options, the solver can run through with brute computational force what would happen taking all the different lines you offer it, and when it settles in on maybe 1 or 2 of the options at different frequencies, you can be pretty sure that they are the most balanced and most profitable ways to play the hand. And anyone diverging from those strategies would be leaking money to you long term. As I said, it is a toy game because you can't offer the computer every possible bet size, and we do play no limit hold'em, so they are toy games, but they're crucially giving us real indicators, really good heuristics of how to play the game in a very balanced fashion. And you can certainly see that at the top of the game with all the elite players. Most of them, even if they aren't disciples of GTO, they are very much aware of and conscious of the theory and aware of the implications of all of those situations. And then, yeah, I suppose in the last few years we've seen it bleed down into the mid-stakes, and I suppose what Dara and his co-author Barry Carter are doing now is trying to make those ideas digestible, understandable to a more mainstream audience, even a recreational audience. I think this book is probably pitched somewhere in the middle. Lots there for the pros, lots there for the up-and-comers. Still probably a tough read for complete novices. I think you need to have some poker knowledge to be able to get into it. But I think there is a very big market of people who have already got good poker knowledge, want to increase their awareness of these situations, these concepts. And I think that's why this book has been so successful for them in just a short time. They've hit their record sales. The reference there by JB in the chat is that raising with double backdoor hands are actually the coolest hands to put in your raising range there to balance out again with your sets or your top 2 pairs kind of thing, because if you get re-raised, you can toss those away pretty happily. You've actually tossed away not too much equity, but the double backdoor hands can turn you know, quite a lot of equity to very, very strong hands by the river. And of course, if you've raised the flop and then barreled the turn and then end up on the river, and your opponent's still around, you probably need to have a very, very strong hand. So having a very slim chance of having a very strong hand is actually exactly the right category of hand to be aggressive with, in combination with your actual strong hands, if that makes sense. I hope I've explained that well. But shout out there to JB for inducing that book plug. I don't know which of the authors put you up to it. So we see now three-handed here to a monotone flop. Not a spade in anyone's hand. So Sripka, top pair, top kicker, may want to proceed cautiously out of position to two players. Hard for anyone to bet here. Maybe Kleiper can consider a little bet if it gets to him. It does look like Ivaguru's going to try and represent something. I think that means Kleiper will have to get out of the way. It's going to be very hard for him to realize. I know there's only one overcard to his hand, but it is monotone. It's pretty tough. Sripka will have to call. It's just too strong a hand. Top pair, top kicker's too good. In fact, he might have to jam it in here. I think he probably does have to jam it in here. He's only got 49k. So, yeah, there it goes. Hoping for the not snap call. Here's my flush, you have no outs. Hoping not for the snap call. Here's my overpair with the flush card. You have very little outs. And very much hoping for exactly that outcome, which is getting a couple of overcards to his pair cleared out. And as we see, in fact, there only the 10 would have done it. He actually had a very good hand to be up against the ace-10, but in that situation with that stack, just get it in there, and that's what he does. Well executed by Sripka. Now, great question from you, JB. I appreciate you in the chat there. Obviously, I make the joke about inducing the book plugs. I'm sure we'll have lots of book plugs over the next week or so of commentary. But it must be said, it is a great book. And the principles and the guiding North Stars of that book are absolutely on show in the hand you described. And it was actually a very good identification of that. So, yeah, thank you for the excellent comment. And I see there the viewer numbers are creeping up still. So welcome to any latecomers. My name is David Lappin, in case you don't already know that. Chip Race co-host. I will be joined a little later on by my Chip Race co-host, Dara O'Carney. And I come to you today from the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel in Kyrenia, Cyprus for day 2 coverage of the $2,200 warm-up 500k guarantee that's going to definitely get to $1 million. I keep saying it, but it's going to happen, guys. Definitely going to happen.
Small blind is 1.5.
No, she told me like the blinds up.
Yeah, 1.5 for the small blind. Only the small blind went out.
Yeah, but she told me the blinds up. I thought it's 3. And she told me like the 1.5 3. So that's why I was raising more.
Okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
Well, Korkmaz has opened things up here with the ace-9 of diamonds. He's been flatted by Habib. Sorry, he's been 3-bet by Habib and he's called. Oh, interesting that it goes check. Habib deciding not to bet on the ace Jack 4 with his ace queen. 10 of diamonds now. Korkmaz with the flush draw and top pair. Gonna bet. Habib now will be a little worried about ace-10, ace-jack. Probably just gonna call it here. He does have the queen of diamonds in his hand, but I do think this is a call all day. I don't think this is ever a raising situation. He does make the call. He's played it somewhat cautiously, cagely, Habib. Flop check back. And river bricks out. Korkmaz has some showdown. Unlikely to turn his hand into a bluff now. May go for that blocker. We've seen him use that blocker sizing often. In this instance, it might be something around 15k. Looks like it's 20. Gets the quick call from Habib. Not sure in that situation. I think maybe perhaps Korkmaz could have gone for a check fold. I think he has a hand that has showdown. Probably not going to be bluffed. His opponent can have kings or queens an awful lot. They'll check back. They probably won't call that bet. Maybe they'll call that bet. It's a tricky one, actually. Maybe there is some value to targeting precisely kings and queens with that bet. I think you can go for a check there, though, and fold if your opponent bets. Remember, you have the flush draw on the turn, so chances of your opponent having a flush draw, but then, and as played, yes, just not going to be a lot of combinations. I think it's, yeah, I think I'd probably go for the check fold. But that being said, as I said, there probably are a few hands that the blocker works against. Gungoran, well, he has over 500,000 chips now. He has had a fantastic session of poker on the live stream table. Obviously, largely courtesy of that massive, not quite double up for him, but stacking off about 5 or 6 hands ago. And he is in very, very good shape in this tournament now. 515k. Certainly putting himself probably in the top 10 chip stacks. And Evaguru, well, he started short on this feature table. He did spin up a little bit courtesy of queens and aces earlier, but he has chipped back down now. He's going to call and speculate with the 7-5 of hearts, clearly just trying to, you know, flop a piece and go with it, but he is in trouble now up against the 10s of Gungoran. Quick check, check. Oh, wow. And as if Evaguru wasn't given enough reason to stick around with bottom pair, he now has bottom pair and a gooder and a flush draw. Check, check. And Gungoran will probably go for value now, as played. Evaguru, will he try and get some value of his own with a 7? If he does, he's just going to get called by Gungoran. Quick call. And, yeah, pretty well played from both players, it's got to be said. I think if Gungoran fires out the little C-bet, Evaguru probably ships, and then Gungoran probably has to call, and he gets the lot. But both players decide to play it a little more cautiously. And it's probably saved Evaguru in that instance. Gungoran, pocket 10's another nice little pot. The rich get richer. A reminder, guys, we are coming to the end of the second level of the day. We have about 10 minutes left before we take a 15-minute break. Don't go away, though. Stick on the kettle. Don't be disloyal. Don't go to anyone else. Stay at this channel. Watch the countdown. On a serious note, please do stick around and be treated to another 2-hour session with a brand new feature table. For the duration of those 2 hours, there will be late entry. Late registration available for those 2 hours and probably the break thereafter. Magic number is 500. That's what we want to get to top right of the screen. That's the magic million mark for the prize pool. And after that session, late registration will be closed. We will be able to bring you payouts and first place money. We'll know what it's all for. What someone will be walking away with on Friday.
Mr. Rustu, Texas Hold'em 5 times it open. Mr. Rustu.
During the break, I will try and get the chip counts from a few of those notables around the room. Try and get you a little bit of information. I know there's people out there, probably fans of the likes of Jamie Nixon or Andrew Hulme or Michael Letch, who maybe want to find out how those guys are doing. I'll do my best to get you that information. As we look now, another multi-way pot here. Skripka, off a shallow stack, has decided to raise the king-queen. And Haddad just flatting here. Now remember, Haddad's flatting here versus a player who's put in a quarter of his stack in this situation. And we see he does have the best hand, but we did see earlier Haddad almost making a similar mistake, not being willing to kind of take the passive line, fold, throw it away, or the aggressive line, stick it in. By taking this line, he has sort of given his opponent the ability to take it away from him when he misses. Now, we see here the script has actually hit pretty much the best flop possible. King high, actually going to check it back. Wow. Well, Haddad had the back doors and the gutter. Looks like he's going to fire out a little bit of his own.
Queen 2.5.
Maybe target a hand like pocket tens. It's hard to get tens to fold here. They have a gutter. Hard to get queens to fold. Not really sure what this bet is targeting, to be honest. I don't love this bet from Haddad. King, queen. Well, the absolute disaster card for Skripka, and Haddad with the ace queen checks it over.
All in.
Oh, and Skripka has gone for value. He's got a little bit greedy there, maybe targeting king 10. Not really sure what the function of that bet was from Skripka. Once the ace comes, as unlikely it is that his opponent has it, it's another scare card that he can have that would make a call very unlikely. So I don't really love that. I think he's much better off just playing the hand much more standard, betting the flop, getting it in on the turn, betting the turn and then knuckling back that river because it's basically the worst river.
That's why neighbors are for.
Haddad, a little bit fortunate with the run out in the end. Gets the elimination, adds about 60, 70k to his stack in that pot.
Keep open.
And what's the phrase? The eagle has landed? Well, the eagle, I can tell you now, has taken off. Darragh O'Kearney, my co-host, my co-commentator for this week, is literally, as we speak, taking off from London Gatwick. It's a 3.5 hour, 4 hour flight here to Cyprus, and from there an hour from Larnaca. He will be here, we hope, for the last level or two of play. We would love to see him in the booth here beside me. Darragh is a poker strategy author, poker coach. He has published many articles, 4 books. He has made strategy videos and seminars that have been acclaimed in the poker world.
But it doesn't work when I'm in the hand. Just that you know.
Check on the dark.
That's okay.
His analysis is absolutely primo, it must be said. Very much looking forward to bouncing off Darragh later on.
Check. 6. Call. Call. Check.
Hashim with top pair here, but problematically for him, Haddad has turned the nuts. Kleiper had some backdoors going on the flop, but pretty bad turn card. We'll see him get out of the way. Haddad springs the trap, he's raising it. Hashim with top pair, pretty tough spot for top pair now. Top pair bad kicker. Hashim only has 77k behind. Feels like it's a fold, frankly. And this is the problem, you know, you live by the sword, you can die by the sword too. Hashim does like to get in the mix here with a lot of middly strength hands, and middly strength hands generally make middly strength hands. And that is where he finds himself, even with top pair here. Bad kicker, can't beat any value in this situation, so basically can only beat maybe diamonds. Question is, will he piece it together? Will he realise? Because that's sort of, again, if you're going to play these middle strength hands, you're going to get yourself into these kinds of situations quite often. And if you get yourself in these situations quite often and you're used to it, you recognise when to back off. And in this situation, you've gone for a little value here with your Jack 8 on the Jack high board on the turn.
4-5, huh?
4-5, yeah.
And table guessing that Haddad had 4-5 there, and indeed he did, as he gnarls on the
The magic works.
Yeah.
end of that very well gnarled cigar, it must be said at this point. He's been chewing that one since 2 hours ago.
If he's on the flush draw.
Yeah.
So, going to take a peek out to the outer tables. There's our new feature table. These guys will be joining us after the break, so don't go anywhere. These guys, look at that. They're all business. All business on this soon-to-be feature table. Looking forward to calling the action with these guys in a little while. We also get a wider shot of the room. We see all those fantastic costumes as well, must be said. A lot of love for the costumes.
5-10. Sit open. Mr. Chai, take your seat, please.
So after making a very good fold in the last hand, Hashim straight away raising it up with the ace-3 offsuit from under the gun 1. Do not do this at home, everybody. This is not a This is not a recommended play, I must say. The ace-3 off open. But Haddad's made the flat here with the ace-queen. Actually, it could get interesting when it gets back around to him. Gungoran is 3-bet to 21k. Quick fold from Hashim, and Haddad's, yeah, he kind of has to stick around here because he's played it passively and he's pretty high up in his range. Gungoran, we've seen him go big bet poker. These guys are really deep right now. Stack to pot ratio of almost 6. Haddad probably will release to 1-bet here. He may get sticky for a small bet. Oh, it's all in. Wow. Gungoran just drops the hammer right away there.
It didn't work versus him.
Targeting a hand, something like jacks, I suppose, in that situation. It was not subtle, let's put it that way. But Gungoran, there we see two guys on screen there, two of the stars of the show, it must be said. They've both been absolutely fantastic. Provided great entertainment, it must be said. Everybody at this table has been really worthy. We hopefully will see some of them back here for either feature table coverage later on today, or maybe, just maybe, a deep run is in one or two of them, and we see them day 3, dare I say, maybe even final table coverage on Friday. Well, another one of the stars of this feature table, Hashim. He's mixed it up, it must be said. Plays a lot of hands. He's going to open again here. Under the gun, King Jack O. And again, Gungoran will probably be the villain. He's on the button with the ace-10. Maybe just a flat this time. Have to see. Yeah, he does choose to flat. Habib may well defend here with the suited connector. So, getting used to these multi-ways, I must say.
Last time, probably.
And this is going to be the last hand. I think the clock has just ticked down here, so these guys are going to play the last hand out. Oh my goodness, would you believe it? There is a twist in this tale. Drama right at the last moment. Hashim, top and second pair. Gungoran, well, he has been the star of the show, it has to be said. He checks back the gutter and overcard on the flop. He drills the turn, jack ball, corner pocket.
Okay.
He's just going to flat here. And it's hard to imagine Hashim getting away here, 57k. He's going to bet something. He might bet it all. No, he picks up them all. He picks up them all. He might go for the overbet shove in this spot. He might just bet 20k, something in that region. Gungoran, obviously with the nuts, is going all in. 17k is the number. Gungoran, all you can eat. Very hard to get away for Hashim. Very hard to get away, and he won't be able to. Gungoran shows the nuts. Hashim,
I send.
well, he entertained us for 2 full hours. There was a cruel twist in the tale, and unfortunately, he is going to hit the rail. He may well re-enter. There's re-entry available for the next couple of hours, but we see there Gurkhan Gunkoran, 214 big blinds, 642,000. What progress he has made over this period. Ari Kleiper, he started with something in the 400s, so he's probably held his own over the course of those 2 hours. Corey Korkmaz, 102 big blinds, 300k. These guys all have chips now, but we did say goodbye at the end there to Hashim. Ivagoru, he's only got 30k. He only started with 30k, so he's still in the mix, but he's got to make some progress now when they go back to the outer tables. You saw there a glimpse of the feature table that we will be featuring in 12 or 13 minutes time. Don't go anywhere, guys. Please stick around. We'll see you then. Good to see these suited cards being defended. Oh, and boy oh boy will he be happy that he did. Checks it over to Kormaz, who definitely can go either way here. He's got showdown. He probably will fire a very small bet. I probably like a down bet, something in the region of min to 5k. He's gone for 4k. He's got backdoors, remember. He can make the 2-3. The running diamonds. He's also charging some king highs, some queen highs. Oh, and that card could get him into a little bit of trouble here. Expect another check from Haddad, and Kormaz, well, happy to have a hand that can show down. I would love to see another check from Haddad here. If he has the wherewithal, he could get the check raise in, but he does just go for... Oh, well, that is... surprising to see, it must be said. Quick fold there, and it's a correct fold from Kormaz. Wow. It's puts it all through a poker lens. That book will be out later this year, and I, for one, can't wait to read it. Thanks for joining us, Alex. Appreciate you being here. So we look down at Ivagoru with the pocket aces. First time we've seen them here on our feature table, hand 16. Nice to pick them up on an active table when you're very short. That's what I'll say. He doesn't want to shove them, and I understand that. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do to open it up here for 55 when you have so many players who are willing to speculate and invest chips. Bowler Erden with the Queen Jack suited. I wonder to what extent people will be suspicious of Ivagoru opening off a relatively shallow stack. He has been fairly inactive. We saw him with the queens there just a few hands ago. Get it through. Well, Habib will call it from the big blind with 9-7 suited. I like this flat. And Bowler Erden is almost certainly going to double up Ivagoru now, I would say, on this board. The stack to pot ratio just 1.75 to 1. I can't really see any escape route for Bowler Erden. He's either going to flat here and pay him off on the turn, or he's going to raise it right now. He does flat. Habib with some backdoors gets out of the way, and I don't see an escape hatch, as I said. Certainly not on that card. Ivagoru is just going to stick it in here. Stack to pot ratio of 0.5 to 1. Bowler Erden is going to make a quick call here, get the bad news. And we're going to find out if that 11% can actualize. A nod of the head from Bowler Erden as he now realizes Ivagoru was not at it. Tough spot there, really. It's very unlikely that you're good in that situation, but you're getting such a compelling price. You've got top pair after all. You're going to fold top pair. There's not too many hands you're going to call with.
هي دوري كتير ها.
I guess hoping that your opponent could have the king queen, the ace king, the end would be optimal. Mixture of opening sizes.
Wait, 5.5.
All factors which take us out of the game tree and into a street poker landscape. Fun to commentate on. Alex O'Brien asks, how many players have entered this warm-up event and are they mostly Rex? Well, I can't tell you how many would be Rex. What I can say is, as somebody who plays the majority of his poker in Europe and in the US, I don't recognize a lot of the names. I do see a lot of people from Turkey, from Israel, from Cyprus, of course. So there's a good mixture of people who have traveled west for this event. There's a lot of Eastern Europeans here. Again, that makes sense. As a venue, it's pretty good for those guys. Hashim flopping trips here.
The fours are coming.
He'll probably get a c-bet out of Korkmaz if he checks it. Korkmaz with the king nine suited, backdoor hearts. This is a good hand to fire a small c-bet on. And we see Korkmaz much closer to sort of game theory, if you like, with his sizings. We've seen some good down bets from him, some good equity deniers. He's shaping up very well, I have to say, as a player. In this instance, he's run into it now, Hashim. And that card could get him into a little bit of trouble. It's a great card for Korkmaz to barrel and barrel large on. The Jack of Hearts now, Korkmaz with the flush draw. It's an overcard to the board. It's definitely a card he can represent. I would expect to see a sizable bet here, anything from 80% to maybe even an overbet. Oh, and he does find the check. Wow. Really interesting. Maybe feels like he can take it away on some rivers. Maybe feels like there's some flush draws, 5-7, 6-7s, 5-6s in there from Hashim. Small bet from Hashim here. I guess targeting something like an 8, pocket 7s, pocket 6s, pocket 9s. They're the types of hands Korkmaz might take this line with. That can find a call here on the river. Spades have missed. So Korkmaz may be considering a call with just king high. May also be considering a bluff. I'll come back to your question now momentarily, Alex, but very interested to see how this hand proceeds. Korkmaz. I am rather surprised not to see a turn barrel, I gotta say. Did expect that to be a card where he would decide to go large actually on the turn. We know it wouldn't have worked.
King high.
He's announced king high, but he hasn't thrown in the chips yet.
Okay. Well,
And he does let it go.
is it good?
I think that's purely down to Hashim's reputation. He's been in a lot of pots. I don't know if they're
6-7.
getting fed hands on the delay yet, but a very big room at their disposal if they want. They used it for the MPP here several months ago, the Triton event. There's just a lot going on. I guess it's a hotbed of poker right now. I suppose it is in one of those locations that connects east and west. There's an ambition and a hunger within the company to get bigger, to have bigger and bigger events, to get more traveling tours to come here. The decision by EPT to have an event here is a bit of a marker. Obviously, that's Europe's premier high buy-in brand. The fact that they're keen, I know that they'll be in the big room, is going to be a huge one for them. Yeah, I'm expecting really big things. There's clearly a desire to scale up this year. Hoping to join them on that journey, frankly. Love to do a bit of commentary. Was very flattered to be asked to come over here for this week and get in the mix here. add my voice to, a number of very excellent commentators, it has to be said, over the years. Henry Kilban, good pal of mine, has done a lot of Merit events down the years. He's US based now, Vegas based these days, opening the door for someone like me to slip in, which I appreciate. Shout out to Henry. Fast becoming one of the goats of the commentary biz. Young man still, but he's really served his time, put in a lot of hours in the booth over the last 4 or 5 years. Obviously got his big break. Unibet Opens. He's done Cash Game Festivals, done Rosvedov, done WSOP. He's done a bit of everything. And he's been at the Merit Poker helm for a while. Delighted to be in his shoes, in his hot seat, so to speak. And yeah, would love to make this a regular thing, I gotta say. It's a beautiful location when you come here as well. The hotel is fab. There's like 4 hotels. There's the Royal Hotel and Casino, the Royal Premium Hotel and Casino, the Crystal Cove Hotel, which is where this is right now, and the Park Hotel Casino, all on the beautiful piece of coastline. Great weather here, beautiful resort. I'm going to jump back into the action here as we see Battle of the Ace-X. Gungoran probably going to look for some value here from exactly the kind of hand that Bowler Urgen has.
I should never fold before.
Gets the job done.
Önce
Maybe a little
önce onun açmasını bekleyebilirsin.
wary of a possibility of a plastic. There's bars and restaurants in each of the hotels. If you're part of the all-inclusive resort, you go to any of them, order what you want. Swimming pools, state-of-the-art facilities. As I said, a beautiful bit of coastline. Really do strongly recommend it. Fly into a number of different airports. I think you fly into Paphos or into Larnaca. From Larnaca, it's about a little over an hour across the border. But there is an emphasis on customer experience and an extension of that player experience when you're here for the poker. They really put a premium on spoiling their customers, their clientele. And you do feel very well looked after. As we look down, interesting pot brewing here. Haddad in the big blind with the 6-5 suited. It's going to get in the mix. Makes sense. And right away, he's flopped a flush draw. Whole lot of nothing for Korkmaz and Kleiper, who looks like he's going to fire a bet, represent that king. He can obviously have pocket aces, ace king, king queen, king jack suited, that sort of stuff in his range. He's going to test these guys out. Goes for a small sizing, so a sticky minimum defense frequency call here from Korkmaz. Does have the best hand right now. Haddad, unlikely to roll over here. He potentially has the most going on. And maybe is the kind of hand that can find the most ways to win. You can see here he's an equity favourite. Well, he's picked up a little more to go with his flush draw. He's now got a gut shot. Checks again. Kleiper, having got called in 2 spots, probably thinks there is a king out there. Korkmaz maybe feeling the same way. Oh, and the king of clubs brings in Haddad's hand now. Interesting. Oh, I would have gone for a bet there myself, feeling like, given the action, there was definitely the possibility Kleiper had a hand like 10s, jacks, queens. And maybe, just maybe, you'd have to do your own dirty work. Kleiper does have the ace of clubs in his hand. Maybe thinking of using that nut blocker as a way to bluff this. He would also have some king X that would check the turn. If you had a hand like king jack, he might check the turn. That would make sense. So he can still have king X. Korkmaz, remember, didn't bet the turn when checked, so he reduces his likelihood of king X when he does that. in the eyes of Kleiper. So it's going to work out very nicely for Haddad here. Kleiper is going to do the betting for him. He didn't have to do his own dirty work, as I predicted he might. Corkmaster releases, and Haddad will snap call and get the good news. Well, there are more than one way to skin a cat. There's a few ways to skin many cats, but this is a nice pot here for Haddad. We've seen a couple of big pots, mostly basically. You sort of say, look, I'll even late reg into, you know, all the stuff. And if you make a commitment, a full commitment to jump into every single event, they comp your room. And I tell you, the rooms are lovely here. It's a really, really nice destination to come. And if you do get that room sort of included in the package, if you will, you do feel like it's rake back. You feel like you haven't paid any rake. It's a great feeling. Yeah, great deal all in all. Clearly there are times of the year when the people here in Merritt are keen to bring people to the hotel. I guess off peak it makes sense. And poker players, always bargain hunters, love a deal of that nature. I spoke to Jamie Nixon yesterday. He's travelled here from the UK. And that's exactly what he's got. He had to commit to something in the region of 11.5, 12k in buy-ins. So basically playing everything over the next week and a half. And because he did that, and because he committed, he gets his very, very nice hotel room, which he said is more like a suite. He said he's in a very fancy room. So they're really looking after those guys. It's a great deal, I gotta say. Alex loves the dealer outfits. Ladies looking awesome. Yeah, ladies and guys. I see some sheriffs out there, some cowboys, some deputies. The other sort of twin event to this one is the vintage or retro series these guys run, where people sort of dress up in 1920s outfits. It's almost got a speakeasy vibe. Love that one as well. The images come back from those events are just absolutely brilliant. Real thought goes in. Welcome guys. We are back for the Merritt Poker Western Series warm-up event. $2,200 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee. We're hitting the 1 million, mark my words. I'm David Lappin. Delighted to be bringing you coverage today and for the next few days from, well, look at it there, the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel in Corinne, Cyprus. Waves lashing against the shore, sun shining. It really is quite the idyllic location for poker. In fact, in the poker room, there's a lovely skylight which actually lets some beautiful natural light in to be enjoyed by the players. A rarity on the poker circuit. Usually we're in dark, dingy rooms with no light, no sunshine coming in. Not so here in Cyprus. Well, there we have it, a new feature table. We're going to do new feature tables every 2-hour block, guys. We want to spread the love. Karan Dahan there, you see 400k chip leader on this feature table. Danny Shalev, 271k. Zaid Al Kashab, 270k roughly as well. Pulling up the rear, Nuri Hadioglu from Romania, I believe. 20 bigs, 60k in chips. Going to have to watch out for those guys hovering in the 20 to 30 big blind zone. Claudio, Hussein, Andre and Nuri. They're going to be looking to make a move, I imagine, over the course of the next couple of hours. There is re-entry for the next couple of hours. For 2 more hours, you can buy into this $2,200 event, contribute to that 1 million prize pool, as I predict it will be, and yeah, maybe be there at the end, picking up a payday in and around 200k, I'm going to guess. Certainly over 150k, depending on how they divvy up this prize pool. So there you have it, 2 more hours of late registration. So this 2-hour block, we will see new players entering the field. After that, that will be reg closed. Whoever's in can stay in. If you're eliminated, there's no getting back in. You got to head off to the side of enter into the satellite for the main. We're going to play 8 or 9 levels tonight, so expect us to be here till 10:30 local time, something in that region. If you're in the UK or Ireland, that's probably early evening, 6 p.m, 7 p.m, something like that. And if you're in Central Europe, we'll probably be bringing you coverage till around 9 p.m. I did promise, and I broke my promise, I'm sorry to say, guys, that I would find out the chip stacks of some of those notable players: Jamie Nixon, Michael Lech, Andrew Hulme, former Irish Open winner Ryan Mandara. I have not done that. I very selfishly took my break to use the restroom, get myself a drink from the all-inclusive bar, make a quick phone call home to my loved ones. Very selfish. I did not go out and find you your chip counts. So I apologise for that. I will try and do it at the next break. Obviously, in future sessions when Dara O'Carney comes to join me, as I expect him to be here maybe before the end of the day, one of us can always be the chip runner, run out there, try and get the stacks for you, while the other one holds fort. And in those moments, we will be able to provide a little bit more coverage on the outer tables. But for now, I hope you'll understand, flying solo, I have only so many hands and arms and legs and pieces of paper and pens to get the info for you. But we will try and get info as soon as possible on those notables. We see there 475 players already. Yes, we are getting to 500, guys, mark my words. As we watch Shahbanazad, a little cheeky 5k bet there with bottom pair. Good shot to Broadway. Get the job done. All business in the sunglasses. That's a lucky seat as well, remember. Player who sat in that seat for the last 2 hours almost doubled his stack. Some deep breaths around the table. We see these guys settling into some feature table coverage. Some of them might have experience being on feature tables. If you don't, it's always a little nerve-wracking first time, even first couple of times when you're not quite used to it. The rail's a little bit higher than you're used to. You have to kind of lean over, you have to get your cards into the box. The lights are quite bright, to be fair, and they do make it a little bit warmer. And then there's just the general thing of knowing that there's some mouthy Irishman in a commentary booth judging you, what you do in your play. You don't want to look silly on TV. Golubev opens things up with the ace-7 of clubs. I like that open from under the gun too. Not to be repeating myself, but do like to see these suited aces get opened up from almost all positions into unopened pots there. They do offer you board coverage. You can have the dangler card with the ace. And it gives you board coverage. It means you can represent things on all sorts of boards, and makes you a little bit more difficult to play against in general. Dahan flats the ace-10 here in the hijack. Not massive fan of that, I've got to be honest. Cut off king-7 suited. It's a bit more interesting. Kind of can get behind that flat. And then Shalayev, well, easy decision for him. He's on the button. He's got power of position. And he's got two lovely ladies in his hand, pocket queens. He's bumped it up to 23k. So relatively small raise given the fact that there were 3 people in already. I think you could certainly go to around 27, 30k there, no fear. He's clearly trying to lay a price to get somebody in there with them. His pocket queen's an actual premium hand, hoping for some action. Never a terrible result to deny equity to the overcards and get it done pre, but I'm sure he would have been just as happy, if not happier, with a one-caller situation there going to the flop. Going to take a little peek at the chat here. Oh, we've got many more people in the chat now. I'm going to assume that's indicative of maybe some fanboys and girl out there for these particular players. Let me just check. Yeah, there we go. Definitely more love.
You must put your belt on this side.
Or maybe it's more love for me. I doubt the latter somehow. So if you are there in the chat, guys, appreciate if you mash that like button. I don't know how YouTube algorithms work, but I imagine it must be good. It must help us push this show and these series of broadcasts as we'll have them over the next 8 or 9 days.
Wait, 6,000?
Mr. Thomas.
A feature of play so far, both the last feature table and this one, is the willingness to open ranges slightly wider than what would be considered quote-unquote optimal. I have to say, I like it. I think you're probably talking about a field that has a decent smattering of recreational players. That might be the reason for them wanting to get involved, if indeed it is them who are making these wider opens. But equally, I think pros will fancy themselves as being able to navigate a wider range against weaker players. So generally it makes for a much more interesting and dynamical table, and that in turn makes for much more interesting viewing. So Hadioglu in the hijack decided to flat with the ace-jack off, and Shabanazad, well, one feels like he might go for the 3-bet induce here. No, he's just going to put it in. Now, all I would say there is you maybe make it easier for your opponents to get away from marginal hands. Like if you make that something in the region of 25k there, the ace-jacks and ace-queens of the world might get involved. Now, the upside of a shove there is you might just get the fold from a hand like 7s or 8s, which is actually in quite good shape. But those hands are harder to realize, and actually you can find ways to beat them on a lot of boards even when you don't connect. So probably on balance, I think the shove is fine, 25 bigs or less, but when you have more than that, I would probably prefer 3-bet induce. That being said, it can't be far off. Spot on, and always nice to look down at Big Slick and see that quite a lot of dead money is already in the pot and a lot of chips have been put in the pot.
Okay, 7.5.
So a larger raise size coming in now from Al Kashab, Queen 9 suited. I like the hand selection. Probably prefer a smaller raise, but 2.5x. These guys are playing a little bit deeper, I suppose he is, against some of the field. Oh, and wow, we're seeing a lot of premiums already here. Labaki now in the big blind with kings. He's got about 40 bigs. How brave is he willing to go here? Usually with range you want to go to something in the region of 29, 30k, but he only has 111k, so he might feel with a hand like kings, the Djangos, they're a bit of a gift from the poker gods. He might decide to be a little gamblier and go smaller, and that he does. So basically just 3x's the open. Even though he's out of position, he is happy enough to go a smaller size. I think when you have the premium hand, always feels good, and you have the shorter stack too. Does get the job done in this instance. So owing to all these premium hands, we're not seeing flops right now, but a fun dynamic here nonetheless. Let me see if I can pull up the chat here. Sorry guys, internet's a little bit glitchy where I am at the moment. I'm going to try and get your chat up as often as possible.
Oops, sorry.
Janu likely to open this one up here. He's got a suited ace in the hijack. Like to see him in open off this stack. And that's more or less what we see. Golubev with a very defendable King 7 offsuit here. Golubev flops best here with middle pair. Very likely this will go check. Probably a small bet and call. But I can imagine a world where Janu checks this one back some frequency as well. He's got back doors. He's got the 6, 7, 8. He's got the 3 hearts. I think I like to see maybe a 5k bet, something in that region here. He has gone a little bigger, 10k. And Golubev clearly going nowhere with middle pin. He's got a good kicker to go with. Now, stack to pot ratio is just 1.6, maybe 1.7 to 1. A very bricky deuce of spades on the turn. Golubev certainly hoping for a check back here. I think he feels like he might have to call one more street with this King 7, but he's dicey. Question is, does Janu decide that even though the 2 is not the kind of card he would have been hoping for, does he pull the trigger? Well, he doesn't, and he gets immediately rewarded with an 8, overtaking Golubev in a somewhat deceptive fashion. I can't imagine this going anything other than check-check. Golubev can't really target value here. Maybe he's going to go for a blocker. But I think he has to go really super small if he does. Well, that's exactly what Golubev has decided. Just a kind of an action-freezing 1/6 pot bet. Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought it was 6,000 he bet. 26 is very strange. Okay. Trying to work out what this bet is intended. Well, it works in this instance. I guess he's successfully represented a jack while he had a 7, but that's definitely a different way to approach the hand to how I would have imagined. In my mind, he would have been hoping that his 7 was good, and he would have been checking, hoping for a check back, or betting something like 1/6 pot. In reality, he decided to turn his hand into a bluff, which
So,
is
I mean, if you're not on the TV, you play the bad hands.
an interesting way of
Yeah,
doing things.
okay.
I mean, you can play at 8, 9 or something. Jack 10.
Definitely going to mull over that last hand. Versus the exact holding that his opponent had, it ended up being the perfect play, but one feels like that's such a slender part of the range, it probably doesn't work often enough. Nonetheless, we move on. There will always be another hand dealt, even if we feel like mulling the last one. Janu looks down at the pocket jacks. Well, having lost the last pot, he will be keen to win this one with the Johnnies. He can ill afford with his stack to lose too many more pots It's getting very close to the point at which every pot he enters he needs to win. Min plus off 20 bigs here. Ooh, and maybe the same villain here. This time out of the small blind. Golubev. Possibly feeling he has the measure of the man. Players can sometimes get fixated on one another just because of hand distribution. Poker can feel a little bit mano-y-mano sometimes. And Golubev looks like he's going to go for a lead here on the 4-3 deuce texture. He's clearly got 2 overs and a gutter to the wheel. This will work against Broadway cards. Some kind of middly suited cards maybe too. It's not going to work against Janu on the pocket jacks. The question is, does Janu call here or does he just stick it in? I don't really see a raise size other than all in. So the question is, does he call and then sort of close his eyes, hope the turn isn't too nasty and call that as well? Or does he just stick it in here and hope that his opponent has maybe something that makes sense here, like a 7-5, an 8-5, maybe a maybe like an ace 6 of clubs. These kinds of things are maybe the obvious leads. Maybe a hand like 6-7 of hearts makes sense. And you can, he has, I said a moment ago, I'm not sure he can find a raise size that isn't all in. He's found one. He's decided to pretty much click it back here, laying an unbelievably good price to Golubev and pretty much chopping his remaining stack. So if Golubev does find the call here, pot will be roughly 70k and the stack to pot ratio will be 0.3 to 1. So it's a funky little one from Janu. He's definitely representing strength. I think it might be representing almost too much strength now. It's almost good price as it is that you're laying. It's a pretty boss strong line. Gets the job done. Let me have another go at pulling up the chat. Guys, I do want to talk to you. I really do. Let me see if I can. Can I do the classic turn it off, turn it on? And see if that is fruitful. Well, action man right now, Janu, back in the saddle. How many times can I use back in the saddle this week? More times than you guys probably want me to. He's got the king-queen in early position now. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I'm having no joy with the internet to pull up chat, so I'm going to have to just leave that down for another few minutes and try again shortly. This time Dahan is the defender. Oh, and now's an interesting spot to lead out. If you're Dahan and you want to construct a leading range, I think this is the kind of board. 3, 4, 5, you've got a gutter to the absolute nuts. You've got a pretty wet board that an early position opener can't love. You can definitely have more of it than he can, and you still have a gutter and 2 overs, which is always nice. In case your opponent does get sticky with an ace-x. He's played it kind of the other way around now. It's gone check, and now he's decided he will lead the turn, which I don't hate. I think that is definitely a reasonable way to play it, but in this scenario, that queen on the turn has smashed Janu, who we know is capable of finding some funky little bets here. So does he maybe consider a min raise again, or does he just go for a flat on what is, I suppose, still quite a wet board here? 2 hearts, 3 conjoined cards. Well, Queen of Hearts completes the flop flush draw, gives Janu trips. Dahan is the one who represented that queen. So he may be considering going for it here, maybe putting Janu on a hand like Ace-King, Ace-Jack. They probably make the most sense right now in Dahan's mind. Obviously queens make sense also, but they have been combinatorically reduced. Dahan probably is putting Janu on Ace-King and thinking, I can get the job done here with maybe 20k. Looks like he's gone a little bigger, maybe 26, 27, 28k is the amount. And not a difficult decision for Janu. I think this is a call all day. Flush did get there. Straight was a possibility from the flop. So I don't think you can ever raise. Clearly, your opponent could have Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9. But with that flush completing card on the river, I don't think you can raise. And I think it's just a slam dunk call, which it is. So Janu has been involved in every single pot for the last 15 minutes or so. He lost the first one, but he's won every one since. And just getting a little word of advice from our TD to get the phone off the rail in these feature table situations. I guess there's an attempt to create a kind of a level playing field for guys that you can't be checking your phone to look at the live stream, get information from half an hour ago on what your opponents are doing. Usually it's enforceable only up to the point that you can't look at your phone at the table, you can't have your phone on the rail. But if you do step away from the table, you can always find that information. So it's limited what TDs can actually do to curb people looking to get that crucial information against their opponents. But it's the same for everyone. I guess that's what you console yourself with. I have played a number of times where there was an attempt to sequester people, detach us from our phones, put our phones in a big plastic box, not let us get at them. But then I feel like it was just like one step removed. It was then you needed your friend who was on the next table over to be watching it to tell you the information. So you still can't really fully get rid of it. And when a rule isn't fully policeable, it's probably best not to have it at all. I think in the end, common sense wins out. Golubev with the very ugly, but still playable ace-6 offsuit from the cutoff. He's min raised it up, and looks like Hadioglu is going to defend with the 6-2. So if ever there was a hand I could find myself holding my big blind with, even to a min raise, it might be the 6-2 offsuit. Both players have a ignorant gutter. No one has a flush draw. Golubev's ace high still in the lead. Neither player with a diamond, so that 4 of diamonds likely just keeps the action passive here. Golubev happy to knuckle once again. Will Hadioglu make a play for this pot here? Ace of diamonds on the river, both players playing a flush, playing the board. It goes check, check, and they'll chop this one up. Interesting there whether both players had a real opportunity there on the river. It went very quickly, check, check. Both players may have considered deeply stealing that one away from their opponent. Would have liked to have seen both players at least consider it in the end.
Family pot. Family pot. Apa.
And once again, Janu feels like he's played almost every hand we've seen today on this feature table. He may have played 5 of the 7 hands, something in that region. Well, it has profited him nicely. He's up to 130k. And it looks like Golubev is in the mix once again, this time with a very raggedy ace-4 offsuit in the hijack. Sort of in no man's land positionally. He will have position on Janu now that it has gotten round everyone else, but it is a speculative flat, to say the least. These two guys have found themselves entangled umpteen times already in the last few minutes. I wonder if they are carrying over a dynamic from the previous outer tables. Janu decides to check this one. Certainly don't hate a check here. I mentioned earlier on a king high board, not too dissimilar situation where you might want to construct a range that actually contains some king X when you check to protect that checking range. And king jack, king 10 are kind of good ones on this board texture because they do have the other way to win. They have the backdoor potential. Now, as it's happened, disaster, ace of diamonds, I should say, on the turn has thrust Golubev into the lead, and the 9 of spades river probably will enthuse Janu for a small bet here. He might be targeting a hand like pocket 6s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s for a small bet. He might be able to go for a blocker sizing, something like 5k. Can't imagine him going much bigger than that. And Golubev, 7,500 is the name of the game. So 1/3, Golubev really has an easy decision to call here. He chops with all the other aces. The king plays as the kicker, so I cannot imagine a scenario where... Oh, but look at this. Is he counting out raising chips? Wow, counting out some raising chips. Trying to get his opponent off a chop.
500.
Possibly. Trying to get his opponent off a chop. Well, this is really interesting because if Janu decides to pull the trigger here on a re-raise again, and he can remember, he's the opener. He can have aces, he can have kings, he can have ace-king. Now, Golubev's kind of repping a 9 as played. In the end, the same amount of chips go to Golubev as would have if it had just been a call. Interesting creativity, though. Golubev maybe trying to sucker his opponent off of a chop. Again, I'm finding it hard to see, like, clearly in game there, we see he had a king and maybe he was trying to target the king, but it's hard to believe a king would ever call, and we see there that the king did not call. So it's a strange one to target as a value bet, so one feels like it was trying to get a chop to fold. And I wonder if it would have worked to get a chop to fold. It may have. Some very funky creative lines by Golubev so far. Certainly has some creativity in his game. And certainly some fearlessness. You always have to ask yourself the question, guys. You know, even when someone's playing non-standard, little unorthodox Gotta try and figure out the way they're thinking. That is, in a sense, what poker really is. It's a game of adjustment. We're not computers. We're not solvers. We're not out there making quote-unquote optimal lines all the time. We're actually out there making constant mistakes of varying degrees. And, you know, the weaker the player you are, the more deviation from optimal there will probably be on show. And if you want to gobble up the extra equity before someone else does at the table, when you identify that, you have to then deviate away from optimal. And then we end up in the streets in quite convoluted, complicated, interesting spots. Golubev, well, he's been so active and now he's got a real hand. Pretty dream situation. Labaki just coming in for the call here under the gun 2 with the suited king. Interesting to see a limping strategy there. Golubev hoping to isolate him with the queens. It's probably the ideal situation for him now if big blind gets out of the way, which it does. Labaki, he has to pay 8.5k into a pot of about 30, so needs about 25% to realize. Decides he's not going to do it, he's just going to let it go. So limping strategy, just goes for the limp fold on that occasion. Always worth watching out for the guy who's limping. See how balanced he is with his limps. Does he actually limp some of the really premium stuff as well, or are they always those middly, suited-y, sort of connected kind of hands that are just hoping to see flops? Shahnazad's playing 35 big blinds right now. He's got the 9-7 suited gapper under the gun. Let's go. Labaki now. Okay, we're about to find out. You know, he's limped the last hand. Will he limp this one? He does limp this one. Okay, well, I talked about having a little bit of balance to your game if you are going to deploy the limping strategy. And that's exactly what he's done here. He has actually limped a really strong hand. Right away, we see now that there is some balance to Labaki there. He's sort of playing possum with these limps, sort of telling his opponents, come and get me, isolate me, take advantage of me, exploit me. Oh no, would you believe it? I was just about to say how Labaki, I imagine, is going to spring a trap here. If someone in late position decides to bump it up to 3 or 4x, I imagine he's coming back over the top of them. We might be seeing the end of Labaki. Oh, it's kind of cruel in this situation if that's what happens. Shalayev has woken up with the American Airlines, the pocket aces on the dealer button. The most likely position to be stealing from here. The most likely person at the table to want to isolate Labaki. Aristotelos has flatted her ace-4 offsuit in the big blind, and that almost certainly juices the pot up to in a way that makes Labaki have to go for this squeeze. And he does. He 3-bets 29k. We are about to see the end of Labaki, I believe, unless the deck brings some form of miracle. We see there he is 7%. I think when the dust settles and Aristotelos is taken out of the equation, it might increase to 8 or 9%, but it's going to be very, very low. Shalayev, will he just flat maybe? When you get limp raised, it looks strong enough. It looks like the guy just wants to get it in. He might have queens or kings. You don't want to have them get away on a scary board. I think you just stick it in now, to be honest. Flatting is kind of interesting, but really the benefit of flatting in these situations with your pair of aces is if you think that there's a lot of bluffs in your opponent's range. I don't think there are many. I think when you limp under the gun 1 and then squeeze, you're actually really, really strong. He's gone for the absolute click raise here. 4-betting to 55 rather than sticking it in. Labaki will not love that, but I don't know what he can do here. He's already put in 30k. He's only got 93 more. That's a quarter of a stack, and he does have a premium hand. Oh, he can't be low at 4 bets, so you limp, you get raised, and then after you squeeze, which looks unbelievably strong, the guy decides to put the absolute minimum raise in. And he can't get away, Labaki. Very unlucky at one level. I mentioned there his limping strategy, how he would balance it up with real hands. He had a real hand, but the realest of the real hands is pocket aces. And Shalayev, there we see, actually the equities went down. Ace King had more chance when the third player was involved. 6% only. Ugh. Well, slim there. The hearts are blocked, so it's only the 10 queen or running kings. That's worth 2% right now. This is what 2% feels like. Labaki. Well, he's not drawing dead. The turn is a queen. Well, the filthiest of filthy tens, is it there? No. The queen on the river sends Labaki home. Small consolation, he is in time to re-enter if he has the thirst, the desire to do so. Shalayev with the pocket aces, best hand held up. No complaints that way. Labaki certainly can count himself a little bit unfortunate. I'm sure when that click 4-bet came in, his heart must have sunk, and he was sort of hoping that his opponent maybe had ace king as well, or pocket queens, and he was in a race situation. But no, it was the worst of the worst. You're blocking aces and kings when you got the ace king, but that doesn't mean they can't ever have them. And in that scenario they did. Labaki slinks away, disappointed no doubt. Poker can be so cruel sometimes. Okay, guys, I think I've found a way to pull up the chat. Yes, I have. Excellent stuff. I will be ignoring you no longer, or at least until the internet holds. Let's have a quick check. I see Fury TV is hosting this. I'm going to click on the Merit. Here we go.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Hey, Katie Swift. Straight away. What a lovely sight to behold as soon as I open up the YouTube chat and finally get to have a little bit of interaction with my peeps. Katie Swift, good pal here. Thank you so much, Katie. Great to be here. And yes, I will be covering comms for this week. I don't know about next week yet. Darrow Carney is on the way. He will be doing quite the stint, I believe. Actually, let's take a quick gander back at this hand. Dahan has opted to c-bet here on the Jack 3-3-2 hearts. Janu going nowhere here with the 6-7 of hearts. Question is, does he go for the raise or does he go for the call? I expect it'll be the call. Nine of diamonds, 2 flush draws out there now. Dahan, very difficult for him to continue with another bet here. I guess if he does, he is representing overcards, simply not believing that Janu has too many 3x in his range. Understanding that Janu probably has pocket pair or a jack a lot, and he might be setting up a 3-street bluff. Feels like it kind of has to be a 3-street bluff to get the job done most of the time. This bet would clear out maybe pocket 4s through pocket 7s, something like that, maybe even pocket 8s. But I don't think it would clear out any other portion of the range. Flush draws in an interesting spot now, actually. Dahan certainly showing that he has a real hand. Janu being forced to put in a third of his remaining chips actually decides to fold. He could be up against stronger flush draws, so even in the good scenario where his opponent doesn't have a made hand. He's still got a better hand in that situation. And good aggression there, it must be said. Dahan. Solid work. Victoria Savina, Ace King is the worst, most disastrous hand. Well, yes, indeed, it sometimes can be. It's a cruel, cruel situation the gentleman found himself in moments ago. She says it's most overvalued by players as well. It is a drawing hand after all. I think Doyle Brunson famously said that one a long, long time ago. Yes, Alan Graham, the buy-in is in US dollars here in Cyprus. All the tournaments are in US dollars. So this one is a $2,200, $500,000 guarantee, which as you can see there from top right of the screen, 490 players means we're actually pretty much on the cusp of doubling the guarantee. 1 million looking almost inevitable now with about 90 minutes left of late registration. I'm sure there are 10 people out there hungry to get in. And I'm sure there are probably going to be more than 10 bust outs over the next hour and a half, and all of those people will have the option as well. Katie, I won't be playing any poker unless I get an opportunity maybe one of the days to play one of those sneaky little turbos that start at 9 o'clock. They usually run a 400 or a 600 turbo late at night. If I have the appetite for that after a day of commentary, if we finish early enough, I might do that. But more often than not, I think no, and I'm here to commentate. I'm delighted to be here to commentate. It's such a privilege to be invited by the Merit team. They are a real up-and-comer in terms of poker coverage and poker events. They've been around for quite a while, but as I mentioned earlier, and I know a lot of you guys wouldn't have been here for that, there's a real impetus, there's a real effort being made, you can tell, an ambition being expressed by the staff and by the head office here that they want to make a real go for being a premier big poker destination. There's a new big poker room. There's going to be an EPT here in that room in October. There's going to be more big events here. They want to attract some of the big online operators, I reckon, to have some, tour events here. They've obviously got their own in-house brand, which is really strong. The Western, the Retro, the Vintage. They run events here roughly every 50 days or so, I want to say. There's like 5, 6, maybe even 7 events here every year of that nature. It sort of is the perfect location, bringing East and West together. It's right there, sort of on the cusp of Eastern Europe. It gets a lot of people over. There's even lots of UK people here this week. And then at the same time, even though it's up against some really big competitors and some really big events coming up at the same time, I know there's big events in Spain, Madrid, and I think there's big events in the Bahamas. It's still getting big numbers here. It just goes to show the poker boom is real. And these guys definitely providing a top drawer event with really well looked after players in a location that can sort of bring East and West together in a lovely way. Golubev, he has been very active. Actually seen Golubev on the circuit quite a bit here, a lot of experience. We saw a man gnarling on a cigar for the entirety of the 2-hour stint earlier. We now have an almost Sami Farhar-esque limp cigarette from the lips of Golubev now. And well, I guess we get to do a little bit of quizzical guess what I have with Al Khashab. He's 3-bet to 21k, and we know he has the 8 of diamonds. So does he have pocket 8s? Does he have ace 8? Is he getting a little cheeky with the king 8 of diamonds or the 8-9 of diamonds? We'll never know. Those cards hit the muck.
Thank you very much.
You already prepared it.
Special for you.
Ace. 7,000.
Shall I have the man who just woke up with the aces to get a sizable donation of 120k added to his stack? Gave some pause there with the Jack 7 suited before releasing. Action falls around to Aristotelos, who bumps it up to 7k with the Ace Jack off. And her only customer, Dahan, in the big blind. Well, there's an ace in the window. Good flop for Aristotelos, good flop for any pre-flop opener here. Ace King 10, 2 spades. Dahan will almost be racing to get his hand into the muck here. Oh, she checks back, a little bit of deception. King of Hearts. King of Hearts could lead to a check-check. Can't imagine Dahan finding a way to win here, but he is plotting larceny, this man. Well, he will be targeting hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s. Those hands he can get to fold. He's not getting Aristotelos off her Ace Jack just yet. 8.5k. And this is part of the benefit of her taking a trappy line here by checking back the flop. King on the turn, she calls. Dahan, he's going to have to go big here, I think, if he wants to really polarize himself. Rep hands like Jack Queen, rep hands like King X. In his mind, he might be targeting something like Jacks and Queens. They're the two hands that he could maybe target with a really large bet. As it turns out, he does wave the white flag. Dahan just went for the cheap steal there, as I said, hoping to maybe get like pocket 9s, pocket 8s, that kind of thing to fold on the turn. Once that doesn't work, well, he doesn't want to send good chips after bad. Aristotelos decides in the end that it's possible she could be behind and there's no sense in getting value there. There's a good look Zaid here from Mustafa Al-Khashab. Sounds like he might be a relative. Welcome to the stream in any case, Mustafa. Hope you're enjoying it. Always nice to see your buddy or family member or whoever it may be playing for real.
Mr. Jim, Omaha 5 card, Mr. Jim.
Raise 6,000.
And Aristotelos straight back on the horse. She's going to open up Kojak here. +2. Loose enough open, it must be said. Certainly a Kojak suited would be in the opening range. King Jack off, a little on the loose side. Al-Khashab, well, he was just wished luck by, I'm assuming, a family member. And he's immediately going to 3-bet this to 16.5. So a small enough 3-bet, just over 2.5 the open. Aristotelos being laid a fairly compelling price, but she does have an awkward hand that tends to be dominated by a 3-betting range here. Ace King, Ace Jack, pocket kings, pocket jacks, pocket aces, they're all there. And it is very hard to realize out of position with the King Jack having gone for what one would have to admit was a loose enough open in the first place. If you are going to go for a looser open, hands like 7-8 suited, 9-10 suited, Queen 10 suited, those hands can withstand a raise in that spot because they're less likely to be dominated and more likely to be occupying a freer part of the board on certain board textures. Tony Hakim says, nice place, Merit. It certainly is. We are obviously in the Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino right now, but there are 4 hotels on this resort. I took a little stroll around them all last night just to get my bearings, get a sense of the fresh sea air that comes in. It was already dark, so I didn't see any sun. There was plenty of sun this morning out the window, but I wanted to, just get the lay of the land, get a sense of it. Some beautiful hotels in the resort, and they put on quite a show. Well, it's Aristotelos' turn to look down at a premium and get to 3-bet. She 3-bets Janu here, who opened the King Jack suited. Suitedness definitely making the King Jack more attractive proposition. Hatioglu certainly has a hand facing a single open you would want to maybe play, but not against a 3-bet. He decides to release, and Janu, I think he's probably going to let this one go. His stack depth, 30 big blinds, just a little too awkward. I think if he was super deep with Aristotelos here, if they were both playing north of 70 bigs, that's the kind of hand you might want to get in the mix with. But 30 bigs feels like an all-in or fold situation. Feels like Flatting is playing with fire. And considering he opened from very early and she 3-bet from early, he made the right decision. Is the poker room smoky? Alan Graham asks. It's a good question. I think there is permissible smoking indoors here in North Cyprus. So I think there's like smoking sections, certainly in the dining room. You can go to the non-smoking and there is smoking. I don't know what the rule is in the poker room. I didn't overtly notice any smoke in the room. I've seen a cigarette hanging out of a mouth unlit. I've seen a cigar hanging out of a mouth unlit. So it's possible that they can spark up those. And I'm not sure of the law, but I haven't seen it. And to be honest, no, it's certainly not a smoky room atmosphere. If that is a reference to the fact that it's sort of cowboys and Western theme, no, we haven't gone that old school. Al-Khashab channeling the look being brought to him from the virtual rail here on YouTube. He's going to bump it up to 7.5k, 2.5x with the pocket deuces. And Janu's found the 10-7 off in the big blind, facing a larger than min open, decides to let this one go. I think that's probably prudent. And never a bad result to just raise and take it when you got the ducks. Victoria Savina says smoking is prohibited in the poker room. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I guess we saw enough smoking paraphernalia dripping from the mouths of players unlit, so that probably was the indication I needed, and I certainly didn't smell any smoke when I came down, so that's a good thing. As a non-smoker myself, I do prefer non-smoke environments. And yeah, I have certainly been to a few locations down the years where there has been smoke permissible. Okay, here we go. Chip counts. Daniel Shaliev, 415k. I'm not sure he's made too much progress, just holding steady there with the chip lead. Saeed Al-Khashab there in third place. He has made some progress. He's done very nicely. And as we look down to the lower stacks there, Nuri Hadioglu from Romania, just 14 big blinds, will be looking to make something happen in the very, very near future. You can be sure of that. As we go back to the action here, big blind, 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. Try to get my words out. Well, a very attractive proposition here under the gun. Shabanazad, ace, queen offsuit. And Chizu right behind him with the ace-10 suited. It's kind of flat. Could certainly imagine letting this one go in such early position. This feels like a very nice hand to flat with, maybe cut off or button. +1 feels like a bit more speculative, but we're not going to be too purist this week about these kinds of ranges. I actually quite like to see a sort of a generally looser style from everybody, just purely from a TV point of view. I think it makes for more entertaining coverage. Aristotelos does come in now with the 8-5 from the big blind. And she flops middle pin, but Shabanaz, the pre-flop aggressor, top here. Backdoors only for Kisu. I can't imagine him sticking around. Well, I say that. He's got quite a few backdoors going for a man and over card. So depending on the sizing, he may well actually get sticky. What is that sizing? 8K into 24, so exactly a third. Yeah, Kisu might well peel one off here, which I think would also in turn bring in Aristotelos. So we may be 3 ways to the turn. It's a close one for Kisu. You can tell the gears are grinding here as he tries to figure out the best way to proceed. And as predicted, both players in the mix. Shabanazad will probably feel like he's up against at least one draw and one made hand on average. That's a great card for him. He will certainly bet this card now. I think there was certainly a good few cards that would have slowed him down. But top pair, top kicker, you can't be afraid of ghosts under the bed. Monsters under the bed. Ghosts in the closet. I suppose ghosts could be under the bed too. Again, he can go a relatively small size, but I think probably north of 1/3 now. Maybe something like 20K, something around half pot would be nice. Feeling like he might be wanting to charge the flush draw in particular. Flush draw will often have a gutter as well to go with, so just sort of makes his decision making a little easier. He does go for a third, which I think is a fine sizing, to be honest. Aristotelos, I think, will have to release flop second pair. Now third pair, bad kicker. Shabanazad firing twice into the field, definitely conveying plenty of strength. Good fold. At the risk of being accused of blowing smoke up the ass of these players, I assure you that's not what I'm doing. Absolutely loving the aggression levels and the TV friendliness of these players who are willing to gamble it up in quite dramatic fashion, it must be said. 4-3 suited under the gun +2 from Al Khashab here. Some of these plays, maybe non-standard, but they are very, very entertaining and high wire. There's a lot of moxie being shown by players on the last table and this one as well. It's almost as if they know they're on TV. They want to give a good account of themselves. 4-3 suited. Has been called in one spot here by Shalayev. Those guys are deep as well, remember. Shabanazad, tempted by the Queen 8, getting a discount in the big blind. He lets it go. So here we go. And there's a club right away. 2 clubs, great flop for Al Khashab. Yes, it's very coordinated and it is much more of the flatter's range, but if you're going to open 4-3 clubs, you're usually going to flop bottom pair, nothing, or a flush draw. And flush draw, one of the better results because it is a way to make a very strong hand by the river. He fires here. Shalayev in this instance, while he will have a lot of this board with his range, in actuality just has a gutter and an overcard. And it's actually the kind of flop that a pre-flop raiser might check. So the fact that he's bet it does kind of indicate real strength. Like, you wouldn't necessarily bet this board with ace king, ace queen. Feels like that might be a bit thin. So when you do bet this board, it feels like it could be an overpair or a jack that interacts maybe with the board in some other way. Shalayev is going to proceed with a raise. Oh my goodness! Wow. Well, these guys, it's like the gloves are off and we're in the streets. This is an absolute street fight right now. Shalayev has decided to turn his gutter and overcard into a raising hand. El Kashab probably can't fold here. The problem for him is when Shalayev doesn't have value, more often than not he has a flush draw. And that would be serious trouble if he had a flush draw, because it would be a better one than the 4 high. King on the turn is a brick from the perspective of these two players, but it's a very relevant card because it's another overcard to the board. Shalayev would have certainly been hoping that that initial raise got the job done. It did not. And is he going to have to tell a multi-street story with larger and larger bets? Al Kashab probably will release to a decent sized bet here, unless he's given a very compelling price. It is a bit dicey when your opponent could have something like a pair and a flush draw and you're really, really dead with the 4-3 of clubs. Well, we do get a check, and the 3 is actually the winning hand. Al Kashab checks his 3 of clubs. He has some showdown now, and Shalayev, as played, is he going to fire out a bet here? It would be a very funky story to bet flop, slow down turn, or raise flop, slow down turn, and then bet river. It's sort of been played by Shalayev like he might have a flush draw that then made a pair, like a king high flush draw. Might take this line. It probably would have bet again the turn. This is very funky. I'm really enjoying the complicated spots these guys are getting themselves into by playing such funky ranges and going for these sorts of low frequency raises on a flop like this. Shalayev, if he knuckles back, we'll get some sick news that he's been rivered by a 3. He is going to go for a bet, and will Al Kashab actually think about this one for a while? It's very hard to miss the board that has King Jack 9-7 on it. He pretty much only beats a better flush draw that has missed completely. Queen 10 got there on the turn, probably would have bet, so maybe we discount that. 10-8 probably would have bet the turn again. Sets are the obvious ones. Shalayev sort of representing a hand like 7s or 9s. That makes the most sense. I think 9s and 7s may have bet again on the turn too. It's so confusing. I love it when it's so confusing because, and I'm also have to say, I love that Al Kashab has not released his hand. He knows it's confusing and he's thinking to himself, hang on a minute, there's something really fishy about this. 45k, half pot, I'm gonna call. Show me a bluff. Oh my God, what a absolutely stunning bit of poker. He is absolutely dancing inside, I promise you. Al Kashab, above the rim, absolutely sick one there. He smelt a fish. He smelt a rat. He knew there was something not quite right about that hand, but he still had to make the call for 45k on the river. Absolutely amazing. Zaid Al Kashab, take a bow. 108 big blinds now. 377k. You've taken a lump out of the chip leader. 23% of the chips on this feature table. Blinds are now up to 1500. 3.5k with the 3.5k big blind ante. Al Kashab, you've got some fans in the chat. I think you've got some family members in the chat. What did you think of that, guys? Oh my goodness. Well, we have our hand of the day so far. Stick that one on the highlights reel. You just play that one over and over and over again 3 or 4 more times today, please. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Love to see it. And yeah, what can you say? What can you say? Some of these guys going to have to make a move now. Blinds have gone up. Hadioglu, 12 big blinds now. His next move is all in. Janu, Chisu, Golubev, they've all snuck below 30 bigs. We've still got an hour of late registration, so if something goes wrong for any of those guys, they do have the option to get back into this phenomenal tournament that is about to crack the 1 million mark. But sorry, I just can't get over it. Al Kashab, you could tell, you could kind of tell. He had a little wry smile. You could tell he was loving himself in that moment. You gotta love yourself in those moments. It feels so good when you pick off a bluff of that nature. Such a 6-6 situation. Absolutely love it. Brilliant stuff. And as predicted, Hagioglu, the next move would be all in. All you can eat now, ace queen. At least he has a premium hand. He's going to have a sporting chance if called. He also might get it through. Just 12 big blinds. Kisu in the big blind. Unlikely to give him a spin here with 6-5 of diamonds. I think he's just going to get this one through and he'll have 15 bigs for the next shove. Well, there he is. Center stage on the feature table. You can look so stupid on the feature table when you're wrong in that situation. There I am. There's my 4. Is it good? Or my 3, I should say. Is it good? I hope it's good. Ah, fabulous stuff. Absolutely loving it.
One more code for Mr. Abbas. This is holding 5. Then seat is available.
498 players. We are cuspy on that 7-figure magic $1 million number. $1 million, guys. The guarantee on this was 500k. There's a lot of live poker happening in Europe and elsewhere this week, and these guys here in Cyprus have not just smashed their guarantee, they have doubled their guarantee. This bodes very, very well for an absolutely humongous main event, which kicks off in just a couple of days here in Kyrenia. I'm not going to make any predictions on that one. However, 1.5 million? Might be 2.5 million. Who knows? Who knows?
Fine.
Okay.
So for anyone joining us a little bit late, we've been playing for just over 3 hours now. We've had a very entertaining morning feature table. We've had a very entertaining feature table thus far. We've had the hand of the day that is hopefully going to be topped, but very unlikely to be topped. It was absolutely stunning there from Al-Khashab. I'm hearing that we're going to play 8 or 9 levels today. I don't know which yet. That will take us to probably something around 10 p.m. local time, which is 6 p.m. in the UK or Ireland, 7 p.m. Sorry, it's 8 p.m. in the UK or Ireland, 9 p.m. in Central Europe. I hope you guys can stick with us, keep us on in the background while you're having your daily grind. Maybe stop in from time to time, check in on us. Aristotelos has opened up here with the King 6 suit, and she's flopped a flush draw. Al-Khashab, flop bottom pair, turned trips, and is now betting out on the king. Aristotelos, I think she's got to pay him off. She's just probably got to pay him off here. You got to pay the piper sometimes. It's a gross one. You're not going to see the trip deuces coming, to be honest, from Al-Khashab. He's running hot right now. But yeah, I think she just had to pay the piper in that instance. Tough spot. as usual, poker tournaments, they are marathons, they are not sprints. But it's also a good feeling when you can build a stack early. It gives you that sense that, well, one, the wind is at your back. You have a little more confidence in your decisions. You have a little bit more, maybe, sharpened execution. But you also have the big stack, which can be used, one, to wield some ICM pressure, maybe several hours from now as we might get a little bit closer to the money. But also you can take a few hits. Things can go wrong for you when you have a big stack. And you can take a hit or two and then still be in the mix. So credit to these guys who have built big stacks so far. We're only in like level 11 of the tournament, maybe 12 now. And I imagine the bubble to go tonight, maybe tomorrow. Actually a hard one to predict. Probably because we're playing a shortened day, I don't think it will go today. I think if today was 12 levels, we'd get there. But a shorter day, I think we probably won't. As we see, it has ticked over to 499 players now. That magic number still eludes us, but it is on the horizon, I promise you. Aristotelos is going to c-bet her ace-jack on the ace-king-6, showing that she has a little bit of mix in her game there. In a similar situation, she checked back the ace-jack on a kind of not dissimilar board texture. So she's probably got a kind of a mixed frequency in that spot, which I don't hate to see. Oh, and she's very, very unlucky there. Golubev, an active player, a player likely to be bluffing maybe more than most, has actually turned to pair, put her in horrible shape here, drawing to just a king or a jack. He checks, or no, sorry, action on her, and she has bet 15k, so he's only got 73. It's probably just put it in time. You put it in and you hope that ace queen and ace jack find the call, and that you look as though you could have hearts. Yeah, that makes sense. I think she's going to have to call again. It's really unfair. Aristotelos twice now put in spots where she sort of has to pay the piper. King 6 in the last hand. I don't think she can get away. I don't think anyone should or could. And now with ace jack as played against this particular villain as well, I think Golubev is the type of guy who would find raises with his flush draws here, particularly his 10 jack, queen 10 of hearts flush draws. He would do this to apply max pressure, maybe hoping that he could get a hand like ace 10, ace jack to fold sometimes. She is obviously not dead here. We see she has 14%. She also hasn't put the chips in yet, so she's giving it some proper consideration. Credit to her for that. I feel on balance she's probably got to make the call here, but she is looking like she might make a very above the rim fold, and credit to her if she finds this fold. No blame if she finds the call. Huge credit if she can somehow get away. Oh, it's so difficult. And it's so unlucky to get turned in this fashion. So gross. Her opponent can't have ace king, she can discount that. So really, it's like, does he have pocket sixes? Does he have 6-7? Does he have king 7? Ace 7? That's kind of it. They're the value hands, and then it's, does he have flush draws? And if he has flush draws, especially like if he has the 8-9 of hearts, the 10-8 of hearts, the 10 jack of hearts, the queen 10 of hearts, they might all do this because they've got a gooder as well. Or maybe better than a gooder, they might even have open-ended. So with a lot of outs, you might go for this play. Oh, it's so difficult. Huge credit already to Aristotelos for giving it so much time and consideration. I think I would have put my chips in quickly by now and been in trouble with just 14%. I think this is absolutely top drawer, high level, specific to this situation and this villain thinking. She's piecing it together. She's thinking to herself, how often is it a flush draw versus how often is it A7, 6-7, King 7. And then you got to factor in that even against those hands, you're not dead. You've probably got between
72.5?
13 and 20%. She's dead against pocket sixes. That's basically it. All the other hands, she does have some equity. So even when she's wrong, she can get there. It's really hard. As I said, I would have put the chips in by now. Huge credit that she hasn't. What would you do out there in the chat? Put yourself in Aristotelos' shoes, but pretend you can't see the ace. And she finds the fold! Well, would you believe it? Golubev, well, when he sees it back, he'll actually feel really disappointed not to have got the call. I think in that specific scenario, Aristotelos has deviated from what is probably a compelling call situation. And she has deviated correctly. And that is what poker basically is. Adjusting, measuring up your opponent, figuring out what they have. Credit to her. Like I said, my chips were probably in the middle almost immediately. She spent 3 full minutes giving us some time, and she came to the right decision. Stick another one on the highlights reel, guys. We are watching some proper poker today. 504 entrants, wow. So a glut of people, a whole gang of people just showed up to the cage together, 5 lads in a row. And we are over the million mark. No fanfare, no fireworks. But almost 200 poker players in the room fighting for the lion's share of $1 million now. Battle of the Blinds. We haven't seen too many of those due to the general levels of aggression today. But we are going to see a limped blind v blind pot now. Hagioglu in position flops best. Dahan knuckles. Must bet situation here for Hagioglu. He's not going to love a lot of turn cards. He wants to deny equity to exactly the kinds of hands that Dahan has here. 9-10, 10-jack, Queen-10. Hands that happily limp, looking to maybe limp call a lot. Remember, Hagioglu very, very shallow here. Dahan has decided to out of position float. I guess he will be ahead of a few holdings, but not too many. The fact that Hagioglu combinatorically should have a 6 far less frequently now that there is another 6 on board is certainly going to help him. I think he's got to go super small again. His opponent has called, remember, so it feels like Dahan maybe was limping in with the ace-x. That was a sort of a trap for the limp, hoping that your opponent shoves. Okay, Dahan now, will he decide to bet to get Queen X and King X to fold? It looks like that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Very specific targeting here. Hard to believe this bet would ever fold out of 3. And it's hard to believe that his opponent ever has an ace because he checked behind. So this feels like A bet purely designed to get queen high and king high to fold. Also, I suppose it serves as a bit of a blocker in case his opponent with 8 high decides to bluff. Makes that a little bit less likely and harder to do. Hadioglu, well, a lot of posturing here before he eventually sticks it in. And Dahan probably looks as though his opponent has a deuce or a 6. I think he would shove with either. And it would be pretty audacious if Hadioglu was to, I don't know, turn a hand like 5-7 into a shove here. Pretty epic stuff he does. Dahan now considering the call. A serious hero call it would be with Jack high. Hard to come up with combos. And Dahan does release. I guess expecting that his blocker bet would serve as a blocker bet, it would just not get raised very, very often in that situation. He was very surprised to be raised and then had to give that some time. That's often a case that when you feel like a bet achieves a certain goal and then it fails to do so, you haven't actually thought ahead of how you would respond, so he needed a little bit of time there. Comes to the right decision. Action folds all the way to Al-Khashab, who's giving the 9-3 of diamonds some consideration here. Lets it go. Dahan with the Jack-10. Gonna min-raise it here. Hadioglu with the Queen-10 offsuit. Tricky one here, playing just 19 big blinds, 18 big blinds even. Doesn't feel like a good candidate for a re-raise. Feels a little bit tricky to flat and try and navigate post-flop. He does let it go. And Shalayev is going to defend with a suited jack. Shalayev flops bottom pair, knuckles over to Dahan, who I assume will fire at a c-bet on this ace 8-4 texture. He's got a few back doors, but more importantly, he can represent that ace and will generally have a range advantage here. Shalayev comes with a call. Given what we've seen of Dahan, I would not for one moment think that he could not turn this 16% into victory. Not by getting there, but by betting his opponent off. Very good card for him to continue his story now. He does have some backup equity. He can target a 4 with another barrel. If he is up against an 8, he does have a gutter and 2 overs to that 8. And sometimes he might be up against an ace, but still get there. Shalayev decides that actually he can have 5-6, he can have 7-8, he can have 7-4. He probably, even though we're dealing with 2 very wide ranges here, button against big blind, he probably feels like that's a slightly better card for his range and it's worth him leading. Sort of paralyzes the action a little bit for Dahan then, because unless he has an ace, it's very hard for him to continue. Now he does have a gutter, so it has opened the door for him potentially calling to kind of float. This is sort of a float. Or raising. He has gone for the float. River is a queen, so Shalayev now definitely not feeling like his 4 is any good anymore. Only hands he beats are 9, 10, 10 jack, 6, 9. So he does wave the white flag, and Dahan, there's no way he's going to knuckle this back, because absolutely part and parcel of his plan here was to float. That 12.5k call on the turn was not just to hit a gutter ball or a 10 or a jack. It was to use the power of position in this pot to find another way to win, and here we go. 31.5, so half pot bet, targeting a hand like 8-5, 8-6, 7-5, 7-6. We see there even the jack 4. He might not have considered that as one of those hands, but it also gets the job done against that. Dahan, definitely a high-level thinking player. He's been involved in some of the more interesting, admittedly smaller to medium-sized pot situations, but nonetheless deft and complicated and advanced.
Floater. Omaha 5-10, 5 cards is open, floater.
The relatively quiet Shabanazad, he's quiet for the last few moments, decides might use a little bit of that image to my advantage and open up a cheeky little suited gapper here. 10-7 in early position. Dahan happy to flat the king-queen suited. I think that's absolutely right. And king-queen suited in the cutoff, depending on where the raise is coming from and the image of the person, sort of goes into both camps. It becomes a 3-bet and a flat, maybe at pretty equal frequency. But versus what I'm guessing is a slightly quieter under-the-gun player or under-the-gun 1 player, king-queen feels like it's bang smack nicely in the flatting range. Shalayev with the ace-2 suited. Cheeky little steel wheel ace was called from the small. And wowzer, Shabanazad almost like Nostradamus, almost like he had seen the future with his cheeky 10-7 of spades open, has got the dream flop, the 5-3 deuce of spades. Wow, wee wah. No reason to slow down here. Opponents can certainly have overpairs, certainly overpairs containing a spade as well. Pocket 6s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s. All of those hands would flap pre. He can start trying to extract value from them. Shalayev with a more complicated decision. The king-queen easy to bin. Shalayev has gutter to the 4, bottom pair, and an overcard. He's going to call once. 7 of clubs. Shabanazad, I think he's got to go middle to larger size now. I think something around 2/3 pot feels nice. You block pocket 7s, but pocket 6s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, all possible. With the spade, you want to definitely charge them now that you've ascertained that someone's out there with something. He has been very small ball whenever he's got involved, Shabanazad, and he does go for a small sizing there. I guess that sizing also has merit. Perhaps a solver would split. And like I said, Nostradamus flops the flush straight away. Not easy to do that. So roughly half an hour left in this 2200 US dollar warm-up event. It's certainly warming us up to the tune of over $1 million in the prize pool.
7.5.
This is the last level of late reg, or re-entry for that matter. Al-Khashab. He makes it 7,500 to go here with the ace queen of clubs from +3. Shaliab on the button. Could go either way here. Definitely could 3-bet. May elect to flat. I suspect it might be a 3-bet. And indeed it is 23k, so roughly 3 times the open. Janu releases the 3-deuce suited, but Aristotelos is giving it some thought. No, she's got the 6-4 of diamonds, just a little bit of posturing there. Al-Khashab. These guys are playing deep now. I don't think he has any option other than flat. I think 4-betting to fold to a 5-bet is a possibility. You have the right sort of blockers to do that. Oh, wow-wee-wah. Okay, hang on a minute. I think he's just lamped it. We don't have the graphic on screen yet, but yes, indeed, he has 400k. All you can eat. Wow, I think Shaliaf now has to just let his hand go. Well, that was the move I didn't expect to see. Those guys were very, very deep. It was certainly very reasonable to put in a 4-bet to 65k. That option disregarded, and I guess Al-Khashab just decided if you can beat ace-queen, go for it. If you're 3-betting me with pocket 10s, this is a horrible situation that I am going to put you in. Pocket jacks wouldn't be loving it there either. It's interesting. So some big ball poker there. I must say I expected a flat with the ace-queen suited. Very playable ace-queen suited, even out of position. Obviously flops in a way in which you can usually very clearly ascertain your equity and your sort of viability in the hand. I thought that pot was going to progress in that fashion, but no, Al-Khashab just shut it down. And gets a good result getting the same hand to fold. He straight away opens the ace-jack off. Janu, I assume, will fold the ace-deuce on the button here. He does. Aristotelos out, and Shabanazad, well, he wakes up with the very ugly 8-deuce in the bin, as they say. I see that we have a few different live streams on the YouTubes, going out on a few different places. So I'm trying to find some of the chat from other spots. I see Alex O'Brien tuned in. She said tuned in, and it's great to see a lady on the feature too. Absolutely, it is. Has there been many females in the tourney? Yeah, there's definitely a few out there. I can't say I saw more than one per table. I think it's probably slightly less than one per table, if I'm honest. But they're out there representing in some numbers anyway. What a fold. Well, I'm assuming we're going back to Aristotelos's above the rim fold from earlier. Yeah, amazing stuff. Vautor says he would have stuck it in. I would have too, I'll be honest. Yeah, just... that's from one of the live streams. I see here we're going out in quite a few places, so I'm going to hover around, try and find them all. Looks like there's some piggybacking going on. Okay, well, I've popped onto one stream and I see Kevin Thiel saying, pretty sure this chat is ignored. Well, not anymore. I'm going to try and give you guys some love and pop over and say hi. Glenn Davis, where are they playing? Anyone know? This tournament is being held in the Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, the Merit in Kyrenia, Cyprus, right on the coast there in North Cyprus. Beautiful spot, gorgeous poker room. They've actually got another poker room, an even bigger one that they use when necessary these days. Shout out to you, Glenn. As I said, trying to pop around a few of these different streams before putting my head back into the action. Oh, and I see an immediate one brewing. Sorry, guys, I turned away to give the chat some love, and I missed the pre-flop action here, which got us to a Shabana Hazad Dahan confrontation where they've both now made top pair. Shabana Hazad not loving his kicker, obviously. Dahan, no reason to put the brakes on here. He's going to bet out something in the region of 25, 30k. He's going to go 16k, so he's really going to try and milk Shabana Hazad. There's no way he can fold for this sizing, or maybe any sizing, to be honest. I think Shabana Hazad's going to have a very tough river decision in front of him. This one not so difficult against a capable opponent like Dahan. A double barrel would not be unusual. No real sense in raising. What I quite like about this tank in a way is when you sort of know against the villain, there's no way I can fold it. Actually, against this guy, oh, got to buckle up, got to put on my big boy pants, got to call him turn and call him river. Taking a little bit of time over your turn call may convince your opponent that you have more bluffs, or sorry, more marginal hands than you really do, and encourage and increase the likelihood of him bluffing river. So I actually quite like the fact that he took some time over that, assuming here that he is going to pay the piper. Now, in this instance, he's going to get the bad news that Dahan has, in fact, a better hand. But that won't always be the case. And if by tanking that turn, you made sure that this third barrel came in with the hand like 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack, maybe flush that didn't get there, I assume the call will come relatively quickly now that there's no need for any more posturing. Shabana Hazad. Oh no, he's going to give it some time, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't a sort of posing tank on the turn to maximize the number of bluffs Dahan would go with. I think he's still got a call here, unfortunately, against this guy. And yeah, get shown the best hand and have to muck and sacrifice. It was only 18k on the river, but you know, you're just going to be good enough just about. So glancing around all the different streams here, looks like we have around about 500 viewers. I haven't even checked the Merit stream. I know it's going out on their website as well, but delighted to see that the numbers have ticked right up here. I was just staring at one of the chats and one of the streams for a while, but now that I realize we're going out in many, many places, I see that the audience numbers are pretty good. Great to see people tuning in to support what is a fantastic event here, going out on YouTube and on the Merit Poker website. Hajioglu, well, he's only got 18 bigs. It's not a good hand to open because it doesn't have blockers. So it's kind of a shove or fold situation. And one feels like it's pretty close. You could certainly maybe consider not going with 2s, 3s, 4s. 5s maybe just good enough. He does go with it for 63k, and well, Shaliev, pocket jacks, we know he's not going anywhere. There are some bigger stacks behind, so no sense in him isolating. He will just flat call, I would assume. You protect that range by just flat calling your aces and kings that you'll snap off a re-raise anyway. But by just flatting the jacks here, it's maybe giving himself a chance to get away if there's a lot of action behind. from Big Stacks. And yeah, that's exactly what he does. Quick folds, and we will turn these cards on their back to Hadioglu. He needs pocket fives to bink a 5, or else he is out the door literally moments before late registration close. I wonder if he will have been factoring in that to his equation of whether the 5's bottom of the range, whether he goes with them, thinking to himself, well, if it all goes wrong, and that's a very bad flop. Now the 5 of diamonds no good. One solitary out. 5 of clubs or showers. Oh! Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. The 5 of clubs, one outer on the river. No reaction from Shalev, clearly a grizzled, hardened veteran. Plenty of laughter from the man who gets the spoils. Wow, what a river. Didn't even use his, put your coat on, stand up, just decided, no, I'll sit here.
How many odds?
Absolutely convinced this 5 of clubs is coming. Wow, well, that is an unlikely little moment there. Obviously, can't say he did anything wrong there. Shoving the 5 seems like it's cuspy. It's probably right there at the bottom of the range. And with the option to re-enter this tournament, maybe felt like go with something that was absolutely at the bottom if you're willing to go again. But yeah, an unlikely way to find himself on over 100k chips. Moments later, Kaliaf, well, he got the big gift of the aces into ace king earlier, so he can afford to take a little hit, but very disappointed, I'm sure, with the outcome of that one.
Sorry. Do you know how long will be the break?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Is there going to be a lunch break, something? No?
And you can hear them talking about a break, so I'm going to guess there's a break imminent right now. Let's have a look at the clock. Yeah, a couple of minutes away. Oh, Aristotelos, very nice hand to look down at here. She has 23 big blinds. Hadioglu has opened with the Jack-9 suited. She won't find a customer, I don't think. She's going to quickly release. And the ladies work for the lady. She adds a little bit to her stack there. Remember, Aristotelos with an absolutely stunning above the rim fold. Just moments ago, keeping herself very much afloat in this tournament. Had she made that call and not hit her 14%er, she would have been very, very short right now. As it happens, she maintained a very reasonable stack, and now perhaps off stream and over on the outer tables for the next few hours, she will be able to make some progress and hopefully bag up some chips for the end of the day. Hadioglu going to stick the shades on now. Feeling the wind at his back. An unlikely one outer keeping him in the fray. These guys are going to head off on a 15-minute break and then head over to their old table, their old location, while we make way for a new table, as far as I know. Haven't received word on that yet. Actually, sorry, I tell a lie. I have. I received it just moments ago. Let me check for you now. So, making their way to the feature table next time round are Valentin Soy from Uzbekistan, Joseph Herbert from the United States, Halil Tasyurek from Turkey, Hassan Dogan from Turkey, Lasengfet from the United States, Sorin Iranolika from Romania, Basil Musa from the Lebanon, Makram Saber from the Lebanon, and Andrei Merab from the Lebanon. So the Lebanese well represented on our next feature table. Golubev, well, Dahan, a very favourable bottom two pair here for him in this button versus big blind confrontation. These guys, you recall, all the way back to the start of this feature table, battled in a button versus big blind situation as well. So there is some dynamic, there is some history. Dahan is going to straight away raise it up here, feeling no sense in slow playing the bottom two pair. Golubev, whole lot of nothing, it's got to be said. A whole lot of nothing, it's got to be said. Decides, actually, I'm going to stick around. Let's call with the king high. Back door. Okay, well, 6 of spades, definitely a card Dahan will not want to have seen. Up there with the worst hands, worst cards possible. But against this opponent, maybe feels like he can't show weakness and he just sticks it in. Hard gulp while he hopefully doesn't get snap called, which doesn't happen. Never fun to get snap called here and only be drawing to your boat outs. Golubev tosses the king high away. Not quite sure why he was in there in the first place, to be honest, but however. So a reminder there, guys, we will be switching up the stream tables. We're going to have a new table of 9 coming to you in 20 minutes time. These guys will battle away on the outer tables, having had their moment in the limelight. And by my estimation, we have about 6 minutes on the clock. So expect maybe 2 or 3 hands, depending on how quickly we can race through them. 508 runners. They probably have the 15-minute break to late reg as well, so maybe 20 minutes left of late registration. Golubev with the ace-king here. Shabanazad, he's opened up the queen-7 suited internet hand from +3. Golubev, ooh, interesting, has just flatted the ace-king in the cutoff, maybe hoping to induce something behind. I think off his stack I would have rather just 3-bet got it in, but he's living dangerously. It's almost like with Golubev, whatever you expect him to do, he finds a way to do a different thing. He's a very unorthodox creative player, very hard to predict, and I imagine makes life difficult for his table mates. In this instance, it's forced him to go 4-handed, and he's got a gooder and 2 overs, but Shabanazad, who opened, again, prophetic as ever, whenever he opens these speculative ones from early to mid position, he seems to find a way to flop best. Queen 7 here, I don't know if he'll go for the c-bet or not on this somewhat textured board. He probably should. Needs to thin out the field. He can't really let gutters get there. So a small bet would seem like the order of the day, something in the region of 25%. Looks like he's gone around 30. Golubev can't go anywhere here. He's so under-repped. He's got a gutter to the nuts and he's got 2 overs. He sort of played this one back to front, inside out, upside down, but it could yet work out for him. We see there 2 aces folded, so he's unlikely to bink an ace. 8 of diamonds no good either, but Shabanazad won't be loving it because he was up against 3 players and he got a caller and he only has a 7 kicker because he opened the queen 7 of hearts from early position, so he knew he was going to be making life difficult for himself. Question is, does Golubev now turn his hand into a bluff, or does he hopefully get the showdown? Looks like he's going to bet it. Again, this hand has been played always topsy-turvy. Golubev, 26k now. Shabanazad, okay, well, what are you beating? You're going to ask yourself, what are you beating? Could Golubev get really lucky that he's actually up against an opponent who's opened a hand as funky as queen 7 of hearts and now hates his kicker and feels like against this 26k bet he could be up against queen jack, he could be up against king queen. Could be up against Queen 10, Queen 8, 10 8. Could be in awful shape. Shahrazad's now trying to figure out, well, versus that range, how often does my opponent have Jack 9? Oh no, wait, Jack 9 got there. Damn, another one I can't beat. How about King Jack? Well, that's kind of the only one, maybe. Okay, if he's got 10 8, I've got some outs. Yeah, it's all sorts of misery for Shahrazad. He's sort of reaping what he sowed when he decided to open the Queen 7 of Hearts from early position. This is sometimes what happens. You get into very tough spots. And Golubev, as I said, topsy-turvy, inside out, upside down, flats the ace-king, then plays it like he's made a pair even though he didn't. But he does find a way to win. Credit to him for that. And yes, a very difficult man to put on a range, a very difficult person to sort of figure out, Golubev. He's won some pots, he's lost some pots on this feature table. He's played very unorthodox, but he makes it work for himself. Credit to him for that. A fascinating 2 hours with this group of players. I can't wait. Again, I said it the last time. Tough act to follow. I thought the first 2 hour block was fantastic, but we saw one of the calls of the year, that 4-3 of clubs, river, one pair, called by Al-Shabaab. That was just next level. We saw Aristotelos get away from her ace-jack, which was, again, absolutely stunning play. It's been great poker.
During a break, we move the table back. When a break finish, go directly to your position at table 6. Just for information, we will do everything. We will remove the chip.
So blind v blind, Hadioglu limp trapping here. Obviously going for the limp shove if he can.
I'm not check yet.
He has just over 30 bigs. Shaliev considering a raise here. Wait, hang on a minute, dealer.
I don't know.
He's not sure what he's going to do yet. The dealer, I think, probably read into a bit of a hand signal there from Shaliev that he was knuckling, but he was in fact not sure what he was going to do and hadn't checked. Top drawer dealers here in Merit, aware of everything that's going on. I think probably just misread a movement of the hand. Everything got clarified pretty quickly. No need for the floor to intervene. Shaliev did knuckle in the end and flop best. Hadioglu, I don't think can fold to one bet here. He's got 2 overs. He's got backdoors to the wheel. He's got backdoors to Broadway. Got backdoors to a flush. He's under repped. His opponent could be just stabbing with nothing, blind v blind. These ranges are wide open. He might be considering raising. No, he just calls. No, he does raise. He's bumped it up to 10k here. So he's using the power of all these backdoors. And as you can see there, even though Shaliev has flopped top pair and Hadioglu has flopped nothing, the power of the backdoors and overcards mean that Hadioglu has 28% here. Shaliev with top pair obviously can go nowhere to a raise, but I don't think he can raise again himself. I think he has to go into bluff catching mode. He does, and a king on the turn. Interesting to see if Hadioglu uses this card to continue his story. His story is one of strength. Could be King Jack. That would make sense. Could be pocket 3s, pocket 4s. They would make sense. Could be a flush draw with a king in it. That would make sense. So can definitely bet this card. Continue to put pressure on the jack with weak kickers of Shaliev. Now, Shaliev actually has jack with a medium kicker. I think at this point he'd almost rather have a hand like 5-6 or flush. because he could continue with greater visibility. He does feel like he has to be sticky, and it feels like he's got the kind of hand that is a turn call river fold, if that makes sense. If Hadioglu can sort of empty the clip here on a blank, I think he probably gets to win it. As it happens, the Queen of Diamonds gets Hadioglu there. I think Shaliev would be very disappointed to see that particular hand, but he's had to take the rough with the smooth during this session of play. Shaliev managed to get a big pot early on, the ace-king against aces. Seems like a lifetime ago now. And there we have it. That will be our next feature table, guys. Let's take a look around. Look at that, a murderer's row. Look at all these assassins. Silent killers, internet kids. See some sunglasses in the mix. See some experience there too. Plenty of experience coming on our next feature table. And we see there the 7, 8, and 9 seat, that's our Lebanese row of players. They've been sat all together. I wonder if there will be any dynamics. I certainly know if I'm sat beside an Irishman, there's a very good chance that I know him. I wonder if they all know each other in the Lebanon on the poker grind. If so, there could be a lot of dynamics at play as we watch Golubev play what will probably be our last hand of the session. They may have time for one more. It's ultimate or penultimate. He bumps it up to 7,500 with the ace-6 of diamonds. I like that open. And it looks like he's going to get it all the way through to Janu with the 5-3 of diamonds. Very defendable suited gapper here. Diamonds would spell trouble for Janu here. Well, Janu with a very awkward bottom pair bad kicker. Golubev does knuckle back. 4 of hearts now. Janu probably hoping to just hang on here. Does he go for a small bet of his own? Does he just check again? I think you probably, against Golubev in particular, you probably just check again because he does tend to play hands a little bit back to front, and he could well be checking a pair on that flop. 6 of diamonds now. Janu with the absolute bare amount of showdown. Bottom pair, no kicker. Golubev, will he decide to bluff this card and try and get his opponent off a 3 or a 4? Or will he just take his showdown? He takes his showdown with ace high. Gets the bad news that Janu had indeed flopped a cheeky little pair there. But small pot. And against range, I think that's probably the right thing. I think actually played very well by both players. Sometimes in completely passive pots with no fireworks, you think, couldn't somebody have done something? But actually, I think that's pretty good from all the participants. And we do have time for one more hand. Low, do we have time for 2 more hands? If they pick up the pace, they might. That was a quick one, that last one. Golubev bops it up to 7,500 as is his wont with the 8-7 of diamonds. Interesting spot here for Hadioglu. Certainly would consider getting in the mix here on the button, the big blind, maybe in the small blind, and the cutoff. Just a few more people to consider coming after you. Do you 3-bet this one? I think against Golubev you do. I think you actually go for the 3-bet. I think his range is as wide as anyone's at this table, and that he does. Good recognition of it. Golubev will certainly call the 8-7 of diamonds. I don't see him going anywhere here. Aristotelos. She's going to spend a few seconds on the king 10 of diamonds here, but I think she will ultimately let this go. Golubev. Well, we haven't seen him fold a hand like this today. I don't think we're going to see it now. No, he's going to stick in the call now. So pretty shallow stack to pot ratio, 50k roughly in the pot, and Golubev has 100k, so 2-1. Golubev flops best. He's got top pair, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. You probably go for the check shove against the sort of 15 to 20k C bet. I don't think you want to let another card come off, particularly Hadioglu actually doesn't even allow for the possibility of that. He knuckles back, and now very tasty Golubev makes trips on the turn. He's probably convinced he has a lock on this and now wants Hadioglu to get there with something. I'm sure Golubev funking for a ace, king, queen, jack, something of that nature on the river. It's just a 7 of spades, as if he needed more of a lock. He's now improved to a bout. He's got to fire out here something himself and hope that ace high gets a little bit suspicious. And I think there's every chance they will. I think Golubev has played this in such a way that he could actually earn the call from just ace high here. It's a tough spot for Hadioglu against a capable opponent who could be doing this with queen jack, king, queen, you know, 9-10. There's loads of hands I can imagine Golubev deciding, I'm going to go for it here and bet 30k on the river. As we see, he's also going to do it with the boat. But Hadioglu is none the wiser to that, and I think may actually find the call. It's really hard. It's a really tough spot. He checked back flop, he checked back turn. He knows the perception of his range is ace high now. He knows that that's what he's represented, and he knows Golubev is capable of trying to take him off a hand like ace high. The question is, will he flick in this call? 30k. Significant chunk of Hadioglu's stack. He's earned some chips over this feature table. He's got lucky, but he's also earned some chips. I feel like he might find the call here. I think Golubev, with his loose play, his unorthodox play for the last 2 hours, may have earned this call. And indeed, that is what happens. A big smile as he shows the nuts. And you got a feel for Hadioglu there. I do understand the call. In fact, I might have made it myself. It was a really, really tough spot. And Golubev, well, as I said, unorthodox, very hard to predict. I think he's played great in his way for that feature table, and he's earned that call on the river. We see there Karan Dahan finished top of the pops there with 435k. Zaid Al-Khashab, well, he put on a bit of a clinic. He put on he probably gave us our highlight of the day, to be honest. I imagine it's not going to get topped. That crazy tough decision when he had 4-3 and river to 4 on a board where he'd been raised on the flop, checked it on the turn, and then bet it on the river. So difficult to put people on ranges in those situations. But look, it's just so entertaining. I'm really, really enjoying this day. We have a new feature table for you guys. We're going to show some highlights. I imagine you're going to see more of Al-Khashab during those highlights. Please stay tuned. 15 minutes from now, we're going to be back. 9 new players. Take care. Step up really with the coverage here. Sharehand, best in the business in my view, bringing all of these great camera angles, this fantastic layout, as you can see, you know, just a really beautifully themed, visually interesting, sumptuous, I don't know the fancy words, but like HD experience for the viewer. It's great. Commentator's dream as well when you have all the information in front of you like this. So we see Korkmaz takes the lead on the turn, solidifies that lead by upgrading to a straight on the river. Skripka, difficult run out for him, it's got to be said. He would have been enjoying the flop, not loving the turn and really hating the river. He's being laid a very compelling price. Korkmaz making it cheap, but when you make it cheap, range-wise, you don't put a lot of bluffs into your range. That's sort of how that works. You go big, you can have more bluffs. You go small, you can't have that many bluffs. And basically, when you go small here, it's only the post oak bluff that could possibly be good. Gets the cry call. Sized it well, I guess, in the end, Korkmaz. I don't think he could have got a bigger bet. He got a sort of a curiosity bet, it must be said, from Skripka there, who may be just hoping the 7-8 was out there. And I have just received a little advance notification on our next feature table. We are going to switch these guys out. I don't know. I think there's an argument for keeping them. I think they've been great value, but we want to give everyone a shot on this beautifully produced live stream. We will be joined by Nuri Hajioglu from Turkey, Daniel Shalev from Russia, Claudiu Florengianu from Romania, Katerina Aristotelos from Cyprus, Hossein Shaban Izad from Iran, Antoine Labaki from the Lebanon, Andrei Golubev from Russia, Zaid Ismail Nouri Al-Kashab from Iraq, and Koren Itzhak Dahan from Israel. Those guys will be joining us after the break. Tough act to follow, these guys, it must be said. See Gungoran and Bowler both battling away here. Gungoran again. Big bet strategy. He has decided to fire big in this 3-bet pot. And Bowler Eden, a couple of backdoors. Got the sort of the 7-6 backdoor. He's also got the ace-deuce backdoor. He's also got the backdoor flush. Ooh, and very, very cool here from Bowler Erden. Has decided that with basically the worst hand he possibly could have in terms of showdown, but all those backdoors, this is a cool spot to go for a raise. And Gungoran with the ace-king, how sticky is he going to be here? The answer is somewhat. He has made the call here. And another heart brings Gungoran the nut flush draw. Hard to see him going anywhere here, but we are dealing with a stack to pot ratio of just a little over 1. Question now is, does Gungoran bet himself? No, he checks it over to Bowler Erden. Not the card he would have wanted to see. Oh, and the 4 of hearts brings it in for Gungoran, who decides on a very cheeky little check here with the nuts. Bowler Erden has made a pair. May feel like that gives him at least some showdown, but it's hard to put Gungoran on a hand that doesn't have some showdown of its own, in which case the 4 is no good. Do you now have to rep the hearts? Oh, and he is going to go for it. Well, Gungoran, he induced it so beautifully on the river there. He decided, I think I have an opponent who might well go for it. He might have gone for it with the King of Hearts or Queen of Hearts as well. But in this situation, Bowler Erden, I like the moxie of the flop check raise. I like the surrender, though, I must say, and of that book are absolutely on show in the hand you described, and it was actually a very good identification of that. So yeah, thank you for the excellent comment. And I see there the viewer numbers are creeping up still, so welcome to any latecomers. My name is David Lappin, in case you don't already know that. Chip Race co-host. I will be joined a little later on by my Chip Race co-host, Dara O'Carney. And I come to you today from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel in Kyrenia, Cyprus for day 2 coverage of the $2,200 warm-up 500k guarantee that's going to definitely get to $1 million. I keep saying it. But it's going to happen, guys. Definitely going to happen.
Small blind is 1.5.
No, she told me like the blinds up.
Yeah, 1.5 for the small blind. Only the small blind went out.
Yeah, but she told me the blinds up. I thought it's 3. So she told me like the 1.53. So that's why I was raising more.
Okay.
Yeah. So far.
Uh-oh. Well, Korkmaz has opened things up here with the ace-9 of diamonds. He's been flatted by Habib. Sorry, he's been 3-bet by Habib and he's called. Oh. Interesting that it goes check-check. Habib deciding not to bet on the ace Jack 4 with his ace-queen. 10 of diamonds now. Korkmaz with the flush draw and top pair. Gonna bet. Habib now will be a little worried about ace-10, ace-jack. Probably just gonna call it here. He does have the queen of diamonds in his hand. But I do think this is a call all day. I don't think this is ever a raising situation. He does make the call. He's played it somewhat cautiously, cagely, Habib. Flop check back. And river bricks out. Korkmaz has some showdown. Unlikely to turn his hand into a bluff now. May go for that blocker. We've seen him use that blocker sizing often. In this instance, it might be something around 15k. Looks like it's 20. Gets the quick call from Habib. Not sure in that situation. I think maybe perhaps Korkmaz could have gone for a check fold. I think. On a serious note, please do stick around and be treated to another 2-hour session with a brand new feature table. For the duration of those 2 hours, there will be late entry. Late registration available for those 2 hours and probably the break thereafter. Magic number is 500. That's what we want to get to top right of the screen. That's the magic million mark for the prize pool. And after that session, late registration will be closed. We will be able to bring you payouts and first place money. We'll know what it's all for. What someone will be walking away with on Friday.
Mr. Rostu, that is holding 5 times it open. Mr. Rostu.
During the break, I will try and get the chip counts from a few of those notables around the room. Try and get you a little bit of information. I know there's people out there, probably fans of the likes of Jamie Nixon or Andrew Hulme or Michael Letch, who maybe want to find out how those guys are doing. I'll do my best to get you that information. As we look now, another multi-way pot here. Skripka, off a shallow stack, has decided to raise the king-queen. And Haddad just flatting here. Now remember, Haddad's flatting here versus a player who's put in a quarter of his stack in this situation. And we see he does have the best hand, but we did see earlier Haddad almost making a similar mistake, not being willing to kind of take the passive line, fold, throw it away, or the aggressive line, stick it in. By taking this line, he has sort of given his opponent the ability to take it away from him when he misses. Now, we see here the script has actually hit pretty much the best flop possible. King high, actually going to check it back. Wow. Well, Haddad had the back doors and the gutter. Looks like he's going to fire out a little bit of his own. Maybe target a hand like pocket tens. It's hard to get tens to fold here. They have a gutter. Hard to get queens to fold. Not really sure what this bet is targeting, to be honest. I don't love this bet from Haddad. King, queen. Well, the absolute disaster card for Skripka, and Haddad with the ace-queen checks it over. Oh, and Skripka has gone for value. He's got a little bit greedy there, maybe targeting
Thank you for
king
the
10.
Good luck.
Not really sure what the function of that bet was from Shripka. Once the ace comes, as unlikely it is that his opponent has it, it's another scare. Say maybe even final table coverage on Friday. Well, another one of the stars of this feature table, Hashim. He's mixed it up, it must be said. Plays a lot of hands. He's going to open again here. Under the gun, King Jack O. And again, Gungoran will probably be the villain. He's on the button with the ace 10. Maybe just a flat this time. Have to see. Yeah, he does choose to flat. Habib may well defend here with the suited connector. So, getting used to these multi-ways, I must say.
Last time, probably.
And this is going to be the last hand. I think the clock has just ticked down here, so these guys are going to play the last hand out. Oh my goodness, would you believe it? There is a twist in this tale. Drama right at the last moment. Hashim, top and second pair. Gungoran, well, he has been the star of the show, it has to be said. He checks back the gutter and overcard on the flop. He drills the turn, jack ball, corner pocket.
Okay.
He's just going to flat here. And it's hard to imagine Hashim getting away here, 57k. He's going to bet something. He might bet it all. No, he picks up them all. He picks up them all. He might go for the overbet shove in this spot. He might just bet 20k, something in that region. Gungoran, obviously with the nuts, is going all in. 17k is the number. Gungoran, all you can eat. Very hard to get away for Hashim. Very hard to get away, and he won't be able to. Gungoran shows the nuts. Hashim, well, he entertained us for 2 full hours. There was a cruel twist in the tale. Shabanazad's playing 35 big blinds right now. He's got the 9-7, suited gapper under the gun. Let's go. Labaki now. Okay, we're about to find out. You know, he's limped the last hand. Will he limp this one? He does limp this one. Okay, well, I talked about having a little bit of balance to your game if you are going to deploy the limping strategy. And that's exactly what he's done here. He has actually limped a really strong hand. Right away, we see now that there is some balance to Labaki there. He's sort of playing possum with these limps, sort of telling his opponents, come and get me, isolate me, take advantage of me, exploit me. Oh no, would you believe it? I was just about to say how Labaki, I imagine, is going to spring a trap here. If someone in late position decides to bump it up to 3 or 4x, I imagine he's coming back over the top of them. We might be seeing the end of Labaki. Oh, it's kind of cruel in this situation if that's what happens. A warm welcome back, ladies and gents. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. I am. The Merit Poker Western Series warm-up. It's not disappointing us, is it? It's so exciting. The 2 feature tables we've had so far have been absolutely mind-blowing. Some proper hands that will make the highlights reel for pretty much any poker event. We have 9 new contestants taking their seats. They're going to be, it's been a hard act for them to follow, but I'm sure they will give it their best. We see there Valentine Sloy, 174 big blinds, 700k. What a stack he has amassed, my goodness. Not far behind Andre Merab, 640k. They must be 2 of the biggest stacks in the room. Basil Musa, a very reasonable, a very worthy 354k, well above average as well. In fact, we have a lot of chips on this table. You have to go all the way down to Joseph Kiebert, 21 big blinds, 82,000. Well, far from out of it there. 82k, only slightly below what the starting stack is. Remember, this is the first level since late registration closed. When we see a number up on the top right of our screens, that will be all the people who are playing, and we will be able to calculate the prize pool from that. Quick shout out to everyone else there. La Sengfet in fourth as well. There are I'm just seeing on my notes here, Valentin Soy started today with 545k. He was the fourth biggest chip stack in the room. The man from Uzbekistan has clearly been a wrecking ball all day, continuing to take people out by the roots. I hope you enjoyed your little break there, 20 minutes. I have news for you guys. 523 runners means we are dealing with a prize pool of 523. Let's do the maths. 1.05 million. That sounds right. 1.05 million in this prize pool. My goodness, 188 people playing for the lion's share of that. As we look down at Sengfet, straight away, she raises to 10k, 2.5x from under the gun. She's one of the mid-pack here. She'd be one of the bigger chip stacks on another table, I'm sure, but this is a particularly stacked table. Ace-4 of diamonds, beating the same drum as earlier. She's coming from under the gun with the ace-4 of diamonds. I love it. It gives you that board coverage. Action folds all the way around to Dogan, wow, who wakes up with the pocket tens. Interesting whether he will have a raising strategy out of the big blind to an under the gun open. Often you won't. It's very hard to balance a range of that nature out. So I could see a world where he actually just goes for the flat. I think when you're dealing with an under the gun opponent, your tens sort of don't do well against a 4-bet if one was to come. Does look like he's going to carve out some raising chips though. Makes it 32k, and Sengfet probably puts her ace-4 suited in the bin. It's close. She will have position in the hand. 22k is a very close one. I think she's probably got to let this one go. But if she continues, well, it would be just sort of consistent with what we've seen today, which is everybody willing to play slightly looser than you would maybe say is standard, and in doing so, making for really exciting poker television. Okay, well, she's got one of those boards where she's got a little taste. Overcard, gut shot, Dogan. I wonder what the dynamic has been like for these guys for the last 4 hours, and whether Sengfet's under the gun open call a 3-bet range has been tested before, and whether it contains hands like jacks or queens, because it wouldn't be surprising to include jacks or queens in a range like that. Dogan obviously gets a great board for his pocket tens. He's not looking at any overs, and he fires out 28k. Sengfet, you can be pretty sure if one of those cards had been a diamond with the 3 and the 5, she would be in there, but she's in there regardless. 9 of diamonds. He's got to be worried here. Let's try and look at this hand from his perspective. Jacks are ahead. Queens are ahead. Okay, maybe aces and kings would have 4-bet. 9s and 8s have now taken the lead on his pocket tens. Is she really in there with ace-king off? Peeling ones? Well, yeah, maybe she is, but that's kind of maybe all of it. Flop provided no backdoor potential, so hands like ace-jack, ace-queen are probably going to give up. So you're really down to like the ace-kings, ace-queens suiteds of the suit that's on that board. Oh, she's just gone for it. Wow. Oh my goodness, what poker we are seeing right out of the gate here. Dogan has to be hating life right now. Pocket tens. And now you're facing an all-in. So he checked to her. Obviously, again, weighing it up the way I just did, I'm sure was the same internal monologue in his head. 9s and 8s have now taken the lead. Jacks and queens are possible. Ace-9? Would she do this with ace-9? You're beating ace-9. You're beating a funkily played ace-king or ace-queen, or as we see, ace-4 suited. If she's capable of this, he may have seen what else she was capable of in the last few hours, and that may give him reason to make a hero call here. I think in a vacuum, he actually has to find the fold, if I'm honest. 6-7 suited also got there, by the way. The problem is this is the first hand, or the first hand of meaning. And I don't know what their dynamic is. They've been playing together for 4 hours. They may know each other pretty well at this point. Seng Fet may have shown up with some nonsense before. But this is proper gutsy poker. Seng Fet, I think you've earned the fold here. It would be a huge call by Dogan. Oh, what a spot, guys. Well, if you're joining us late because you went to get a hot chocolate or a cup of tea, let me catch you up. Seng Fet opened this one up pre-flop. Dogan 3-bet from the big blind. Seng Fet called. Flop brought Seng Fet a good shot and over. Dogan obviously happy with the undercards. He continued. He fired out. Seng Fet called. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Completely rainbow. He checks. Clearly feeling like he's in a sort of a wonky situation now behind queens, jacks, 9s, 8s, 5s, 3s. It's a SETI board, as a good friend of mine used to say. And then she just lamps it. 281k into a pot of 160. Wow, and she does earn the fold. Seng Fet, take a bow. First hand of this featured table. I said the last 2 tables were a hard act to follow. Well, my goodness, we've just seen one of the plays of the day there. Probably the play of the day, it must be said. The hero call on the last table was special. That was a different kind of special.
First hand on feature table goes to USA. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I think everyone's playing into the logic of first hand on the feature table. It's less likely she'd be doing something like that. Oh my goodness, I love it.
USA?
This is absolutely phenomenal.
Depends if I'm.
Oh, that's got my blood pumping. I hope it's got your blood pumping at home, guys. Wow, what a day of poker we've been treated to. It has been absolutely top drawer. I think at this point she should just stand up in the middle table and scream, "Are you not entertained?" Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Oh, well, I don't know about you guys. I need to catch my breath.
Different card. Different card, not the same card.
Yeah, chips. Oh. No more defending on feature table, huh?
I think we needed that. I think we needed a raise and take in hand just to collect ourselves. Sort of a moment of pause there.
I just wanted the first.
Relatively uninteresting poker for 30 seconds just so we could all take a collective break, collective sigh of relief. And really fully appreciate the incredible courage of Seng Fet there. I'm sure in her mind she would have been hoping to fold out ace kings and ace queens.
You're lucky.
It's okay. It's okay.
Folding out over pairs
Yeah.
would have been tough. I think if she was up against aces and kings, she probably gets called. But because it was specifically pocket tens and that put him behind the queens and the jacks and the eights and the nines and the fives and the threes, it was just too much out there he could be in trouble against, and the play worked. Whew.
Wait.
Tasirek gonna open things up here. Min raise to 8k and Seng Fet in the small blind. A very real hand. Ace king off. Probably wishing they could see her last hand now. And she will bump it up to 23. Somewhat on the small size, it must be said, given that she's coming from out of position. More standard 3-bet out of position, the spot would be to north of 30. But 23k will test him out. Like has got an interesting hand here. He kind of has the perfect 4-bet, cold 4-bet fold. Kind of cold 4-bet bluff because he's got blockers. He's got those relevant king and queen blockers. And he could make it like 60 and sort of get everyone to fold everything apart from the really good stuff. And if he does get played back at, he knows his king queen must be garbage. Tough for Taserek here. Suited A7, I can imagine him continuing. I think offsuit, he's probably got to let it go. And that he does. Nicely executed from Sengfet.
Huh?
Did Larry rebuy? Do you know? Did Larry rebuy?
No, I don't think Mike said no.
Back in the saddle, Taserek with the Jack-8 suited from the hijack. In a way, a more interesting hand to open than the A7 off. Always difficult to play those middly weak offsuit aces. You are compelled to from later positions, but they are not easy to play and they rarely result in big pots being won. Jack-8, on the other hand, much prettier hand. He receives first bit of resistance in the form of Musa, who flats the queen 4 of clubs. Top pair for Taserek here, but a very wet board, and he does decide to knuckle back. King of hearts on the turn, bringing 3 hearts. Musa only drawing to the bottom end here. His queen is good as well. And Musa, yes, basically waving the white flag here. If Taserek didn't have queen high beaten, he would have bet by now. So probably going to go for some value. Probably realize that his opponent doesn't have much and it's going to be very hard to get value. And actually just checks it back in the end. Yeah, well, sometimes when you think that it's very hard to get called, especially on that 6 of diamonds, when 6 would have been one of your target cards. Had it not come, it's very hard to get value. He decides, actually, I'm just going to leave it, rather than open the door to potentially getting raised. And taking yourself to value 10, I suppose, too, in case your opponent had queen 8. Regardless, I think I probably do fire out a very small bet there, just in case my opponent has ace high or an under pair to the board. Some Back to the Future attire there. So I guess that means it's Back to the Future 3, right? Because that was the one that was set in the Westerns. Andre Merab.
Thank you.
Sengfet once again in the mix. She's bumped it up to 10k here. The 2.5x seems to be her open size of choice. Looks like she's going to get the job done. You do earn a few more folds with that larger sizing, particularly against the big blind. That's one of the upsides of the larger open. The downside, obviously, that you're risking more to win less. And there's an argument to be made that you do want the big blind to call a decent frequency of the time, because you do have position against them and you will find ways to realize your equity much easier than they'll find ways to realize theirs. Twist in the strategy here. Sengfet deciding the Jack 10 offsuit. She's going to limp it in from the hijack. Leica in the cutoff decides to pounce on that limp with the ace 4 off, and now Musa with the dealer button in hand has the ideal 4-bet candidate. Probably make it 42k, something in that region is nice. 36, I like it. This will almost certainly get the job done against everyone. Really good recognition of the value of a hand like Ace Queen here, which is basically the perfect cold 4-bet hand. Blocks aces, blocks queens. If it gets 4-bet, you can easily release. Doesn't play well against a 4-bet range. Or in this instance, a 4-bet range. What I really mean is a 5-bet range, but obviously the first into the pot was a limp. You guys know what I mean.
Mr. Iber, this is from the 515. Mr. Iber.
And the wheels are spinning here from Leica, who's probably thinking exactly what I'm saying there, which is that this was a great spot for Musa to maybe do a cheeky little 3-bet. And do I come back over the top? Well, the answer is no.
I see you over there.
Hmm? No, you will see, you will see.
Yeah, yeah.
Never bluff.
Nice hand.
And I like to see that. Sengfet definitely on the lookout for some information, trying to get reads on her opponent, trying to get a decent
I've seen you play
ascertainment of
You cannot talk now.
how strong he really was. Obviously, she may get to find out in a little while, but...
I know.
He's actually taking a break. Are you taking a break?
No, I'm drinking.
Oh.
Okay.
And in the loudest shirt in the room, potentially, Hebert from the US of A. Getting involved in the banter as well. So Sengfet with the Queen 8 suited. Will she limp in? Will she raise? Back to a raising strategy. And Leica with the Ace Queen right behind, probably coming over the top here to 30k. No, he's going to flat this one.
One more for Mr. Iber.
That will probably bring in a few more callers. Indeed, it does. Sabre on the button decides Jack 10 is good enough. Mereb's out, but Soy, you don't love a weak ace, but you might feel compelled for 6 more here. Well, a little bit for everyone. Sengfet with the back doors. Everyone else has a pair. Like unlikely to let this one check through. Going to charge some weaker aces and some maybe King Jack type hands for a small size. 21 into, well, he hasn't gone for a small size. He's actually gone for a half pot size. There's a little bit of theoretical stuff around why small sizes multi-way are pretty cool, but we won't go into that now. 21k obviously the bet, and perfectly reasonable. Looks like Sabre might get sticky here with a 10, or sorry, with the Jack. 10 kicker. Compelling as it is to call with second pair, this is 4 ways and you don't have a great kicker with your Jack. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be. I guess he does have the dealer button. Well, Sengfet, as I mentioned, had backdoors. Is she plotting larceny? She is, you know. Wow. She comes with a call, but given how little of this she really has, I expected it to be a raise or a fold. I mostly expected it to be a fold, to be honest. But just the very action of her calling there does indicate or imply to me at the very least that she has intentions, and with will and intention can be very interesting when nobody has more than one pair. Like in a kind of a tricky enough spot here. Just gonna try and extract some more value maybe from the ace 10, ace 9s, king jacks, and as we see jack 10s and queen 8s of the world. He's gone 36, so downsizing from his flop bet in relative terms. Sengfet has not released, but she... Oh my goodness, what are we watching here? Guys, this is... this is different gravy. Sengfet has made it 101k clean. Bear in mind, she's opened this one up in mid position. She's checked the flop and called after a bet and a call on ace jack 4 rainbow. And now she's check raised to 101k on the 5 of spades. Now I did say a moment ago her decision to call flop was an indication of intent. Well, intent no longer. She has put her money where her mouth is and put Leica in a very difficult spot. He makes the call for 65k more. And this lady doesn't give up. So is she going to put him in for 165 into a pot of 311? Or is she going to feel like that is way, way too dangerous? Oh my goodness me. My goodness, my gracious, my God. like a ace queen of hearts, a pure bluff catcher at this point. It's hard to imagine she has a 2, so you're probably discounting that, but she has played it like she has a set of jacks. She has played it like she has ace 5. You are literally beating a bluff, and it is very hard to now figure out what bluffs she can have. Let's try and piece that together. What just calls the flop? King 10, King Queen, Queen 10 of diamonds, Queen 10 of spades, these kinds of hands. Queen 10 of spades, that's probably our best bluffy candidate. If we're going to start putting her on bluffs, King Queen of spades, Queen 10 of spades. Wow. There's not many of those. He's completely not putting Queen 8 of diamonds into the mix. She has chosen a very non-standard holding to go for this line. Wow! Oh my goodness. It is Sengfet's world. The rest of these players are just living in it right now. That is pure theft. We have just witnessed someone set off the alarm. We have just watched somebody commit daylight robbery. Sengfet, you are living by the sword and everyone else is dying by that sword right now. This is absolutely glorious. That was a high wire act, the like of which you would not see in Cirque du Soleil.
Glad you can join us.
This is a show. We are watching a poker show. I hope the eyes of the poker world are tuning in to this last half hour of Poker TV, because it is absolutely gobsmackingly entertaining. Wow. What a horrendously gross spot she put the man with ace queen in. Leica will be sick when he sees it. I'm sure these guys are giving her credits for some kinds of bluff combos. Queen 10 of spades, King Queen of spades, King 10 of spades. They're the ones that make the most sense. But that's like 3 combos. And you're like looking for the other possibilities and you can't find them. And then you look for the kind of hands that you might have that are value and beat ace queen, and it's like loads of hands. But the fact that she chose a Queen 8 of heart or a Queen 8 of diamonds is just next level. It's non-standard. It's not recommended, but it is deliciously sick. So Merab open things up with the pocket 9. 6-3 of spades from Soy in the small blind. He's flopped very little, and one would assume that this little proby small bet, or not even that small, 17 into 30 from Merab will do the trick. 6-3 of spades. Doesn't have much going on here, it's got to be said. Would be an interesting out of position float. And Merab gets the job done. 181 players remain in this Merit Poker Western Series warm-up $2,200 event with an almost $1.05 million prize pool. Late registration has closed. It's been closed for about half an hour now, so there's no more buying in. I hear word now that we are going to play 8 levels today, so that's the end of this session. So this level, one more, 15-20 minute break, and then 2 more levels. No dinner break, so we won't be disappearing off the air for any meaningful amount of time.
Hart, Mr. Baston, Bellau, Mr. Ramos, Ali, Jara.
As we look there at Dogan with the Djangos, as I like to call them, pocket kings. He makes it 11 under the gun, so he's charging them. 2.7x open.
One more time, Mr. Baston, Bellau, Ramos,
Musa
Ali,
with the
Jara,
very attractive suited connector. I imagine he would have been very tempted for 8k, but 11 maybe just puts a little bit of pressure on that holding. Mereb with the Jack 9 of hearts. Looks like he's going to get involved. He's got 650k, so maybe feels like the wind is at his back with a suited gapper. And now Tsoi, pocket threes, and again really deep against Mereb in the cutoff. The perfect hand to set mine here. He does flat as well. Quick fold from the small blind, and Teisurek may well flick in a call now with the king 9. So we're quite a few multi-way pots we're seeing here. That's a 9. So Teisurek has made middle pin, as has Mereb. Dogan still with the overpair, and Tsoi, not much reason to continue here. Will probably release his pocket threes. Looks like Dogan may have...
Only 3. I didn't see
Oh, he's acted out a turn? Did he?
I didn't see him.
No. I thought we got a Teisurek check, so Dogan didn't act out a turn. He's checked in any case. Oh no, it's Mereb who bet out a turn. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So, check. But it looks like Mereb bet before Dogan had acted. So Dogan was probably going to bet, and then saw Mereb bet, realized that the rule would be, well, if he bets, then the bet will have to stand. So he checks. The 12k goes in the pot. Fold. Teisurek calls with the 9. And now Dogan has the chance to check raise. Sort of a dream spot in a way when you have a good hand. People want to put money in the pot before you've even acted.
Oh,
42k is the number.
Can change the action.
And
what happened?
You change the action. You can take out the
It stands.
Already action.
Oh, no, what happened?
so just a little bit of clarification now on the rule, but everything is perfect. The dealer has absolutely nailed this one on. The bet would stand because the action isn't changed. He's checked over to the action which has to now stand, the 12k. It's a call, and now Dogan raises to 42. There's a little bit of a query here with the players of, is that fair or is that right? But that's absolutely right. That is the only way we can have it. The bet would change if Dogan had decided to bet himself. If he'd just come out with a bet of 10k or 20k, then that bet would stand. Mereb would be able to take back his chips and have all his options back. But in this instance, the out-of-turn player, if it's a passive action to him, the bet stands. And now the action's all the way around to Teisurek, who probably will release as well. Interesting to know how that hand may have played out had that not been the action. Dogan almost certainly would have fired out a c-bet and then been called in 2 spots. We'd have at least got to the turn. But instead the bet stands, the call stands, and then the raise does look a little stronger. So the Lebanese trio there in the 7, 8, 9 seats having a quick chat about what just took place. I can assure you at home, these dealers are absolutely top-notch here. She absolutely nailed it on. No need for the floor, just correct ruling, absolute handle on all the finer points of the rules. She has been absolutely brilliant all day, it's got to be said. Three players now with 600k plus at this table. Must be 3 of the biggest stacks in the room. I don't hear word that anyone has got to 1 million yet. I'm going to guess somebody's out there with 7, 8, 100k somewhere. But they are big stacks. They can get involved in some messy, messy pots, which we hope happens. Because so far it has been the purest form of poker entertainment.
Still drinking your smoothie?
Huh?
You still doing the smoothie?
Smoothie?
Are you still drinking the smoothie?
No. I drank one earlier, but I had a little vodka. I needed something to help me out.
And we can hear off camera there Hebert from the USA, who was clearly on something of a health kick in the early portion of the day. He was drinking smoothies, has now decided to put a little chaser into that smoothie now that the sun has set. And why not?
Jim.
Put a bet on that.
Jim.
I'll put a bet on that.
I don't know if I'd take the bet. I'll probably lose.
Call it.
Did you have any drinks last night? 2?
الاول 181 حاطين كثير يعني
18 big blinds and the cut-off. Hebert, probably no option other than to shove here. Oh, looks like he's going to find an open to 10k. Upsides and downsides to this open. Upside is you can get away from a lot of action behind. Perhaps he's going to induce against some players and maybe fold to others. He may have some player-specific reads he's going to go with. If he is raise folding, then it's very dicey because obviously ace kings and ace queens will ship on you and you will fold the best hand. Yeah, interesting one here. Definitely feel as though sevens would go into my shoving range in this spot, but assuming he is inducing, I think it's probably okay. And Dogan, wow. So even though Hebert's opening off just that stack, Dogan's decided to put in 31, and that feels gross. And he does let it go, and that is the danger of that line. That is the danger. You put in 10 and you end up folding.
Mix it up so you won't know. Don't look. Mix it up? No. You don't want to know.
Well, I don't think the same mistake will be made twice. I think Hebert just going to stick this one in for 15 big. No? Yes.
You're lucky, Hebert.
Sengfest doesn't have a calling hand. And Hebert gets one through. Lives to fight another day. So to open things up with the pocket jacks here. Just checking in with the chat now. He should have made the call. I'm disappointed in him. Reference to Sengfet's audacious bluff there a moment ago. Watch her lose everything, says Martin Isaacson. Well, her bluffs have been creative, and they can certainly go wrong when you take such lines, but so far, not the case. He predicted like it wouldn't fall for it, but in fact he did. And it was a really tough situation, in fairness. Also in the chat, Ali Saro says she's brave. Well, that goes without saying. She is so brave. Some of these lines have been bordering on wild, but I'm here for it. I'm very much here for the wildness. Richard Mass says he's watching from Calgary, Canada. How you doing, Richard? Thank you for tuning in. What do you think about the poker today? I think it's been pretty good. So a quick glance across all the platforms. It looks like we have quite a few people tuning in. Looks like a little over 500, unless I'm not seeing some on the website. I guess that's probably true. It's probably more than that. But thank you to everybody who is tuning in.
How much?
Professor Roy says it's better than watching the high rollers. I gotta agree. You start shaving off a little bit of optimal poker and start loosening things up, and you really do create a recipe for good poker TV. I think that's what we've got right now. Every single table today has been on the loose side, and that has been astonishing.
How many one more drinks you guys have last night?
How many what?
How many one more drink you guys had last night?
I don't remember. Yeah.
It wasn't one more, right?
Sengfat to open things up here from the hijack. Queen 10 off. And I imagine there is something of a fear factor for the other players at the table. Word of her first bluff may be finally getting to those who are wired up and connected. Word of her second bluff is probably still a few minutes away. When the word gets out, and even before, I think players are going to tread very carefully, knowing that she is finding ways to put people to the test for all their chips. Whether that's an overbet shove on the turn with nothing more than a gut shot and an overcard, or that is an absolutely wild, one of the wildest bluffs I have seen in a long, long time in a poker tournament, with the Queen 8 of diamonds literally flopping nothing, turning nothing, rivering nothing, but calling flop. Check raising turn. How you doing to Doug Brown there? I see him in the chat. Fun to hear me commentating. Glad I have one fan out there. It was great to meet you too at the WSOP back in, that was the November one, right? That was the funny autumn WSOP. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're being treated to quite the spectacle right now. And yes, Darren and I are something of a poker odd couple. We'll be reunited. Not too distant future. Dara's flight is landing in the next 45 minutes.
30 minutes?
And he's going to come straight to the commentary booth, he told me.
1 hour?
So we will make sure his cab drives extra fast from Larnaca. Get him here to offer his analysis.
Maybe so.
Sonra başka masaya mı götürdüler? Başka masa geldi. Bir saat mi saat mi? Yok, 2 saat.
Bilekte biz gideceğiz.
Ha, başkası gelecek. Şuraya koyayım da.
واحد بمارس كمان.
And as you can hear there, all the different languages being spoken at the table, obviously not within the hand. I think they are restricted to English only in the hand, but listening to all the different languages being spoken, it really just advertises what a melting pot, what a smorgasbord of humanity there is here in North Cyprus. It is the perfect poker destination for bringing East and West together. A great location, only 3.5 hours from the furthest parts of Europe. Able to attract players from the Middle East. We have Americans here, we have players from the UK. We also have Israelis, Kyrgyzstanis, Uzbekistanis, Dutch, Bulgarians, Turks, Cypriots, Romanians, Lebanese, Russians, North Cypriots, Moldovans, Polish, Belarusians, Italians, Syrians, Mongolians.
Ice.
And soon to be 2 Irishmen in the commentary box.
Thank you.
Three bet here from Musa with the ace-queen suited. Tough to continue now for Tesserac. And Dogan for that matter. This could well just get the job done. Both of those players, this bet has really lent into their remaining stacks. No, Tesserac's going to peel. Okay, interesting. Okay, we've got a pot in our hands here. Dogan does release. And 80k in the pot. Tesserac's got 129, so 1.6 stack to pot ratio.
Thanks.
Wow. 3 5s on board. Whichever hand was ahead pre is still ahead. There will be a lot of pairs in Tasirek's range from Musa's point of view, but I don't think Musa can fixate on that. I think he must fire a very small continuation bet here. No, he doesn't. He just knuckles back. Okay. He's picked up a flush draw, which is always interesting on a flop 3 card of the same board. I think he has to check back now. I think I would have gone for a small C bet, but now I think I probably knuckle it back, feeling like I can improve to a flush, and I only have 2 streets to tell my story of a pair. He does go for the bet though. 15,000, sort of advanced blocker. Knows that as played he might have aces, kings or queens with this check. And he's sort of getting himself to a very cheap showdown if he wants. Tasirak can't really fold ace high for that sizing. So really cool sizing from Musa, putting pressure on hands he beats. And interesting to see how Musa goes here on the river. One would assume if it's an ace, 5 or queen, he would bet.
Thank you so much.
I suspect he's going for cheap showdown, hence the little bet on the turn. But another way to go would have been to drop the hammer there and try and get a pocket 8s, pocket 9s to fold. I think against the majority or a lot of the range, the line taken is the preferred line. I think it was a well executed hand. Doug Brown says he will be out in Vegas in the summer. Well, I hope to see you there. I'm not going to probably go for the first week. That's the least likely week I think I am to attend. More likely the last week that I might be there, but enjoy yourself regardless. I hope you run well. And I don't know if you guys spotted it, but during the break, there was a lovely graphic that appeared. You guys might have been making your cups of tea or charging your glasses, but there was a lovely graphic which illustrated all the events on the calendar here during the year. I'm sure that graphic will reappear on future breaks, and I would strongly recommend this venue if you're a poker lover and you want to go play somewhere. Check out that schedule. A lot of the schedule is already marked in. EPT here in October. Retro event, vintage event, gangsters event. I expect other tours are going to come here. This venue in North Cyprus is going to be one of the biggest venues for poker in Europe, no question. It already is up there, let's be honest. But the ambition, I was talking to some of the staff there on the break, the hunger, the enthusiasm, the understanding of what players want. These are the factors. I wrote an article there a couple of days ago about this very venue and the ambition these guys are showing, and how my general point was, okay, I will come back to that. Because right now, Tasirak with the pocket 3s and 27.5 big blinds has decided it's all you can eat time. Ahead of him was an under the gun open from King 10 suited, a flat from Mereb in the cutoff with pocket 9s, and a flat from Tsoi with 9-7 diamonds on the button. He might be feeling like he only has to get through the first guy. And maybe, just maybe, he can exploit some small pairs. 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s won't love it. 9s, however, in the cutoff is a close one. This is close. Tasirak can certainly have 10s and jacks, but Queens, kings, aces, he probably 3-bet induces. Ace, king, ace, queen would play it this way, I'm sure. So Merab, with dead money in the middle, getting a very attractive price, may piece this together and think to himself, you could have 6s, 7s, 8s as often as you can have 10s and jacks. We see he actually has pocket 3s. If he starts putting the low pairs in, it becomes a snap call. But even if he's not thinking these 3s will go for it, I think it's still a call. And he does make the call. Great call here from Merab. He is going to love what he sees. Now, Tsoi has no decision right now. And I'm not quite sure why he's in the tank contemplating calling for 20% of his effective stack. He does seem to be genuinely thinking about it, but he shouldn't be. Well, while Tsoi, I presume, puts the pieces together and comes to the conclusion that he must release the 9-7 of diamonds, Tasharek will be very disappointed not to see a hand like ace queen and instead to see a hand like pocket 9s, which leaves him with a paltry 19%. His 2 suits are live. That's why he's not 15%. So far, so good for Merab, who is the one standing up. Tasharek motionless as the dealer finds the 2 of spades on the turn. Oh, would you believe it? That is the second time today we have seen a river of that nature. My goodness me, Tasharek immobile. He did not flinch, he did not move. He is a hardened gambler. The man standing up with 20% of his stack on the line. Tasharek still composed, seated for his entire stack on the line with just 4%. He finds the black 3 to stay in the game, my goodness. Almost as if he knew.
Used up your one time, okay? That's your one timer. Nice hand.
I didn't say anything.
Yes, quite right. Tasharek explaining that he'd never announced one time, so he didn't use it up. Everybody knows that. Come on, Sengfet. Aidan Quinlan in the chat says the stream setup looks very good. It's really good, Aidan. It's really, really good. Thanks for tuning in to the stream. We appreciate you checking in with us. I hope you'll be here for a good bit of our coverage over the next week or so. Darrow will be in the booth later tonight and tomorrow. And yeah, we will be bringing you through all the action. Hopefully more excitement, like the bluffs we've seen, like the hero calls we've seen, like the Dirty River 1-outer and now River 2-outer we've just seen. The right amount of filthy, the right amount of creativity. All making for absolutely, utterly engaging poker. Dogan, 3 bets to 84k. He's just sticking Hebert in. Hebert went for the open off a shallow stack again. King 10. That makes more sense. King 10 as an open, I kind of get more. If you're going to construct a range, I like that one in it more so. Pocket 7s I would have just stuck in earlier on, I got to be honest. Now, returning to my point from earlier, and just the ambition being shown by Merit Poker, by this casino and this resort, when it comes to building a big poker brand. While you guys read all about the chip situation as we have it right now, Joseph Hebert, he's not quite on life support, but he's not far off at Valentine Tsoi, 130 bigs. Seng Fet, well, she's bossed it, hasn't she? She's been an absolute boss here. But yeah, these guys here at Merit are trying to do something very special. And what I wanted to pay homage to and recognize in my article was how it was really, really important since the COVID lockdown, since everyone came back out and there's a poker boom and players are hungry and they're more numerous than they used to be, because during that period a lot of people found the online game and increased our numbers. There's more poker people in the world now than there ever was. And now that we're out playing live again and the circuits are all up and running again, people are going to pick and choose where they want to go based on what? Player experience, good structures, good rake, great locations, great cities, great venues like this one where you can essentially have a seaside resort holiday. Bring your family. Players getting treated really well. Little perks here and there. Feeling like you're being spoiled. That's where the poker players are going to go. That's really important. I have spent a lot of the last 5 or 6 years playing poker in different venues where there was always a sense that you were being herded around like cattle. Get into the tournament for a turbo structure, bust and re-enter immediately, do it again, rinse and repeat. You felt like you were getting cleaned out, but they were the only games in town, so you did it. Wasn't ideal. Not so anymore. Companies like Merit, they understand what the players want, and I think they really genuinely do want to generate loyalty, create a brand that's synonymous with quality. That's what we're all enjoying here. Anyway, enough of my monologuing. Price of poker just went up, ladies and germs. 2.5k, 5k with a 5k big blind ante. Considering we started with 100k starting stacks, I would anticipate the bubble to burst in or around big blind 16k, something like that. So we are a ways off. 164 left from the field of 523. We will probably be halfway through tomorrow before the bubble will burst. So a lot of good poker and fascinating poker to be played between now and then. Hebert moves it all in here from the hijack with the ace-jack-o. 10 bigs. He can get called by a lot worse there, so mixed feelings about getting it through. I've just got a fantastic message straight to my phone from Jamie Nixon, who's out there in the field. He said, and I quote, "Wow, this is such a good field. People are losing their minds on the feature table as well as everyone else, huh?" I don't know if they're losing their minds, Jamie. I think there's a lot of loosey-goosey play, but I think there's a lot of sort of creativity and wildness to it that's very, very enjoyable to watch. We'll get you on the feature table soon, I promise, buddy. You can show us some rock-solid stuff, yeah? Shout out to Jamie Nixon there, obviously GUKPT Grand Final. He was in London main event champion. Big score that one for him. One of the top regs on the UK poker circuit. And a gentleman to boot. Battle of the pocket pairs here. Tsoi in early position has bumped it up to almost 3x here with pocket eights. Dogan in the cutoff with fives. I think facing a min open, it's sort of a compelling one to flat and set mine in position, but facing an almost 3x, I think you want to let it go. You could get squeezed out of the pot. You're risking more to win relatively less if you do hit. He is going to make the call though. And I was going to say that might well bring in Leica with the ace-4 suited, but it was a quick fold from him. 8s versus 5s as we take it to a flop. Wow. Oh dear. Oh dear for Dogan. Well, barring the sickest of sickest runouts, the next time you glimpse Dogan on screen, which is right now, enjoy it, savor it, because it's not going to be for very much longer, guys. Top set, middle set. Set over set happens so infrequently in No Limit Hold'em. It's cruel when it does. Remember, Tsui went slightly bigger pre-flop. He has c-bet now for roughly half pot. Dogan, 2 ways to go. He can either flat call or he can raise it here and now. By raising it here and now, he's sort of trying to get all the money in against an overpair. Flatting would maybe keep hands like ace king, ace queen involved, and maybe they would hit or continue to bluff. Licking his lips, literally licking his lips, Tsui is going to do a little bit of Hollywood, which is absolutely fair to do. He doesn't know this is a pure cold deck. He might feel as though there are some hands that Dogan will not call it off with. But there we go.
Oh my God.
Wow. So 5 of diamonds is out there. We've seen some sick stuff here with the runouts today. I don't anticipate it happening again. But you never know. No. Good game, Dogan. Not much you could do there. I do feel as though the slightly larger raise pre-flop could have got you out, but it didn't. And from that moment on, you were sadly doomed. Big pot for Tsui. He adds almost 200k to his stack there. Becomes chip leader at this table. And one of the biggest chip stacks in the room.
Case. That's so sick. Wow. Case 8, case 5.
Well, we've seen it all today, guys. River 1 outer, river 2 outer. Set over set. Couple of very, very sick bluffs. Action back to Tsui. He's going to let this one go. Hebert looking for a spot still. 13 bigs. 8-3 won't do it.
Good problem.
And Sengfet, well, if previous is anything to go by, she will certainly be opening this one to some amount. No, she's going to go for her limp here. So last time she limped, I believe it was Jack 10. So maybe these kind of Jack Queen, Jack 10, Queen 10 type hands go into the limping range. Last time it happened, she was pounced on in not 1 but 2 spots. This time, Musa completes and Saber looks down at the very lovely ace king and he gets to stick it in.
I have to fold.
And that will get the job done.
I will see it. It's not important. I saw many important things other than your hand.
Mezardan çıktı.
I saw.
What you see?
Oh my God.
Ben de kağıt buldum River'da.
Oh my God.
No speak English.
No English, huh?
No English, no English.
Lunatic. That's not English.
Lunatic. It's called Lala. It's called the Lala.
But it's not with me, so I'm okay.
Good thing it's an hour delay.
Great stuff from La Sengfet there. Good thing there's an hour delay. She reckons they haven't quite seen the shenanigans, the tomfoolery, the larceny from earlier. Yes, they'll see it soon.
He said he saw a lunatic.
Great to see the
How dare
table
him.
talk, though. Always nice when covering a feature table to
Have you watched the stream?
not be dealing with,
That's what he said.
Oh.
you know, rock solid, quiet.
You see something we don't see?
No, I was impressed actually.
Restrained play. It's been
Yeah.
chatty. It's been loose.
No, she's done it 3 times. No?
It's been fun.
Oh, calm
And
down.
that's sort of the most important thing.
That is proof if you want.
All 3 times?
We all have friends
Yeah.
who was watching the stream, so
There's
everybody.
3 times on feature table. There is 5, 6 times there. So
Everybody knows what's happening. now.
So, some of her table mates trying to make La Sengfet aware that maybe, just maybe, people are onto her already. Interesting to see how that will affect the next big pot she plays.
Where are my friends? We don't have friends.
one right there. I don't know. I don't have my phone on. You have to do it now. It's now or never. Huh? Now or never. Yeah. Everybody else is in the room, I think.
Teixeira putting his newfound ill-gotten gains to work here. Opens to 10k. And Sengfet right behind with the
No crazy.
suited, just about connected King 9 of clubs.
It must be half an hour delay.
Mayreb likely to come in here with the King Queen too. He might actually 3-bet. No, just a call.
Maybe.
From the small. And now Tsoi. Wow. He has a
We did
hand as
everything
well.
in the first 15 minutes.
Now, Teixeira from under the gun 1. Do you really want to squeeze that range? Maybe. You could certainly flat here, but 3-betting would not be strange. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Tsoi, something around 50k it looks like. 45. Teixeira has limited options now. I don't think flatting is comfortable. You might have to just go with it or fold. How likely is Tsoi to squeeze over your open and 2 flats from the big blind when he could just complete cheaply? That's the equation for Teixeira to figure out. 80k in the middle now, so shoving would be absolutely fine from a risk-reward standpoint. Flatting would be very tricky, and yes, he has gone all in. Great decision from Teixeira. I think he sized up the situation perfectly. It was almost like my commentary was matching his inner monologue in real time. I think he came to the exact same conclusion. And even though Tsoi is asking for a count here, there is no way he is calling this. It would be a very, very poor call. Ace-10 doesn't rate to be good against almost any of Tasurek's open +1 shove over a big blind range. But we have seen Tsoi ponder on such decisions before. Everybody has their own process. Everybody takes the amount of time they need to find the right answers. He's found a lot of right answers today, it must be said. So even if it takes him a little longer than we would maybe hope, I do believe he's going to come to a decision that was a well-spent 45k in trying to win what was out there.
Show the bluff.
And it would be a very poorly spent 200
Show the bluff. No bluff.
to try to win the 500.
Sorry.
Action folds all the way around to Tsoi. Blind v blind. As I mentioned earlier, we haven't seen too many of these Battle of the Blind confrontations today. A measure of the looseness of our live stream featured players. Tsoi decides to use the 10-5 off as a raise, which I quite like. I don't like the call quite so much, if I'm honest. 12 big blinds, I feel like you could
Thank you.
probably stick it in if you're going to call it off. Slightly strange line, must be said. Hebert with a chance to double up now, looking very good after that flop. Ace 8-4, and double up he has. Hebert now with 130k. Bit of a gift from Tsoi, I have to say.
Good. 59.
I think he can probably
59.
raise fold. He could probably have limped and then probably folded to a shove. Really don't understand the raise call, but maybe just fancying taking a shot against his opponent. He has one of the bigger stacks in the room, Tsoi, so maybe just feeling a little bit splashy. So after Musa opening up +2 here with the ace-9 off, Hebert looks down at King Jack off from the small blind. He's got 24 big blinds. Could consider shoving this. I think he would certainly shove over a later position raise. Question is, how loose does he think Musa would open? Could he conceivably flat profitably? He certainly believes he can. And he does make the call, and I think that will bring in Tasiarek with the suited king. King Dewey. Well, a whole lot of nothing for everybody there. Queen 5-4, 2 clubs. Doesn't connect. I guess arguably the King Jack with the 2 back doors is the most connecting. 2 of diamonds. Okay, so Tasiarek now takes the lead with what was the worst hand, and Musa picks up a gooder. Nobody willing to bet here. Everyone may be feeling like they have the right amount of showdown. Hebert could take a stab at this one. Nobody has bet, and he gets the first opportunity to bet river. He doesn't. Tasiarek is going to take this one down with a 2. So our numbers are up to over 700 people, not including what might be watching directly from the Merit Poker website. So huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. You have been treated to a cabaret of poker, it must be said. I'm going to try and pull up some chat here and engage with you lovely people. Go Lala, she's amazing. From Dory Coyle, she certainly is amazing. She has been extraordinarily entertaining in those 2 key hands from quite a while ago now. BL Pockdoc says, greetings from Berlin. What's the buy-in amount? The buy-in amount for this one is $2,200 US. The guaranteed prize pool was $500,000. That meant they needed 250 players. And as you can see from the top right on the screen, 523 entrants. So not just smashed the guarantee, obliterated the guarantee. More than double the guarantee. Extraordinary stuff. So off a 22 big blind stack, Hebert has elected to limp the King 10 of spades. Actually quite like this limp. I think when you are sub 25 big blinds, a limping strategy becomes very interesting, and you obviously have to balance that out with a couple of very good premium hands. But hands like King 10 suited work quite well in the mix as well. You want hands that can essentially limp and then call a raise. Whenever you do call a raise, obviously when you're limping from the button, you get to do it in position, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Tasiarek decides he is going to raise the ace-9 offsuit, and Hebert can call. Well, both players miss. Hebert has backdoor potential. He can hit running spades and ace-jack. He's also got an overcard to the board. Tasiarek will keep the betting lead, one would presume. Betting small here, something in the region of 10 to 15k always makes sense. And 10k it is, which does make things interesting for Hebert, who could construct a raising range with this hand in it. He could also float. He elects to do the latter. Seven of diamonds. Well, having gone for such a small bet, Tasiarek will be keenly aware that he has kept his opponent's range very wide. He checks, and now Hebert has the opportunity to try to get an ace-high hand to fold. If he bets something in the region of 20, 25k, it might do the trick. Looks like he could have a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack here when he takes this line. All pretty logical. Hard for Tasiarek to have a 3 in his hand, having raised pre. And hard for Hebert to have any 3Xs that he would limp call. Maybe an ace-3 suited. Might be the only one. Anyway, that 26k bet that I mentioned a moment ago has been called by Tasserac, who is going to put Hebert to the test and make him put in all his chips if he wants to try and steal this one off him. Hebert decides it's too likely that he will get looked up, and he decides to wave the white flag, leaving himself with just 60k. So back to just 12 bigs, where he was before that double up with ace-7 moments ago. And I have a bit of exciting news, guys. We do have word on the payouts. Obviously, late registration closed a little over an hour ago, and all the clever, mathematically minded people at Merit have been doing their sums and have decided that the prize distribution is as follows. Hang on, we'll wait 1 minute. Sabre is all in for 20 bigs here with the ace-queen, and he's done it in early position, so there's plenty of hands to get through. Before I give you the payouts, let's have a look at that. Oh, Tsoi with the pocket sixes in the hijack. From the blinds, this one is tempting.
100? 101.
From the hijack, it's not so tempting. It's also hard to believe that Sabre would do this with like 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. I don't think he should. So you're basically hoping for a flip. Doesn't seem like a great spot, and so he correctly makes the fold. Well played. And action folds down to the big blind, which is Leica, who has king queen. Okay, well, I think that's an easy fold as well, and he does let it go without much ceremony. Okay, here we go, guys. So 62 players will get paid, so we are paying out 12% of the prize of the field. They will receive a share of the prize pool. 54th through 62 will get $3,450 US. There are small ladders then every 8 or 9 positions until we get to the final 24, so that will be last 3 tables. 24th will get 7,275. Final 18, so last 2 tables, payouts will be 9,325. 9th will receive 18,200. Just plucking randomly here. 4th will receive 60,000. 3rd, 82,000. 2nd, 133,000. And first place prize money in this, the Merit Poker Western Series $2,200 no limit hold'em warm-up event, will walk away with $181,200 US. A very, very satisfying 4 days' work. I have also received word on our next feature table, which I'm sure we will have a little preview of. We'll send our camera crew out to scout those guys momentarily. But they will feature Tamer Mohammed Ibrahim Abdelatzer. I think I butchered that. I'm going to try and do that one again. Tamer Mohammed Ibrahim Abdelsayer from Egypt. Roman Kolotyok from Russia. Oh dear, we better move back to the table here as we see Leica, the victim of a Sengfet devilish bluff earlier on today, has decided to come over the top of the button open from Sengfet with his pocket 4s for 25 bigs and has run into the pocket aces of Musa right behind. Now, this pocket 4 shove is absolutely standard. He's done absolutely nothing wrong. It's just a super sick situation when you only have to get through one more hand to run into aces here. But he still has a shot. 18% of the time, these 4s will emerge victorious.
Out of the your pocket.
Laika takes a big swig of water. Will it be his last in this tournament? No help on the flop. Not even a whiff of backdoors. And up he stands. 7 of diamonds, no help. 4 of spades or a 4 of diamonds, or we say goodbye to Laika, who has been eliminated. He will be super disappointed, not just with that final hand, which was super standard, but when he looks back and sees the larceny that was pulled by Sengfet earlier. A very tough spot he was put in, it's got to be said. He was beating only bluffs. She happened to have probably more bluffs in her range than he would have expected. And out like it goes. So catching you up again, guys, on the next table. Tamer Mohammed Ibrahim Abdel Tsair from Egypt. Roman Kolotyuk from Russia. David Jing Zonhu from the Netherlands Antilles. Andres Mereb from the Lebanon. Hang on, I remember that name from earlier. I think we might be getting a repeat appearance there. Ahmed Rami Nal from Syria. Gabriel Akiki from the Lebanon. Fedor Dedelov from Russia. Bayar Saran from Turkey. And Hassanin Hashim from New Zealand. So coming all the way from New Zealand, they're definitely the furthest away country. Hassanin Hashim, he may well be a local born in New Zealand. He may well be from somewhere not quite so far away, but that's quite the journey if you've made it. Fair play. All the way from New Zealand. Sounds like a 24 to 30 hour trek to get here, but stranger things have happened. Those guys will be joining us after the next break. Again, it will just be a short break. We're just going to play the 8 levels through tonight. No dinner break. So no big long delays. We want to keep you here on the edge of your seats, as I have been. Little C-bet and take it from Sengfet.
طول مع ورقة بتغير باكر معقولة يعني حرام والله العظيم حرق الدنيا.
Are there going to be subtitles afterwards?
Maybe.
Subtitles?
No. We are lucky when you speak English, we understand.
Yeah, he's telling us what you did was a gentleman.
I am not talking. He's saying.
We had history.
Yes, you did.
Well, what a comeback from Tasharak. Not too long ago, he was all in. Going to the river with a 2-outer to stay alive. Since then, it has been one-way traffic into his stack. And he sits with 400k. Well over average. Well, he's run into the ace-jack of Mereb here, who looks like his 3-bet here out of the big blind. Yes, he has 32k. And queen jack off, definitely the kind of hand you could consider folding here to a big blind 3-bet. You tend to be dominated or in not great shape. That said, Tasharak's not made any instant decision, and these guys are playing somewhat deep. They've got about 80 bigs effective, so I like to see a fold here on balance. Yeah, good fold from Tasharak. Mereb, I think he's going to flash an ace before letting it go.
play.
Hebert has been playing short stack ninja for quite some time now. He's raised folded a bit. He got it in once, got there. Never easy to navigate that short stack in the hopes of ultimately getting a bit of a spin. But he's stuck to his work. Sengfed into the action again, raises to 11k with the queen 10 off. So sometimes the queen 10 off gets limped, sometimes it gets raised. Tsui is going to make the call here with the jack 9 off. So battle of the middle connectors. Well, I find it hard to believe that Sengfed won't find a way to win on ace, ace, deuce. 3 on the turn. Will she bet? Try and charge some hands. I like this. I think you don't want to give a free ride to 6-7, 6-8, 8-6, all of those kind of cards that are under your 10 to just get a free look. So she fires out a little equity denier and it works. A treat. Center of your picture there, Sengfed has been the hero of 2 audacious plays. The 2 probably will become the most talked about hands of the day. At the last 2-hour session, we did have an amazing hero call that I want to give a lot of credit to, but also in this session, those 2 bluffs, back to back almost as well. Just next level stuff. I imagine those hands, when clipped, will go viral. And with a certain degree of certainty, she will be back in the action here. Does she 3-bet the 8s or flat them is the question. Looks like she's going to go for a small 3-bet here. 28k over the 11, so roughly 2.5x. The open. Sabre in the cutoff. Folds the jack 7 of hearts. Mereb, momentarily tempted by the 10-9 of diamonds, lets it go. Tsui bins the 10-7, and Hebert, who is looking for a spot desperately, looks down at pocket 5s. But too much action before him. Sengfed gets the job done.
No speak English. No, no speak English. Sí.
So remember, guys, not too many more hands left of this session, but we will have a new feature table for you very shortly. just a 15-minute break, and we will be straight back into the action with 9 new battlers. Sengfet, she's going to limp here from +1. Keen to get involved here, Sengfet. On balance, I do prefer a raise here from under the gun 1 with the ace-9 suited, but
Can I have Nescafe?
she likes to mix in some limps with her opens. She has a wide range of sizings as well, so quite the
will be 17.
selection box of bets and raises. Hebert, he's going to complete from the small here. He's getting a discount, just 3k into 22, 25k now. So 4 hands, limp pot. No one with anything premium. Nobody has a 4. Nobody has a queen, so... Well, 2 players have diamonds. Sengfet and Soy have picked up diamond draws. Tashirak and Hebert have nothing to write home about. Sengfet is going to bet this now. Soy likely calls for half pot. He's almost getting the direct price of his flush draws good. And there will be some implied odds here. He's got the dealer button and the opportunity to extract more value. He just calls. And if a diamond comes, it could get very costly for Soy. Fortunately for him, the King of Hearts should get him into no further trouble. Sengfet probably can't bluff at that card. She's got a pretty bad holding. When you got the no flush, you're kind of holding the main draw cards that you hope your opponent has. Question now is, will Soy go for it with his very bad flush draw, which has missed? And the answer is yes. And I think this will work. Sengfet, well, she doesn't like to fold. But, oh wow, she does make the call. Wow. So literally the only hand he could possibly have that she could beat was a worse flush draw, which she blocks. But she makes the hero call regardless. 9-10 got there, King 10 got there. 6 stuff from Sengfet. 6 stuff.
It's a good call. Good call, Ace High.
People saying good call from Ace High, which it, you know, in reality was, but on balance I don't think will be. Sengfet, bluffy and sticky.
After 15 minutes, we move to table 7.
Hebert has decided on the button, Queen 8, 9 bigs. He's going to have to go for it. I think Tashirak will look him up here with the King Jack suited. King Jack suited will dominate a lot of the shoves off for 9 bigs from the button. The Jack 10s, the Jack 9s, the King 10s, the King 9s of the world. Suited King Jack seems too good. I think we're going to see a call here. And yes, indeed, he's going to flick in the call. One player lurking in the big blind. Quickly folds. And Hebert at least has live cards for 33%. Will the American survive? Or will he be hitting the bar? No good there. A little bit of backdoor potential, but not much to write home about for Hebert. Ace no good. Only a queen or an 8 now. Or we say goodbye to the American. And a little bit of overkill there as Tashirak pairs his king. Hebert and his wonderfully
خلص ماشي على المية دحين.
bright, loud, shirt shorts combo.
ماشي على المية خلص.
Hit the rail.
بعدوا عنه على 15 minutes.
He battled with that short stack, it must be said. He did his very best to ninja his way out of the danger zone, but it wasn't to be. He ultimately succumbs. And I am just now, at this very moment, receiving news that the Eagle has landed. Dara O'Carney was mid-air for the last 2 poker sessions at these tables, has now landed. He is in Larnaca. He is 75 minutes away, maybe faster. Those taxi men drive quickly. So I am confident he will be joining us for some portion of the day now. I think he'll probably get here for the last hour, which is great to see. Dara is mustard keen to join me in the booth, I know. As we look back here, as Musa opens under the gun with the ace-jack-o. Sabre, the loose call here with the queen-jack suited right behind. Check, check. Sabre will almost certainly need to start telling a story now if he's going to find a way to win this one. He decides not to, and I think it's just going to go check, check. Hard for Sabre to tell a story over one street. Yeah, and he just gives up.
Queen.
Sorted. بالعشرة يفتح فيها حاجة. بالسكة شو يعطوك تدبير انك تعمل صوت. Raise 10.
Sabre back in the saddle. King 10 suited.
After King Queen, you should get. I think jacks.
اسمع معك عمود.
ها؟
ما معك عمود.
ارجع جو. ماشي معيارية 2 مش هدفع على مطلب.
كيف تعمل لي ريس؟
لا معي ايد كلها حبيبي. حتى كولين اذا ما
So probably about 2 or 3 more hands now. Roughly 8 or 9 minutes left on the clock. defend here from Sabre. He is on the shallow side, it must be said now. Just 18 bigs. Looking to flop some equity and go with it, one would assume. And, well, there indeed he has. This is very problematic for Sabre. Zogdaria has flopped the wheel. Sabre has got overs and a flush draw. One would assume Zolgadria is going to fire out a little 10 or 12k bet here. Delighted with life, he's even got the ace of clubs in his hand. Sabre will probably raise. And when he does, Zolgadria will stick it in. I think it's very unlikely that Sabre plays this one passively out of position. I think he probably makes it 23k, something in that region, to be able to shove turn. 25k indeed. Probably not a good idea for Zolgadria to flat here. It looks like his opponent's happy to get his chips in. You want to do that before a scare card might come.
Can you see your chips?
Oh, he hasn't realized how short Sabre is, so as soon as he does, I think we're just going to get these chips in now. Has to take a few moments, of course, not to appear too strong. And in we go, Sabre and his flush draw against Zolgadria and his wheel with an ace of clubs blocker, so we can't be dead on the turn. Should Zolgadria get overtaken by a club, he can always hit the redraw. And in they go, inevitable as it was. 191k in this pot. Sabre needs to hit a club. That will not do it. A club, and a club only, or we say goodbye to Sabre. And we do. Zolgadria holds with the wheel. Sabre
Thank you.
takes his final sip of water before departing. Seat open from the dealer. We may have a new player take a seat there, but I would say they will probably wait until after the break as we take a gander at the next feature table. Well, so far a younger table than any of the ones we've seen previously. A dressed up table. We've got some costume. And I mentioned there we would remember one or two of the faces from earlier. Indeed, there he is. Hassan and Hisham, or Hashim I should say. He will be back in the fray. So we turn our attention back to Sengfet, the Sengfet show, as it has been at different points in this 2-hour block. She opens things up from the cutoff here with the Queen Jack off. Keen to finish as strong as she started. Remember, right out of the gate, first or second hand, she pulled off a huge bluff against her opponent. Overbet shoving the gooder and overcard versus the pocket tens on a 9-8-5-3 board. A huge and bold move, it must be said. But if anything, she bested it moments later with her audacious Queen 8 suited backdoor flat turn no equity check raise river shove. And again, finds a way to win without making a pair. Seng Fet. Impressive stuff, it must be said. So we're down to less than 30% of the field. My prediction of the bubble bursting at big blind 16K, maybe a little bit off actually. I want to revise that prediction now and say it might go big blind 12K, the end of big blind 12K. How about that? The reason being is this is a very good structure. Levels are long. Players are aggressive. Ranges are wide. Play is loose. All a recipe for keeping the stacks deep.
All Christian players have new table to contribute only 5. Mr. Murat, Mike, Ursa, Ovidio, Tamar, Daniel, Dmitry, take your seat, please.
Genk decides not to c-bet here. And Musa is going to take a stab here for 13K with the under pair to the board. Great result if he gets this one through, and it is. And it looks like we have time for just one more hand. After which, guys, we will be taking a 15-minute break, just a short break. And then we'll be back to you with 9 new players and more exciting poker action here from the Merit Poker Western Series warm-up event. These players have been entertaining us all day. Give it up for them. And it will be a battle of the blinds for this final hand. Tsoi looks like he's just limped in. Yeah, just a battle of the blinds limp pot to end proceedings. Tasharek knuckles back the 8-6 offsuit. Neither player flops anything. Tsoi with the overcards checks over to Tasharek, who he's going to take a little stab here, just for the minimum. So he calls. Turn pairs the 8 for Tasarek, but brings Tsoi an open-ender with overcards. So as tasty a turn card as was possible. Tsoi has a pretty good candidate for a raise here, it must be said. 17K though from Tasarek is a large bet. He just calls. And an ace of hearts on the river. Tsoi, it looks like it's gone check, check. Tasarek will show the winning hand with 8-6, and we will go on a break. What an entertaining couple of hours it has been. Okay, a little bit more subdued in the second hour, but boy, oh boy, that first half hour was some of the most exciting televised poker I have watched in a long time. Last Seng Fetch, he's top of the charts there with 696k, almost 700k. It was her show, let's be honest. Hard to say it was anybody else's. Valentin Soy, he played some super poker as well, 659k. I am so entertained right now. I don't know how the next group can live up to what we've seen before. Maybe they can. Please do join us in just 15 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Stick the kettle on. Limp this one. Okay, well, I talked about having a little bit of balance to your game if you are going to deploy the limping strategy. And that's exactly what he's done here. He has actually limped a really strong hand. Right away, we see now that there is some balance to Labaki there. He's sort of playing possum with these limps, sort of telling his opponents, come and get me, isolate me, take advantage of me, exploit me. Oh no, would you believe it? I was just about to say how Labaki, I imagine, is going to spring a trap here. If someone in late position decides to bump it up to 3 or 4x, I imagine he's coming back over the top of them. We might be seeing the end of Labaki. Oh, it's kind of cruel in this situation if that's what happens. Shalayev has woken up with the American Airlines, the pocket aces on the dealer button. The most likely position to be stealing from here. The most likely person at the table to want to isolate Labaki. Aristotelos has flatted her ace-4 offsuit in the big blind, and that almost certainly juices the pot up to in a way that makes Labaki have to go for the squeeze. And he does. He 3-bets 29k. We are about to see the end of Labaki, I believe, unless the deck brings some form of miracle. We see there he is 7%. I think when the dust settles and Aristotelos is taken out of the equation, it might increase to 8 or 9%, but it's going to be very, very low. Shalayev, will he just flat maybe? When you get limp raised, it looks strong enough. It looks like the guy just wants to get it in. He might have queens or kings. You don't want to have them get away on a scary board. I think you just stick it in now, to be honest. Flatting is kind of interesting, but really the benefit of flatting in these situations with your pair of aces is if you think that there's a lot of bluffs in your opponent's range. I don't think there are many. I think when you limp under the gun one and then squeeze, you're actually really, really strong. He's gone for the absolute click raise here. 4-betting to 55 rather than sticking it in. Labaki will not love that, but I don't know what he can do here. He's already put in 30k. He's only got 93 more. That's a quarter of a stack, and he does have a premium hand. Oh, he can't be 4-bet, so you limp, you get raised, and then after you squeeze, which looks unbelievably strong, the guy decides to put the absolute minimum raise in. And he can't get away, Labaki. Very unlucky at one level. I mentioned there his limping strategy, how he would balance it up with real hands. He had a real hand, but the realest of the real hands is pocket aces. And Shalayev, there we see, actually the equities went down. Ace King had more chance when the third player was involved. 6% only. Ugh. Well, slim there. The hearts are blocked, so it's only the 10 queen or running kings. That's worth 2% right now. This is what 2% feels like. Labaki, well, he's not drawing dead. The turn is a queen. Well, the filthiest of filthy tens, is it there? No. The queen on the river sends Labaki home. Small consolation, he is in time to re-enter if he has the thirst, the desire to do so. Shalayev with the pocket aces, best hand held. At the risk of being accused of blowing smoke up the ass of these players, I assure you that's not what I'm doing. absolutely loving the aggression levels and the
oranges, verticali.
TV friendliness of these players who are willing to gamble it up in quite dramatic fashion, it must be said. 4-3 suited under the gun +2 from Al Khashab here. Some of these plays, maybe non-standard, but they are very, very entertaining and high wire. There's a lot of moxie being shown by players on the last table and this one as well. It's almost as if they know they're on TV. They want to give a good account of themselves. 4-3 suited. Has been called in one spot here by Shalayev. Those guys are deep as well, remember. Shabanazad, tempted by the Queen 8, getting a discount in the big blind. He lets it go. So here we go. And there's a club right away. 2 clubs, great flop for Al Khashab. Yes, it's very coordinated and it is much more of the flatter's range, but if you're going to open 4-3 clubs, you're usually going to flop bottom pair, nothing, or a flush draw. And flush draw, one of the better results because it is a way to make a very strong hand by the river. He fires here. Shalayev in this instance, while he will have a lot of this board with his range, in actuality just has a gutter and an overcard. And it's actually the kind of flop that a pre-flop raiser might check. So the fact that he's bet it does kind of indicate real strength. Like you wouldn't necessarily bet this board with ace king, ace queen. Feels like that might be a bit thin. So when you do bet this board, it feels like it could be an overpair or a jack that interacts maybe with the board in some other way. Shalayev is going to proceed with a raise. Oh my goodness! Wow. Well, these guys, it's like the gloves are off and we're in the streets. This is an absolute street fight right now. Shalayev has decided to turn his gutter and overcard into a raising hand. El Khashab probably can't fold here. And the problem for him is when Shalayev doesn't have value, more often than not he has a flush draw. And that would be serious trouble if he had a flush draw because it would be a better one than the 4 high. King on the turn is a brick from the perspective of these two players, but it's a very relevant card because it's another overcard to the board. Shalayev would have certainly been hoping that that initial raise got the job done. It did not. And is he going to have to tell a multi-street story with larger and larger bets? Al Khashab probably will release to a decent sized bet here, unless he's given a very compelling price. It is a bit dicey when your opponent could have something like a pair and a flush draw and you're really, really dead with the 4-3 of clubs. Well, we do get a check. And the 3 is actually the winning hand. Al Khashab checks his 3 of clubs. He has some showdown now. And Shalayev, as played, is he going to fire out a bet here? It would be a very funky story to bet flop, slow down turn, raise flop, slow down turn, and then bet river. It's sort of been played by Shalayev like he might have a flush draw that then made a pair like a king high flush draw. Might take this line. It probably would have bet again the turn. This is very funky. I'm really enjoying the complicated spots these guys are getting themselves into by playing such funky ranges and going for these sorts of low frequency raises on a flop like this. Shalayev, if he knuckles back, we'll get some sick news that he's been rivered by a 3. He is going to go for a bet, and will Al Khashab actually think about this one for a while? It's very hard to miss the board that has King Jack 9-7 on it. He pretty much only beats a better flush draw that has missed completely. Queen 10 got there on the turn, probably would have bet, so maybe we discount that. 10-8 probably would have bet the turn again. Sets are the obvious ones. Shalayev sort of representing a hand like 7s or 9s. That makes the most sense. I think 9s and 7s may have bet again on the turn too. It's so confusing. I love it when it's so confusing because, and I'm also have to say, I love that Al Khashab has not released his hand. He knows it's confusing and he's thinking to himself, hang on a minute, there's something really fishy about this. 45k, half pot, I'm going to call. Show me a bluff. Oh my God, what a absolutely stunning bit of poker. He is absolutely dancing inside, I promise you. Al Khashab Above the rim, it is. Has there been many females in the tourney? Yeah, there's definitely a few out there. I can't say I saw more than one per table. I think it's probably slightly less than one per table, if I'm honest. But they're out there representing in some numbers anyway. What a fold. Well, I'm assuming we're going back to Aristotelos' above the rim fold from earlier. Yeah, amazing stuff. Vautor says he would have stuck it in. I would have too, I'll be honest. Yeah, just... that's from one of the live streams. I see here we're going out in quite a few places, so I'm going to hover around, try and find them all. Looks like there's some piggybacking going on. Okay, well, I've popped onto one stream and I see Kevin Thiel saying, pretty sure this chat is ignored. Well, not anymore. I'm going to try and give you guys some love and pop over and say hi. Glenn Davis, where are they playing? Anyone know? This tournament is being held in the Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, the Merit in Kyrenia, Cyprus, right on the coast there in North Cyprus. Beautiful spot. Gorgeous poker room. They've actually got another poker room, an even bigger one that they use when necessary these days. Shout out to you, Glenn. As I said, trying to pop around a few of these different streams before putting my head back into the action. Oh, and I see an immediate one brewing. Sorry, guys, I turned away to give the chat some love, and I missed the pre-flop action here. Which got us to a Shabana Hazad Dahan confrontation where they've both now made top pair. Shabana Hazad not loving his kicker, obviously. Dahan, no reason to put the brakes on here. He's going to bet out something in the region of 25, 30k. He's going to go 16k, so he's really going to try and milk Shabana Hazad. There's no way he can fold for this sizing, or maybe any sizing, to be honest. I think... Shanazad's going to have a very tough river decision in front of him. This one not so difficult against a capable opponent like Dahan. A double barrel would not be unusual. No real sense in raising. What I quite like about this tank in a way is when you sort of know against the villain there's no way I can fold it. Actually against this guy, oh, got to buckle up, got to put on my big boy pants, got to call him turn and call him river. Taking a little bit of time over your turn call may convince your opponent that you have more bluffs, or sorry, more marginal hands than you really do, and encourage and increase the likelihood of him bluffing river. So I actually quite like the fact that he took some time over that, assuming here that he is going to pay the piper. Now, in this instance, he's going to get the bad news that Dahan has in fact a better hand, but that won't always be the case. And if by tanking that turn, you made sure that this third barrel came in with the hand like 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack, maybe flush that didn't get there, I assume the call will come relatively quickly now that there's no need for any more posturing. Shabana Hazad. Oh no, he's going to give it some time, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't a sort of posing tank on the turn to maximize the number of bluffs Dahan would go with. I think he's still got a call here, unfortunately, against this guy. And yeah, get shown the best hand and have to muck and sacrifice. It was only 18k on the river, but you know, you're just going to be good enough just about. Up here. I was just staring at one of the chats and one of the streams for a while, but now that I realize we're going out in many, many places, I see that the audience numbers are pretty good. Great to see people tuning in to support what is a fantastic event here, going out on YouTube and on the Merit Poker website. Hajioglu, well, he's only got 18 bigs. It's not a good hand to open because it doesn't have blockers, so it's kind of a shove or fold situation. And one feels like it's pretty close. You could certainly maybe consider not going with 2s, 3s, 4s. 5s maybe just good enough. He does go with it for 63k, and well, Shaliev, pocket jacks, we know he's not going anywhere. There are some bigger stacks behind, so no sense in him isolating. He will just flat call, I would assume. You protect that range by just flat calling your aces and kings that you'll snap off a re-raise anyway. But by just flatting the jacks here, it's maybe giving himself a chance to get away if there's a lot of action behind from big stacks. And yeah, that's exactly what he does. Quick folds, and we will turn these cards on their backs. Hadioglu, he needs pocket 5. Welcome back, guys. I am here live from Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. It's the Merit Poker Western Open Warm-Up $2,200 event. They have smashed the guarantee in this one. Over $1 million in the prize pool. 181k for first. Extraordinary amounts of money. Extraordinary numbers supporting this great event. Bodes very well for the main event starting in just a couple of days. New final table, my God. New feature table for you guys. Roman Kolodiuk, 736,000 in chips, my goodness. What a stack that is. David Hu, 700k as well. Fedor Dadelev, 472k. Ahmad Nal, 321k. Tamer Ibrahim, 289k. Gabriel Akiki, 215k. Hassanin Hashim, 186k. We've seen him earlier today. Andreas Merab, we've seen him earlier today, I think, as well, 162k. And Bayer Saran, 17k, pulling up the rear, but with some work to do just over a starting stack. Big blinds are 3k, 6k, with a 6k big blind ante. Cards are in the air. These guys will play for 2 hours.
To put it here.
Here's Hashim. We remember him from, I think it was the first installment of the day. He has done very well. As I recall, he was quite short early in the day, so I think he has spun back from something around 50k to still be in the mix here going into the last session of play. 135 players remain from a field of 523. Expect us to get down to something around 100 by day's end. That would be my guess.
Still in the game, Andre?
And remember, 60 something players, 62 players, I believe, are paid. So that will be 7 tables of 9 with the bubble boy or girl busting out when we are even there at 63. So maybe, just maybe, this bubble will go earlier than my poorly short-sighted earlier predictions in the day. I think there is every chance they might go in the second, certainly by the third level of tomorrow. A creeping ICM factor is coming into the calculations of pots between bigger stacks, perhaps. Not a significant one just yet. That will be for tomorrow, but a creeping implication. Maybe encouraging the shaving off of a few hands from the bottom of ranges. In some specific spots we may encounter. And I see now the numbers have really picked up. Well, that makes sense. Obviously, we're into the poker evening for most people in Europe. I imagine we are on in the background for some of you guys while you enjoy your nightly grinds. If you have been tuning in all during the day, I'm firstly very grateful to you for doing so. The people at Merit Poker have put a huge amount of effort into this event, and the people at Sharehand really do produce a wonderful live stream. Sumptuous HD 4K, I think they call it these days. Multiple camera angles, flawless graphics.
12.
RFID technology so that we can bring you cards up coverage, admittedly on a 30-minute delay for the betterment and protection of the game. Merab bumping it up here with Big Slick.
Yes. Going back to Moscow in 28.
Which is going to bring in a string of callers here. Akiki, Queen Jack off. A little optimistic, I would suggest, but he's obviously happy to get in the mix here. Dedeloff with a very nice pocket fives. He's going to set mine from the cut-off. Hashim in the small blind, getting a bit of a discount with the 10-7 suited, and Ibrahim, the very attractive pocket deuces in the big blind with a big discount, gets to set mine as well.
Or maybe running some sport.
Flop is Queen 10-9. Well, Akiki has flop best. Merab certainly an interested onlooker. He's got the king of spades in his hand with the ace king, so immediately he's got a gutter and 2 overs, and he does have back doors to the second nut flush. Hashim has middle pair with some not particularly exciting backdoors. And the 2 set minors, Ibrahim and Dedeloff, nothing to keep them interested. And when the action does fall around to Akiki, he does take a stab here for roughly half pot. Probably too rich for Hashim's blood would be my guess, particularly given that this bet represents a solid 20% of his remaining stack. But when the action gets to Merab, he actually has something of a decision. Could consider the shove here, although I do think that would be a little on the wild side. Board is very connected, and he does decide to let it go. A wise and prudent decision. He obviously opened it up with the ace king with high hopes of dragging a nice little pot there, but Akiki and his speculative Queen Jack flat.
And it's not far from rush.
Well, he who speculates sometimes wins.
So you can move and play.
And I mentioned there in the preview when we flashed across to these guys 10 minutes before the end of the last session, there was at least one person in costume. He's still in costume there. And it's Akiki's turn to wake up with the big slick this time. This time of the suited variety. Ibrahim suited ace-5, certainly a 3-betting prospect, also a flatting prospect I think off these stacks. 40 bigs deep actually maybe makes the most sense as a call. He does call. And a big whiff for Ibrahim here. Akiki top with the backdoor flush draw. Oh! Interesting. Out of the small blind, looks like Ibrahim's going to construct a leading range here, which includes ace-5 suited. Gotta say, I don't really understand this. And not just because his opponent has ace-king, it's a strange one. As played now, Akiki has a couple of very viable options. Call and raise both make sense. He does raise. And Ibrahim having taken a stab, one would suspect is going to have to surrender now, and he does. A strange stab, it must be said. While sitting in the commentary box, I'm very well aware that I enjoy a rather advantageous position of seeing the whole cards and not being there in the heat of battle with these guys. I want to give people, for the most part, the benefit of the doubt, look for reasons why they make their plays. But at the same time, I don't want to give them a free pass. I will try to zoom in on, hone in on some divergences from optimal play, or even some strange play at times for the TV audience, not to give them stick. They pay their money, they can play their hands whatever way they want, but just because casting a critical eye over proceedings is part of the job. So always with the utmost and greatest respect, I will try and bring you coverage that casts a critical but sensitive eye over proceedings. And Akiki with the aces, as C-bet does the job. I know some commentators who are severely critical at times of the play they witness, and I know some who give people a very wide berth. I try to be somewhere in the middle. I think my co-commentator for this week, Dara O'Carney, when he arrives, will be similar. Dara has a very keen understanding of game theory. In fact, he wrote the book, GTO Poker Simplified, which I recommend checking out if you haven't already bought it. It's well worth the €20 purchase price. But what I would say is the job is to analyze and, I suppose, deconstruct and look for reasons why players do what they do, whether it be a dynamical reason or a theoretical reason. As we see Deadloff open to 13k, and Hashim just call with the pocket tens. Seems pretty reasonable. 25 big blinds, 26, 27 big blinds. I think he could go either way. He could probably 3-bet, get it in off these stacks. He could call. Both seem okay. And Khaled Tuyuk will try and set mine here. He's playing significantly deeper against the original opener. Well, the worst hand takes the lead. Deadloff, who opened with the ace-3 suited, has flopped an ace against these two wired pairs. Probably going to proceed with a down bet, something in the region of 12, 13k. 16k is the order of magnitude. And Hashim, tricky little spot now. He probably has to call once. Can't just give it to his opponent, who could be doing this with all manner of Broadway combos. Yeah, and a very good call from Hashim. Obviously, we see he is behind and far behind, but against the range, this is good play. Tricky now for Hashim with Deadloff making top trips, bad kicker. He will likely proceed with caution because his kicker is bad, but that may be with a small bet again, and Hashim will realize that combinatorically the ace-X's have been significantly reduced in Deadloff's hands, and he might call again if the price is right. Something in the region of 20k feels good from Deadloff here. I think he should be targeting exactly the type of hand Hashim has. Pocket 7s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks. Now jacks may have 3-bet got it in, 10s might be the absolute top of the flatting range. But I really like a small bet here. Deadloff has gone a little larger. He obviously beats no ace-X combos that Hashim can have. Hence why I would have gone for the I'm very far ahead or very far behind, very small bet. But he has actually chosen a bet side that gets the call. Hashim, not a believer, at least not yet, has left himself with a very awkward stack to pot ratio of 0.7 to 1. Deadloff with the 6 pairing is playing the 8, which I guess is an upgrade of sorts. He's now at least chopping with ace 5, ace 7. No obvious draws that are likely in Hashim's hand. 9-10 suited probably doesn't stick around for the turn. 9-7's very unlikely. So hard for Deadloff to know what the size should be. Obviously, stack to pot ratio, he only needs to bet 60% to get him in. I think he should go smaller, to be honest. I think he actually needs to find a sizing that gets 10s to cry call. I think 10s might actually be the target hand in his mind. Very important to hone in on a target hand. Think about exactly the kind of hand you would like to find a call. It's good mental lesson there for you guys out there. Just fixate on the hand group that you would like to call, in this case 7s, 9s, 10s, and think what will they pay? Will they feel like 50k is compelling? If so, 50k. And that's pretty much what Deadloff has done. The added bonus that he's not putting Hashim all in. Hashim therefore has a chance to spin up. And really well executed 3 streets of value from Deadloff there. He is absolutely milked Hashim. Clinical stuff there. Very much the actions of a top pro who extracts every minuscule bit of value from that hand. It's hard to believe he could have got any more chips at any point. Feels like he went for the maximum greedy amount to target pocket 10s for 3 calls.
And like 10s maybe, huh? 10s, yeah.
And Hashim having his hand exactly predicted by his stablemate there. With a kicker of commiseration.
Mr. Khan and Kurmanbek. Khan and Kurmanbek.
Well, somewhat of a card rack in the early going here. Akiki
13.
Raise it up with the pocket 8s. It appears Hashim may have called with the 10-9 off suit. He's playing just 8 big, so maybe looking to just flop some equity and go with it. Don't love this. I think he would find better spots than 10-9-0, middle position, early position even. His flat has brought Kollatiuk in, who's looking to set mine with pocket 5s here, but right behind Nal, 52k. He's going to 3-bet. Might be a little spoiler there. I don't know if it's happened yet. Oh, it has. And Hashim, he's put in so much now, he may actually feel he has to throw in the rest. He's got isolated. There's some dead money out there. Maybe, just maybe, his opponent has ace-king. Action is on Koletyuk. I'm not actually sure Hashim commit any chips to the pot there. He may have, and that may have been a call fold with the 10-9, but I didn't see anything with my own eyes. And I don't want to mislead you here, guys. Koletyuk now. Well, it looks like the action was on someone else there. So I just heard a pass there. So maybe it was Hashim who tank folded. Sorry, guys, I'm not 100% on the action here. Koletyuk does let it go there, and Nal squeezes successfully with the 52k. Not the result he was hoping for when he looked down at aces there and all that dead money involved. He thought maybe, just maybe, I'll get one or two guys to come along, stack them off when they flop a piece. But nonetheless, a nice little pot.
What do you have, like king maybe? Some? Bet those many of them.
Oops.
Dara O'Kearney and I were called the odd couple by a member of the chat earlier today. Well, I can tell you now, my partner in crime is halfway here. His taxi man is in the fast lane, making his way from Larnaca, crossing the border into North Cyprus as we speak. And I am optimistic he will be joining us for at least a little bit of this final session of play as we watch Hashim announce all you can eat with the ace-6 of hearts, and Ibrahim likely to look him up here with the king-queen. Indeed he did. Well, great start for Hashim. Now just has to fade one of the 4 jacks in the deck. Now you can remove one of those jacks. Jack of hearts will be no good.
Come back. It was a good idea you don't call this. Last time.
So Ibrahim, who did call with the 10-9 and then fold to the squeeze in the last hand, very happy with that decision. It's worked out quite nicely. Apologies, we never had him on camera, and I think without the video evidence of his call and fold, I lost confidence. I should never lose confidence. These sharehand guys, they know their stuff. They don't get one wrong. So apologies to them for doubting them, even for a moment. Kojak for Ibrahim. And a pensive who in the hijack decides to charge anyone willing to continue now. He's going to use the suited wheel ace to apply maximum pressure on the remaining players behind and Ibrahim when it gets back to him. Ibrahim does release, and a nice pick up there from Hugh. So it's an interesting table just from a dynamical standpoint. We've got some very big stacks out there and some very short ones. And clearly there are very different ranges in both situations. So the big stacks wanting to play maybe some deep stack poker with their deep stack table mates. Those ranges are not constructed the same way as they would be against the short stack guys who are looking for reshove spots. So that creates an interesting dynamic on its own there, and actually one that's somewhat advantageous to the short stacks who may find themselves in situations where there are lighter ranges opening up pots that they can come over the top of. Something to watch out for as we move forward. Well, Saran checks. Now clearly happy to come with the bet here. He's got bottom pair, flush draw, and some backdoors. Saran, a whole lot of nothing, gets out of the way. So these guys played a relatively short day one. They're going to play a relatively short day two, keeping plenty in the tank for what will be a slightly longer day three and a very long day four should they get there. That's going to be the exciting day to watch, guys, on Friday. From early, we will probably be playing down from a couple of tables all the way to a winner. I don't know how long exactly that will take, but would one anticipate burning the midnight oil?
Oh, here, Gobi.
Gotta say, I've never seen a cowboy wear his Stetson with a sort of a piece of rope sticking it up at the front. Possibly, I'm not down with cowboy fashion, I'm going to be honest. I'm not down with fashion in any way, shape or form. But cowboy fashion specifically. I'll have to look into that for the next day. And a trend that was noticeable on previous tables continues to this table. It is obviously a trend in the tournament, is that we are seeing people open generally wider ranges than you would maybe expect. Kolotiuk on this occasion bumps it with the ace-8 offsuit from +1. Hashim defends the jack-3. I could imagine both hands hitting the muck pre-flop.
Russell still in the game?
No, he was.
Oh, but usually we see him in the final table every time. Final table only. 9, please go out directly.
What was number 9?
Yeah.
Last time you make it back to back. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I would rather open the King Deuce suited from early position than the ace-8 off, but different players have their different favourites. I wouldn't do either, by the way. But I think if I was to pick one. Sounds to me like we may have a heavy breathing player mic'd up. I promise you that wasn't me, guys.
And your parents is Chinese, yeah?
Mereb is going to kick things off with a suited gapper.
Not all.
And Saran, big raise. Oh, it's more or less an all-in raise. He left 6k behind with the ace-queen of diamonds. gets the job done. So this is what I mean, is that we're seeing this kind of clash of deep stack sort of opening ranges of the deeper guys meet the short stack attack, short stack ninja approach of the short stack guys. And really, it does open the door for those guys to maybe find some more spots than are normally out there. If they're putting their opponents on wider ranges that want to play deep stack pots against the other guys with the 100 bigs, then they know that those hands, or at least a good clump of those hands, don't do as well against more of a potential shoving range.
I think, yes.
Such are the dynamics of tournament poker. And part of what makes it so interesting, we're going to introduce a risk premium, or we already are in a, as I mentioned, creeping way, as these players tunnel their way to just 100 remaining entrants. Remember, 62 paid, so more than half the remaining field will make the money. I'm not saying that's a big factor right now, but it's probably starting to dawn on some of the guys.
I was been in China 10 years ago, in Harbin.
The attrition rate is probably noteworthy as well. They'll be recognizing that not only are there 123 people left, but actually the bust outs are coming fairly thick and fast. We're about to see a showdown. Saran is 3-bet to 100k, and Hashim delighted to see Big Slick here. Battle of the two short stacks going head to head here.
I got pocket fives 3 times.
A fair contest.
Yeah.
Saran is not the player at risk, but an awful lot of his chips are. Hashim needs to find an ace or a king or some other way to win, or he is out of here. He has been battling since earlier today. He was one of the short stacks on our first table. Are we about to say goodbye to him? Doesn't look like it. Saran now just 9%. Now just 4%.
Deuce. Straight.
You called it. You win. Yeah. That's why you call it.
Hashim on the spin, as they say.
Double sit open now. With pocket fives.
Called 13k of his 45k stack a few moments ago.
Really?
Yes.
Folded to the squeeze, which would have been a showdown against aces, so he did the right thing.
3 times.
And now, just what, one orbit later, finds himself 2 double ups to the good. His ace-6 of hearts doubling up, and right there his ace-king defeating the pocket tens. Buyer Saran pulling up the rear now, just 8 big blinds. He's very much in the danger zone. And as I mentioned there, we can see those stacks really stretched out. 2 guys with 117 big blinds right now, David Hu and Roman Kolotyuk, both playing superb poker, it must be said. Fedor Dedloff also really deep stacks. Then we have a couple of mid stacks, Ahmed and Gabriel. Tamer and Hassanin have, sub 30. Short stack Andreas, who is now crept into the 20 big blind zone. And Bayar, as I mentioned there, very much in dire need of a double up. Blinds are now 3k, 6k. Actually, they have been for a little while. And I'm very much looking forward to how things develop here. I said he was a card rack earlier. A Kiki again with the premium hand, ace queen. Dedloff right behind and pretty deep stacked. He's playing 50 big blinds effective with the Kiki. I like a flat with the queen 10 suited in later position. Don't love it from this seat, to be honest. I know we're not at a particularly squeezy table, but there have been squeezes. There's been a couple of light ones. I think this is probably a fold for me, but certainly cuspy. And in fact, Dedloff deciding, actually, I'm going to take the bull by the horns here and turn this into a sort of depolarized 3-bet. Often when you see 3-bets in these situations, you're generally looking at maybe hands that have good blocker values, like the ace-2 suited, for example, like we saw earlier. By depolarized, I mean we're basically looking at what would be kind of a nice flatting range in this situation. The jack-10s, the queen-jacks, the queen-10s, particularly the suited variety. That's a depolarized range, but he's gone for the 3-bet nonetheless. Akiki could go both ways here. I can actually see all 3 options. Ace-queen could get mucked. A flat would certainly not be out of the question. And while a shove would be for a chunky amount of chips, if there is a bit of a dynamic here with Deadloff seen to be on the looser side, I certainly think a shove is not unreasonable. On balance, I think flat is the most likely outcome. Although, if Akiki's shape is anything to go by, I think he might be able to bin the best hand. His body language is giving away weakness, it must be said. I think once you do this with your physicality, you have to be very careful if you proceed by putting chips in the pot. He does call.
In Morocco,
and he did it in a somewhat laboured way.
Also,
I wonder if Deadloff will be picking up on that.
Arabic and the French.
It's going to be hard for Akiki to win this one, even though he has by far the best hand right now, 81%. Deadloff with the betting lead, wrapped around that jack, and he does have 3 hearts in his hand, so sort of loads of backdoors. Perfect hand category now to fire out a 25k, 30k c-bet. I would expect that to happen in almost all worlds. Deadloff, 30k, 25k maybe. And if and when that bet does come in here, I think Akiki's probably put himself in a rather tough spot. 34k. It's a sort of guessing game for Akiki here. He's getting a great price, about 4-1. Needs to be about 20%. He is 81%, remember, but he's just got ace high. Well, so far I feel like he's played the hand pretty well. Oh wow, sorry, Akiki has raised 80k here. I did not expect this. I had no expectation for an aggressive line here from Akiki. Possibly recognizing something dynamical with Deadloff, who has maybe been putting in these sub-premium 3-bets and sort of felt as though he could find a raise size that where he could fold if he met further aggression and make his stand there and then. Credit to him, Akiki. Definitely not how I expected the hand to be played out. Not the wildest hand I've seen today, not by a long stretch, but another example of some non-standard play. Some street poker. Limp from Hashim. Over limp from Hugh in the small blind, getting a discount. Merab can knuckle this if he wants, but he may be considering the merits and demerits of a shove here. He's only got 18 bigs. If he thinks Hashim limps a little bit too wide and there's too many limp folds, whose money feels dead. And that's exactly what he's decided to do. I like this from Merheb. Good awareness of what's going on around him. There's 4 big blinds out there in the middle to be won. Why not add them to your stack with no showdown?
Hello? Hello? You move these also. Thank you.
And maybe a function of how wide we've seen Ibrahim opening here from early position. Koletyuk 3-betting with the king-queen offsuit from the cutoff. Basically leveraging Ibrahim for his entire stack and at the same time forcing everyone behind to have really significant hands if they're going to continue. Ibrahim is going to give it some thought because, of course, where a dynamic like that exists, if you know that they know that you know, then you have to be willing to maybe put in the 4-bet light as well sometimes. Not on that occasion, though.
This is your lucky hat, huh?
Yes.
You took from the dealer, yeah?
Yes. This is my trophy.
Yeah, you should.
Ah, so it appears Koletyuk did not come in costume. In fact, much like many cowboys before him, he came to that hat via ill-gotten means.
Good deal.
Really?
Yes. Work on me in Russia. Yep. Because he is a very good dealer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can find a good job for him in Russia.
Really?
Yes.
Private game.
Yes.
Dealer of what?
He's fast and...
Dealer of
Yes. He's fast, he's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he is nice guy.
Also,
Is it car dealer or other dealer?
Yes, car dealer. He's from Hungary.
What are the blinds? What are the stakes? In game?
Different.
Undeterred, Ibrahim
We are
again
playing
with
Chinese
the
poker, Omaha.
open.
Would be
I
good
like
if
the
the
Queen
game
10
is
suited
5100.
much more than I
Small
like the
is
Ace 8, to be
50-50.
honest.
So you have to give 50.
Noel has flatted from the small, and Ibrahim gets pretty perfect
Chinese
flop
poker
from
is $10
ruble or
for
dollar?
points.
Queen
$20
8-5.
for
Noel,
point. Good stakes.
some backdoors and an over, but he does let it go.
He's outgoing. I know him from Vienna. Yeah. I used to play 1-2, and we went through thick and thin.
Yeah.
Was he playing also or is dealer? We went through it all. So
Huge thank you to the people
confirm
sending
his
me
website.
messages right now. I'm getting quite a few messages
So job confirmed, huh?
of support. People
So the
enjoying
job
the
confirmed.
stream. Really appreciate that. It's certainly true that flying solo on these streams is never the easiest thing, particularly when you can't engage with the chat because of poor internet. Apologies again. I am in the basement here.
How much?
We'll try and work on that for future streams, but very much looking forward to Dara arriving and having someone to bounce off. But in the meantime, also just thoroughly enjoying.
I like you. I don't want to.
Getting 100% focused on the hands.
I want to.
All of these tables, as is this one as well. Lots of table talk, lots of chat, good dynamics. I do appreciate the messages coming in.
You like me this call, huh?
I have 2 live calls, man.
Well, is this tip or what? Tip?
Yes.
Quickly making a claim for the role of table captain, Koletyuk again. Opening up proceedings, this time with the wired pair. No, just going to try and use position to take this one away from him. He flats the cutoff with King 8 of spades. All hearts on the flop. Jack 9-8, Noel does have the best of it, but neither player with a heart. Koletyuk, tough to proceed here. Comes with the jack. Noel very happy to get the showdown at this point, one would feel. And that board just gets more and more coordinated. I think it's just going to go to showdown. They both have just enough. And Noel will win it with a pair of 8s, pipping the pair of 6s of Koletyuk.
Race.
And once again, it's that man. Akiki with the same hand. It's his turn to defend his cutoff. Hashim, who has been at times very speculative in the pursuit of making chips, does call with the Queen 10 off from the big. Eight, 5, 4, 2 spades. No spade in anyone's hand. King on the turn. Interesting to see now, would Koletyuk try and represent that? He doesn't. Instead it's Akiki who just uses the power position, recognizing weakness
Can I have a beer, please?
for weakness.
Beer, please.
2 checks from both of his opponents. He decided, okay, this may be one to steal away. Also, there's an aspect of him probably having the best hands. Like we see he was tying there, but if he gets checked to twice there, he's probably got the best hand and wants to charge something to the players who could have just 2 random cards, particularly in the big blind.
Information for all the ladies. We are going to start the ladies event to $100 buy-in. Once again, the registrations are open for the ladies event.
And we hear there in the background on the side tables the ladies event about to kick off. Meanwhile, the warm-up event, just 119 remaining. Saran passes a pocket pair in the big blind there to a larger opening size from Akiki, figuring no fold equity, and he was at best flipping. Definitely some potential in this one. Daedalus opening the 10-jack offsuit. Kolotyuk defending the big blind with the ace-6. Board comes ace-jack-7, so both players with a piece. Goes check-back call, as one would anticipate. It may well go check-back call again. Kolotyuk actually going to lead now. He's improved 2 trips. Obviously not loving his own kicker, but maybe feeling like he wants to prevent the possibility of a check back here. I think if he balances this sort of bet out with some hands like a flush draw, maybe an 8-9, a 9-10, that makes the most sense, particularly if he has the heart variety. And because he probably is the type of person to balance his range in that way, Daedalus does call. Now, big problems here for Daedalus is that he's actually made a full house now on the river as the jack pairs the board, and Kolotyuk bets 50k into 120k.
I went to Dubai in 2006.
Tough spot now for Daedalus, who knows he's up against a capable opponent, but that opponent has chosen a very small sizing, one which won't contain too many bluff hands. I think theoretically he has to call, but maybe, just maybe, he can analyze this situation, look deeper into that turn bet in combination with this river bet, in combination with that flop call, and find a fold. It doesn't look like he can. He flicks in the call. Can't blame him there, to be honest. Tough situation there when you make a boat, particularly on the river. Kolotyuk wins the battle of the boats, and the rich gets richer.
When I go from there, start Dubai booming.
He has been a chip scooping machine here for the last hour or so.
Bombing.
Just a few minutes left on the level now. As we see Merhab come from under the gun. Again, Noel with the speculative call in middle position with players to act behind. I'm not a lover of this trend I've seen. It's flat to 12k here. It's hard to proceed on so many boards. Brings in a chain reaction of calls there as Hashim, very speculative also with the ace-4. Queen 9 suited, pretty standard from who in the big blind. Flop comes ace-4 queen. Amazing flop for Hashim. He's likely to win a reasonable amount of chips from Merhab in this spot. As we see, particularly because the Queen Jack and Queen 9 are out there. Everyone with a piece, but also fewer queens out there, which can save Merhab. The queen comes off, obviously his jack becomes the kicker and Hashim's 4 gets counterfeited. That's not so likely to happen with 3 of the queens on view. Hashim gotta stick it in now. He has flatted the very, very speculative ace-4 offsuit and now has a dream situation of flopping top and bottom. Merhab can't fold here, 75k. His opponent can't really have ace-queen because he would have raised pre. So it's ace-4 or pocket 4s are the 2 hands you're worried about. It's quite likely ace-king gets raised pre. Can't imagine Hashim flatting that one. So really you're thinking my opponent has maybe the same hand, maybe pocket 4s, maybe ace-4. But everything else you beat. And you have to ask yourself the question, would Hashim just go with his hand if he has ace-10 here, ace-9 here? Would he just go, okay, all of it? And I think he might. Anyway, Merhab in the tank. If he's wrong, he still has 23%. He can hit a jack. In most worlds, the turn card can pair. There is 1 queen left. It's only because of the cards we can see that he isn't slightly better. In reality, not knowing what's out there, he's probably more like 30%. I don't see a way he can fold here for this price. He only needs to be 30%, give or take. Well, we saw a huge fold in a very, very similar situation earlier on today. And it was correct. And this one would be too. But that doesn't mean it's correct versus range. And I think it wouldn't be. I think Merhab should flick in the call. Wow! Huge fold. Merhab, spider sense is working.
No.
No way.
Well, if he's put ace-queen into the possible range, then that does add another hand that
Ace-queen will wait one more hand.
could put him in trouble against. It's also unlikely that you would
What
jam
will you jam?
ace-queen because you've
What's
nothing
ace
to
queen?
protect against.
What?
Ace only.
Well, sometimes when I do
Maybe queen 4.
the right thing and I lose, I say, well, was the right operation, but the patient died. I think in that case it might have been a decision not to operate, but the patient survived.
Ace-4?
You have ace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, early position
Yeah,
action here. Noel opening
Ace-4?
things up with the pocket 4s.
Ace-4, yeah?
While he is playing 60 bigs deep, it's not a great open.
Cannot lie.
Yeah.
Akiki right behind with the 7s calls. Again,
Gonna find
so
it.
many people jack behind these guys. Ibrahim, he likes getting involved. 8-5 of spades and the king 4 of hearts for Merhab. Definitely worth calling, given the outrageous price he's now getting with 3 other people in the hand.
Cannot give it chance.
Pot is 57k, and we go 4 ways. Nobody has an ace, but the board comes ace, 8-5, 2 clubs. Ibrahim, who speculated with the 8-5, has hit Yahtzee here. C-bet from Noel, who's going to represent that ace even though he doesn't have it. I don't hate that C-bet. I think if you're going to open the small pairs, you've got to maybe turn them into multi-street bluffs. He's going to fire here. Ibrahim. Does he raise now or does he flat? I think he should raise now. Bottom 2 pair, always vulnerable. You don't want a board to get scarier and you lose your customer if the guy has ace-X. And you want to be able to just sort of get your chips in on the turn. That's the objective here. Raise now, get it in on the turn. Easy decision though for Noel, who just had an under pair to the board.
ما شفنا حتى انا بده يضرب فيهم.
ده شفته.
مش ضربت.
We take a look at the updated chip counts here. Roman Kolatiuk, well, as I said, it's sort of been his show here for the last hour. He's up to 810k. David Hugh, 665k, holding steady. Gabriela Kiki, well, audacious move to get himself to 427k. That was when he, with the best hand admittedly, played ace-queen a little bit back to front, but did the job against Dedeloff's Queen 10. Dedeloff there with 50 big, still 400k. Those guys all hovering around average, as is Ahmed Nal, just below average with 328. And Beyer, we see there at the bottom of the screen, very much in dire need of a double up.
You know.
Yes. Lost that one.
And one important information for you guys that you have the package, the 10 p.m. satellite is in your package, so just for your information, the house rule.
With his newfound wealth, Hashim is limping. For 8k here, blinds have gone up to 4.8 with an 8k big blind ante. So he's limping off 24 bigs. Action round to Merhab in the small blind, who may just go with this. We saw him recognize that Hashim was limping a little bit weak on occasion. May just decide, might be able to get this one through sometimes, and even if I can't, I could be ahead sometimes. And even if I'm not, I probably have the equity most of the time. Question is, will Hashim now call off 63k into a pot of 95, so he needs about 40% here. We see it is his opponent that actually has the 40%. Does get the fold, so good awareness again from Merhab. He's pounced twice on these Hashim limps. Punish the limper. That's what people say sometimes. Well, Merhab is the punisher right now. noteworthy that the pace of play at this table, a little faster than the others, it must be said. Future tables normally a little slower through the gears. Obviously, players have to put their cards in the RFID reader. Sometimes they take an extra couple of seconds to compose themselves. As I mentioned before, that rail is kind of high on your elbow, so it's a little less comfortable than you're maybe used to at times. It does look like a comfy rail, but just a little higher than most of the rails, and that can create a slight discomfort. So we see Merhab go with his ace-6 on the button. He's going to get it through, and another little no contest pot for Merhab, helping him chip back up. But as I said, they're noteworthy. This table actually really getting their hands in. 26 hands already.
Hands, but
I think they're on course to play roughly 50 hands over the course of this 2-hour session.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the other tables got near that. So these guys very
You can push with any hand.
I had you crush.
quick to make their decisions. Great to see.
No,
No.
A6.
A6? Oh, okay.
Not that I thought any of
Well,
the
I have
other
the deuce.
tables were particularly slow. Certainly no players were particularly slow previously, but these guys particularly rapid, to be honest.
$75.
So Saran effectively gone all in here. He's got 6 bigs. He's put 5 of them in. Akiki has
Because
just
you like me.
clicked it basically, sort of trying to prevent anyone from coming in behind cheaply.
48.
He wants to isolate the effective shover here in Saran. So 112k pot here, Saran with live cards. 40% roughly always in this situation. King Jack against the Ace Queen. Yeah, there it is, 39. 2 clubs though, not good news for Saran. That's removed quite a few of his outs. Spade would certainly help at this point.
3 of spades still good.
Good luck.
And that is it. We say goodbye to Saran. He was in dire need of a double. He did not get it. And he will be eliminated in 115th place. Remember, 62 players paid. We won't get there tonight. We should get there the first few hours of tomorrow. But my prediction of 100 players making it through to day 3, looking pretty good right now. And with what is not too late a night, these players are going to be knocking off roughly 10 p.m. local time. It will certainly be interesting to see how they spend their evenings. They've got a few hours rest. Obviously, they haven't had a dinner break, so maybe a light bite, a couple of drinks to wind down maybe at this all-inclusive resort. Restaurants in every hotel available to these players. Pick and choose where they want to eat their food. They probably have already figured out where their favorite spots are. And then, yeah, reasonably early night on the cards maybe for all of them. You ideally want to get a good 6 or 7 hours, whatever is your norm, in preparation for a day 3. I mentioned the creeping ICM factor. Well, with every bust out, it creeps ever so slightly up again. That, of course, means that some of these middler stacks and eventually some of the short guys will have to give real consideration to their tournament survival over accumulation. Trouble here for Hashim. This could well spell the end of Hashim here. 3-bet pot, 100k in the middle, stack to pot ratio 1.4 to 1. And he's basically got the kind of flop he wanted to see. 300 cards, 5-5-4, 2 spades. Bad news for him is his suits are blocked as well, so the running spades no good. Could hit the 6-7. And a snap call coming from Noel here. And Noel will see the great news. Hashim will see the bad news. Spades no good, so 6, 7, or an 8. To keep the hope alive. Queen of Spades definitely no good. An 8 and an 8 only now. 2 outs, 8 of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Yep.
Jack of hearts will not do it. And Hashim, well, he fought valiantly. He was in the mix early. He was short. He did speculate. He always wanted to put chips in the pot to make hands. He was optimistic. He was positive. He gave it his all. He made it to the final level of tonight, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. Nothing he could do there with the last hand. Pocket 8s, pocket 9s, and a 5-5-4 board. Hard to see it go any other way. Perhaps he will have a better look in the main event. Satellites for that running already. Side events for the next couple of days as well. And then the main event, of course, starting on Friday.
Only big blind.
Give you a little sense of what's to come, actually, guys, because it is a jam-packed side event schedule as well. We're obviously fixating on the warm-up, the main, and the high roller here in the commentary booth, but there's a lot of other poker taking place out there. For example, right now, there's about to be a satellite today 1A kicking off, 500 plus 50 into the 3,300. Tomorrow there will be a PLO bounty event. It's a 1K event with a 500 KO. Seniors tomorrow as well. That's an 1100 also.
Really?
Then on Friday, you can play the main event day 1A.
Good, yes.
There's a satellite early in the day before that. And there's also going to be a hyper turbo deep stack.
How much time you got
that evening
today?
Maybe
lots of satellites kicking off either early in the day or late in the day.
Two times.
But if you're into the side events, then on Saturday you've got to win the button $200 KO.
One time against me.
And then come Sunday,
on the other table.
we will have main event 1C.
I win the hand.
We'll also have a main event 1D turbo leg. There will be a PLO event, a PLO bomb pot event, and a bounty KO. So, yeah, it's relentless action here, guys. This is why these festivals are so great. If you do come and you have no luck, there's always something to jump into. And dare I say, there is more than just the poker. Swimming pools, leisure centres, salons, spas, the beach, the weather, the pool. More restaurants than you can count. All-inclusive booze, food, you name it. You won't get bored here. As we see a 3-bet pot here, Queen Jack against King 10, two depolarized ranges, as I used that buzzword earlier. Queen Jack flops best.
They stop the clock.
But one feels like Kolotiok is not done with this one. In a blind v blind scenario, he's going to recognize that this board misses his opponent quite a bit, and it looks like he's going to make it. 31K. Ibrahim calls. 8 of clubs on the turn. Now, feels very strongly like Ibrahim has a queen from the perspective of Kolotiuk. The 8 paired, that makes it much less likely. The ace of spades. Is the card that Kolotiuk is trying to represent here. He's trying to make himself look like he has 2 pair aces up. And Ibrahim, oh, it's going to be so difficult for him against an aggressive opponent. One feels like he has to call again. Getting a great price. Oh, and he's just decided to take a difficult decision he may find himself in on the river, out of the equation. Stick it in here. I suppose he just felt like there was so much in there already if he calls the 50k, but actually I do keep the 110 back, and if I'm going to go with it as he has here, I would at least keep some bluffs in. Obviously, in this instance, he is clearing out a little bit of equity. Claudio had 14%, but it's a funky way to protect your hand when you have second pair.
Just a queen?
Just a queen,
Don't
exactly.
try,
so
don't try.
Claudio could be head scratching
see,
how
no, we will see
just
the
a queen
hands.
would take that line. Probably doesn't believe him, but Ibrahim says, well, you'll see it shortly, which they will.
Mr. Cristo,
You don't have
1 of 5, 10, 4, 5.
I have queen. Queen jack.
Queen jack?
Oh,
So he
Wait.
does announce the hand.
really?
14 big blinds. Merhab under the gun with pocket fives. You don't love it, but you might have to go with it. That big blind ante is about to get you. Changes the maths ever so slightly when you're somewhat short. If he passes this one, which he does, he's about to get gobbled up by 20k in blinds and antes over the next two hands. Great comment here on Twitter by my good pal Kevin O'Donnell. He says, great job with all these difficult names. I have no clue if you're close, but you sound confident. That's it. Excellent stuff from Kevin there. Kevin, Darragh likes to call him the GOAP, the greatest old age pensioner. He is a Irish-American poker player who is moving back to Ireland, actually. Moving to the home country, so to speak. May have moved already, in fact. I know he's on the way there, but Kevin, quite the legend on the American poker circuit. Going to be plying his trade in the European poker circuit, one would expect, for the next couple of years.
Hello.
Last hand, blind design right here. Or that. At 25. On the TV thing? No, like last hand, blind design. When he didn't ring. Oh. Yeah. 70s. He had 3 outs.
But I wouldn't call you.
I don't know if I should have jammed 12 big blinds.
I think you get a better. I'd rather have like Broadway cards.
Yeah.
Ibrahim happy to check it all the way down. Noel never taking a stab So Ibrahim on the uptick. I have reliable word that Darrow Carney is in the process of checking in. So I think his presence is imminent.
I'm big enough.
Looking forward to seeing my compadre, I must say. And I suppose getting to just do a little bit of back and forth with some fresh legs here in the booth. It's not been a long day, but commentating solo is never the easiest gig. Always more fun to bounce ideas off, analyze hands in tandem. It has been a shockingly good TV watch from a poker perspective. Maybe the purists will raise or furrow their brows, but if you just love action, my goodness, have these players given it to us. As we see, Ibrahim is flop best here. I mentioned the uptick he is on. Well, it looks virtually sure to continue here. Culiberda, new man at the table.
Mr. Yüksel, successful apartments open. Mr. Yüksel.
I can't see him. Well, I would say I can't see him losing too many more chips, but he is going to come with a C bet. That makes sense. He does have some backdoors going on, and Ibrahim, of course, could be flatting not necessarily an ace. Four of hearts on the turn. Will Culiberda pump the brakes?
Huh?
Mr. Yüksel, successful apartments open. Mr. Yüksel.
So Culiberda not pumping the brakes, quite the contrary. He's barreling away. He did pick up a good shot there. Queen of clubs. And he does surrender. Ibrahim up over the $500,000 mark now. Not 5 hands ago was he swallowing hard as he put all his chips in with second pair, hoping to fade the snap call. And now just moments later, 515k to the good, an average stack. Deadloff likely to open things up here from under the gun.
Mr. Matthias and Natasha, Hold'em 516.
Well, look at all these medium pocket pairs. Batbold with the 8s, Kolechiuk with the 9s. Akiki, I think, prodigiously bins the A6 there, could get him into a lot of trouble. Obviously, we see that it was very much live. Liver than 9s or 8s, but you aren't to know that. Oh, and there is a 9. Kolechiuk. Has flopped middle set here. Dedloff may well fire out a bet here. Obviously, he won't be loving the overcard king. A very likely card in the hands of Batbold or Kolechiuk. He actually does decide to check it. Batbold checks, and Kolechiuk with top set would probably check back and allow them a little rope, but I feel we'll probably bet something small here. He has been pretty aggressive. He wants to stay consistent. Yeah, 25k is a nice amount. Batbold has an easy decision to get out of the way. Dedloff is going to make the call here. 7 of hearts. Dedloff near certain to check here. Kolechiuk absolutely certain to bet again. Question is, does Dedloff get sticky for one more street? 75k is the amount. A significant enough portion of Dedloff's remaining 340k, and I think it's a pretty close one, to be honest. There are some king X's, but there's also flush cards, and of course we see here the looming possibility of a set. Dedloff in a very difficult position, decides to let it go. He will be delighted given what he was up against there, and Kolechiuk, the rich get richer, 762k now. Well above average.
$18.
As we watch this battle of the blinds here, Akiki raising to 18k, Dedloff in the big. I have the great and tremendous pleasure to welcome, I was about to say the fresh, but I'm guessing after 12-hour journey from Dublin this morning and this afternoon and this evening, maybe not that fresh, but delighted to be joining me just before we finish this day out. Dara O'Carney, welcome.
Thanks, David. Delighted to be here. Yeah, it felt like quite a trek because it was, car to the airport, Gatwick, a couple of hours in Gatwick, another flight to, I'm not even sure where.
Larnaca.
somewhere on Cyprus, and
in a different country.
And then but a country I'd been in before. I've never actually been in North Cyprus. And then a very interesting drive, to say the least.
Did your taxi driver, possibly the same guy, drive as quickly as mine did yesterday?
I don't think so. Although you said yours drove really quickly, so I thought I'm going to be late. But he seemed to get here in the same amount of time. So, also the border procedure was a little bit different from what you described. He never actually got out of his cab. So.
Okay, maybe that caused some delays. Anyway,
there was traffic. Yeah. Anyway, Who have we got here?
Well, we've got a whole lot of nothing going on in this particular pot, I gotta say. King 7 and Queen 6 in this Battle of the Blinds, 10, 5, 3, 9. No one has anything. Deadloff's going to try and steal it away here with the worst hand. And I think he's probably going to do so successfully.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, King High, you're losing to Ace High and anything on the board there, so even if you're ahead, you're not going to feel good about calling the river.
So we have been in session for about 7 hours so far, Dara. This is the final hour of the day. They're just going to play 8 levels today. So taking it kind of easy on these guys now. Apparently tomorrow will be a little longer, and then there's going to be an almighty final day.
Okay.
They predict 27 hours. Just
27 hours.
No, they predict maybe 12 or 13 though.
Okay.
We'll have to see how it goes. The play has been loose,
like
aggressive, wild. Some extraordinary bluffs, a couple of extraordinary bluff catches.
That doesn't surprise me.
And yeah, just fun to watch, I gotta say. Very, very entertaining brand of poker. We have an extraordinary smorgasbord of countries on our list here. Players from all across Europe, Middle East, lots of Eastern Europeans here. Uzbekistan, Lebanon.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of countries in Eastern Europe that don't have any poker, and places like Merit really cater for that. They act as a kind of a hub where they all come together.
Another battle of the blinds here. Deadloff's turn to be in the small. Culiberda, a new player at the table. We saw him gleefully fire off 2 streets in the last hand and finally shut down on the river against Ibrahim. So we know he's certainly fearless. He's going to knuckle back though.
Nobody has a diamond here, so probably just whoever plays this the most aggressively wins.
Deadloff is going to chance a little stab here. And Culiberda is wrap around that 9, but it is hard to continue with a gutter when it's a monotone board.
Yeah, it's very easy to give up too much in these spots because, you know, if you're only going to call with a pair or a diamond, that's not really enough calls.
Well, from your mouth to his ear, Culiberda not just surrendering, not just deciding to float, but actually deciding, actually I might just put the decision right back on my friend here. And
yeah.
And as I said, Culiberda fearless, as we saw in the one hand he has played with purpose. Does deliver the aggressive line. So going to make it easy for you there. Obviously there you're straight into the action there, straight into the analysis, spot on as usual. But what I want to actually gather from you is, what's your experience of Merit been like so far? You've checked in, you've seen the hotel. You haven't seen all the hotels. There's like a fleet of hotels outside the door.
I saw them as we drove up. Obviously, that it's kind of a compound with different hotels. Yeah, it's extremely impressive. I mean, I had heard that it was, even though I've never been here. Quite a few Irish come over here.
And we have a few friends in the field. Jamie Nixon is in the mix.
Yeah, I was talking to Jamie when I was in the airport.
Stato Andrew Hulme was one of the big stacks coming into today, I think. Ryan Mandara was the chip leader coming into today.
Oh, wow.
Michael Lech, maybe better known as Miguel Fiesta on Twitter. 9 WSOP circuit rings and 1 WSOP bracelet.
Oh, wow.
He's made the trip from America. Oh, Culiberda, a loose aggressive player with a real hand. It almost seems unfair.
Yeah, this is... And the hijack has not exactly a premium hand, but the kind of hand which has some merit. Got blockers. Not really. Oh, and the big blind has a hand as well.
Quick fold.
Quick fold,
and
yeah.
Good decision from Bat Bowl there. Definitely could have given that one some thought. Culiberta 3-bet. Could be fairly wide. King, Queen. I suppose he had an awkward kind of stack there, 380. Just before you came into the box, I got a great compliment from our great friend Kevin Allen. I want to make sure it was Kevin Allen, actually. No, it might have been Kevin O'Donnell. It was Kevin O'Donnell. Sorry, it was Kevin O'Donnell.
You were talking about Kevin Allen.
We do know Kevin Allen as well, but Kevin O'Donnell, and he said, tremendous job by me today pronouncing all the names. No idea if I got any of them right, but I'm doing it with confidence.
You're doing it with confidence. I think that's the key. Just commit to it. I mean, you've been mispronouncing even very basic names on the chip race for years, but with confidence. So
exactly. Action folding round to Deadloff. He mucks his 9-7 as well. Culiberta, King 6 off in the muck here on the dealer button. Slightly surprised to see that. I thought he might open any king from that seat.
yeah, sometimes players tighten up a little bit towards the end of a day. It's kind of an emotional bubble. They want to just bag up chips and go home.
Well, Bat Bold flopping top pair versus the veritable nothing of Ibrahim, who appears to be still interested in the hand despite maybe having a holding that has the least going on. There, he just let it go. And as we gently enter the wind down period of the night, I want to point out to you all that we will be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. I think half an hour delay, 12:30 is a likely start. I know we started a little bit later today than anticipated. That might happen again by a few minutes, but if you're here at roughly 12:30, you won't go far wrong. Really appreciate, obviously, very, very impressed with the numbers across all the different platforms. We're somewhere between 800 and 1,000 viewers right now. That's fantastic to see. If you do have the opportunity to mash the relative like buttons. The YouTube algorithm is a mystery to Darren and I.
Yeah,
but I am pretty confident that hitting the like button is a good thing.
Yeah, I've been watching a few live streams recently, and they always seem to prioritize trying to get people to hit the like button. So that's clearly important.
We've got a mixture of backdoors here for everyone. He who bets first almost certainly will take it down. Well, Bat Bold has maybe more backdoors than everyone else. May consider using those as part of a raising strategy, and that he does. 55k. Tough for Ibrahim now to continue.
In the warm-up, so once again, dealers and players in the warm-up.
Credit to Bat Bold for recognizing such. Must be reading your book on game theory, poker simplified there, Dara. Double backdoor hands. You talk a lot about them.
Yeah.
Give me the spiel on double backdoor hands.
Double backdoor hands are great because even though you have absolutely nothing, you have different ways to have something by the river, and it's probably more crucial that on the turn there are more cards that can come that still give you a prospect. So they make good double barrel hands when that happens. They make good triple barrel hands even if you miss the river. They make good value bets if you actually get there. So yeah, they have a lot going for them.
Sort of giving people license to go absolutely bananas with their double backdoors there.
Yeah, I mean on some boards there'll be too many of them, but
do you notice that when you're coaching poker players that when you introduce a concept like that, there can be an overcompensation to overdoing it?
yeah, particularly if it's a fun one, like you get to barrel with 8 high just because you have a double backdoor. Conversely, you sometimes get more resistance when it's like, shove the button with 12 big blinds when you have an ace, and they come back and say, well, I keep running into it, and is that really a good play? Because I think that's a lot less fun. You're kind of just sticking your neck out the window and hoping the guy doesn't have a hand, and if he does, it feels really bad.
Well, again, a little bit of something for everyone here. Hugh with bottom pair and the 9-10 jack working. Ibrahim with the diamond and the king-queen for overcards and a gutter and a backdoor. 4 of clubs. Feels like Ibrahim's hoping that he's just enough showdown, and Hugh's hoping that his 5 is good and he doesn't have to do anything else. Hugh could probably go for a very small blocker bet here, maybe a 10k, just to try to extract a call from a disbelieving ace high. That's exactly what he's gone and done. 8k. Love this bet, to be honest. Very hard for Ibrahim to plausibly tell a story where he can raise now. And very hard to fold because he's potentially folding away the best hand sometimes, but he does fold and he is correct. So, nice execution there from Hugh. Blocker bet's a very important part of the overall arsenal, Dara.
Very much so, yeah.
These days, you just so many situations where that sort of one big blind bet, or 12% of the pot river bet, or whatever it is as a choice, can one, extract some value by targeting some portions of the range that really don't want to fold. 2, really paralyze because your opponent is facing a spot where he can't plausibly raise ever. So therefore can't try and bluff you off it anymore where he could have if you checked. And those two things in combination, really powerful weapons.
Yeah, it's. I think it's something which has changed since we learned poker. Back in the day, it used to be when a scare card came on the river, people often threw out that bet, not wanting to face a big bet. But it's more useful in a situation like that where the card wasn't really scary and couldn't really have helped his opponent. Could potentially actually have helped him. You have to be careful. You can't always do it with, 4th pair or whatever. You have to protect your range by doing it sometimes with the nuts or close to the nuts. Otherwise, there's a fairly easy counter to it, which is just to always raise it. But if you're doing that with the really strong hands as well, then you're defending against that.
Yeah, because the really strong hands, while they might at some sort of basic level be very greedy and want more chips in, if the read on the situation is that the opponent doesn't have much, then even the really strong hands can't really go for a particularly big bet. So that's a really nice time to use it.
Yeah, I remember when that first came in online, and it pretty much always worked. Whenever you threw out a small bet, players raised it. So it was a great line to take with the nuts.
Well,
nobody raised last time.
On that note, just a little sample of the strategy nuggets I have not been able to provide you with running solo here all day. I hope I've still provided you with some entertainment. But tomorrow, Dara O'Carney will be here for the entirety of the day. Myself and Dara will be here from 12:30 or so local time. That's morning time for you guys in the UK and Ireland. Still sort of poker morning time, early afternoon for you guys in Central Europe. But we hope you do tune in. And we will be providing you with our usual double act, Dara, which is me sort of teeing off Dara to say clever things.
Yeah, or you saying all the really entertaining stuff and me just droning on about strategy.
Well, it's a formula that's worked for us in the past.
Yeah, let's say our appeals are quite different.
Well, look, we won't give up on this hand. We do have one more to watch here. No, we can. We can give up on it completely. It's over.
Racing ticket for the last time.
There we go. As you said, an emotional roller coaster, an emotional bubble, perhaps, to try and just get yourself to the bag stage of day 2. Well, here we go, guys. These lads will be... Oh, no, wait. One more? Cheeky one more? No. Here come the bags.
Here come the bags.
So congratulations to all of our players here who have battled away triumphantly, at least thus far. They haven't made the money yet. 62 of them will make the money tomorrow. I think my estimation of roughly 100 bagging up is more or less correct. We see there David Culiberda, who joined us a bit late, certainly didn't fail to entertain like the rest of them. He finished with 813k. Roman Kolotyuk was sort of our table captain for that session. He played tremendously well. David Hugh bagged up a very tasty 667k. Down at the other end of the leaderboard, Merheb, who has been with us all day as well. Just 8 big blinds. He will be hoping for a spin of some sort. Got to look at the camera now, Dara, you and me.
Oh.
Look at us. Can I just point out something before we go? And I'm sure everyone's just sick of us now. They want to go, look at us, we're both wearing Merit Blue.
Yeah.
So
True
colour
professionals.
coordinated.
True professionals. Blending into the background as well.
That probably means people can put all sorts of rude things on us, like, you know, when you have green screen. Hopefully they won't do that.
God, yeah, no,
guys,
don't do that.
Don't do that. But do tune in tomorrow. We really look forward to bringing you through a longer day from 12:30 local time. Until then, guys, I hope it's been entertaining. It has for me, and it's been great to see Dara make it here in one piece. Take care.